Tonight, 6 journeys through the ancient world, from Babylon to Pompeii. Let's begin. It is roughly the year 575 before the Common Era. The world is young and it is old at the same time. Babylon is the greatest city on earth, a place of perhaps 200,000 souls, though no one has counted them. It is the jewel of the Neo-Babylonian Empire, the seat of King Nebuchadnezzar II, and a wonder to every traveler who approaches its walls. And those walls, imagine them now, massive double-layered fortifications of baked brick and bitumen, so thick that a chariot drawn by 4 horses could turn atop them. Within those walls, the city breathes with the kind of purposeful life that only a great civilization can sustain. Canals thread through the districts like veins through a living body, carrying water from the Euphrates to gardens and homes and temples. The streets are narrow and busy, shaded by the tall, windowless outer walls of courtyard houses that keep their beauty and their privacy within. And at the heart of the city, visible from nearly everywhere, stands the great ziggurat, Etemenanke, the temple tower the Babylonians call the foundation of heaven and earth. It rises in vast terraced steps, each level smaller than the one below, and at its summit a shrine gleams with glazed blue brick where the priests tend to the presence of Marduk, the patron god of Babylon, the one who brought order from chaos at the beginning of all things. But we are not here tonight for monuments, though they are wondrous. We are here for the people who live in their shadow, ordinary people with ordinary hands and ordinary hearts, going about the ancient business of being alive. Let us meet them now, as the first light of a late spring morning spreads across the rooftops and the city begins to wake. His name is Shamash-Ed-Din, and he rises before the sun does. He is a man in the later years of his 30s, lean and weathered, with strong forearms, and the kind of quiet confidence that comes from knowing how things work. He is a Gugalu, a canal inspector, one of a network of men responsible for the vast irrigation system that keeps Babylon and its surrounding farmland alive. It is not a glamorous profession. It is an essential one. Without men like Shamash-Ed-Din, the barley would not grow, the gardens would wither, and the great city would slowly return to dust. He lives in a modest courtyard house in the eastern quarter of the city, not far from the Adad Gate. The house has been in his family for 3 generations. His grandfather built the inner walls, his father replastered the courtyard, and Shamash-Ed-Din himself repaired the drainage channel that runs beneath the kitchen floor. In Babylon, a family does not sell its home. It is passed down like a story, each generation adding a line. This morning, as every morning, he moves through the dim rooms quietly, so as not to wake his daughter. Iltani is 7 years old, bright-eyed and curious, with a habit of asking questions that Shamash-Ed-Din does not always know how to answer. Her mother, his wife, died 2 years ago of a fever that came in the winter rains and would not leave. Shamash-Ed-Din does not speak of this often. He carries the loss the way the river carries silt, always there, beneath the surface, shaping the course of things without being seen. He steps into the courtyard. The sky above is the pale violet of early dawn. He eats a simple breakfast of barley gruel, thick and warm, sweetened with a few dates from the clay jar by the oven. He drinks water from the household cistern. Then he takes his tools, a long measuring rod marked in cubits, a short-handled hoe, a leather satchel for notes, and he steps through the wooden door into the street. The canal system of Babylon is a marvel of engineering so refined that it has been maintained and improved upon for more than 1,000 years before Shamash-Idin was born. The main canals draw water directly from the Euphrates, and from these a branching network of smaller channels feeds into yet smaller ditches, all the way down to the narrow irrigation furrows that carry water to individual fields and garden plots. The entire system depends on careful management. Gates must be opened and closed at the right times. Embankments must be inspected for weakness. Channels must be cleared of silt and debris. If a canal breaches, a farmer's field may flood. If a gate sticks, another farmer's crops may go dry. This is Shamash-Idin's world, the daily balance of water, the reading of the river's moods, the quiet negotiation between human need and the ancient rhythms of the Euphrates. He walks his section of the canal network each morning, beginning at the secondary channel near the Adad Gate and following it south through the barley fields outside the city wall. He checks the water level against his measuring rod. He examines the embankments for cracks. He pauses where a smaller ditch branches off toward a date palm orchard and adjusts a wooden sluice gate, raising it slightly so that more water flows into the orchard's channels. The sun is climbing now, and the air begins to warm. He can see farmers already at work in the fields, men and women bent over the earth, tending the young barley that will be harvested in a few weeks. A group of children chase each other along the canal bank, barefoot, laughing. One of them reminds him of Iltani, and he smiles to himself. By mid-morning, he has walked more than 2 miles along the canal. He stops at the junction where his channel meets the larger Borsippa Canal, and there he finds a problem. A section of the embankment has softened after the spring rains. Not a breach, not yet, but the mud is dark and damp in a way that tells him the water is seeping through from beneath. He kneels, presses his hand into the earth, feels the cool moisture against his palm. He will need to report this to the overseer, and a crew will need to come with fresh mud brick and packed straw to reinforce the bank before the summer heat draws the water level higher. He makes a note on a small clay tablet he carries in his satchel, pressing quick marks with a reed stylus, the angular wedge shapes of cuneiform that every educated Babylonian knows. Even a canal inspector must know how to write. In this city, record-keeping is not a luxury. It is the foundation of order itself. On his way back toward the city, Shamash-Idin stops to speak with an old gardener named Balatu, who tends a date palm orchard just south of the outer wall. Balatu is a man of few words and deep knowledge. He has tended these trees for 40 years as his father did before him. The date palm is the sacred tree of Babylon, the tree of life, the Babylonians call it. It provides fruit for eating, syrup for sweetening, fiber for rope, fronds for roofing, and wood for building. A single well-tended tree can feed a family for a generation. Balatu knows each of his trees by the shape of its crown, the quality of its fruit, the way its trunk leans toward the southern light. The 2 men speak quietly about the water levels, about the spring pollination season that has just passed, about the health of the younger trees that Balatu planted 4 years ago, and which are now beginning to bear their first small clusters of unripe fruit. Shamash-Idin promises to keep the flow steady to Balatu's channels through the summer, when the heat will be fierce and the trees will drink deeply. It is a small conversation. the kind that happens 1,000 times across the agricultural lands of Babylon every day. And yet, within it lives the whole architecture of civilization, the trust between neighbors, the careful stewardship of water and earth, the unspoken understanding that no one survives alone. The heat deepens, the days grow long, the barley in the fields beyond the wall turns from green to gold, and the harvest begins, that great, exhausting, necessary labor that will fill the granaries and keep the city fed through the coming year. The air smells of cut grain and warm dust, and in the evenings the laborers return to the city with chaff in their hair and weariness in their bones. Let us leave the fields now and step inside the city into the quieter streets of the temple quarter, where the air is cooler and the sounds of the market give way to the murmur of prayer. Here, in a small house near the temple of Gula, goddess of healing, lives a woman named Ninshubur. She is an Ashiptu, a healer priestess, one of the most respected and least understood figures in Babylonian society. She is in her 50s, silver-haired, with steady hands and a gaze that seems to see through the surface of things. The Babylonians understand illness differently than we might. To them, a sickness of the body is often a disturbance of the spirit, a sign that the natural order between a person and the divine has been disrupted. Perhaps a god has been offended and has withdrawn protection. Perhaps a malevolent spirit has found an opening. The work of the Ashiptu is to diagnose not only the symptoms, but the cause, to read the signs on the body and the circumstances of the life, and determine which god has sent the affliction, and why, and what must be done to restore balance. This is not simple superstition. It is a system of thought as complex and internally coherent as any philosophy, refined over more than 2,000 years of careful observation and practice. The Ashiptu consults vast collections of diagnostic texts, clay tablets inscribed in small, precise cuneiform, cataloging symptoms and their spiritual correspondences. If a patient's right eye weeps continuously, it may indicate the hand of Ishtar. If a fever returns every third day, it may suggest the displeasure of Shamash, the sun god. Ninshubur has spent her life studying these correspondences, and she carries hundreds of them in her memory. On this particular morning, she is called to a house in the merchant quarter. A young woman named Damiktum is expecting her first child, and the birth is near. Damiktum is frightened. Her mother died in childbirth, and she has lived with this fear her whole adult life, carried silently beneath her composure like a stone in still water. Ninshubur arrives with her satchel of supplies, dried herbs wrapped in linen, small clay figurines, a vial of cedar oil, a bundle of tamarisk branches for purification. She enters the room where Damiktum lies on a low reed bed, attended by her mother-in-law and a neighbor woman. The room is warm and close. A small oil lamp burns in a niche in the wall, casting soft light over the mud brick surfaces. Ninshubur speaks to Damiktum softly. She does not dismiss the young woman's fear. Instead, she names it, acknowledges it as something real and worthy of attention, and then she begins to work. She places the tamarisk branches at the four corners of the room to ward off the demoness Lamashtu, who the Babylonians believe preys upon mothers and newborns. She anoints Damiktum's forehead with cedar oil and recites an incantation to the goddess Gula, asking for her hand of healing to rest upon this house. The incantation is old, older than Babylon itself, passed down from the ancient Sumerians. Nin Shubur speaks the words from memory, and though we might describe this as prayer, to her it is something more precise. It is a technology of the sacred, a way of aligning the forces of the human world with the will of the gods. She has seen it work 100 times. She has also seen it fail. She holds both truths equally, and this is what makes her wise. The labor continues through the morning and into the afternoon. Nin Shubur stays. She prepares a tea of crushed willow bark for the pain. She massages Demictum's lower back with warmed sesame oil. She tells the young woman a story, quietly, almost as a lullaby, about how the goddess Aruru shaped the first human from clay and river water, breathing life into the form with a divine whisper. The story is meant to remind Demictum that she is not alone in this act of creation, that what is happening within her body is an echo of what the gods themselves once did. And in the late afternoon, when the light through the high window has turned to amber, the child is born. A boy, small and perfect, his first cry rising through the house like a bell. Demictum weeps, the mother-in-law weeps. Nin Shubur wraps the infant in soft linen and places him against his mother's chest, and she offers a prayer of thanks to Gula, to Aruru, to the great spirit of life that moves through all things. She stays a while longer, making sure the bleeding has stopped, preparing a paste of herbs for the new mother to eat. When she finally leaves, the streets are golden with the late sun, and she walks home slowly, carrying her lightened satchel and the quiet satisfaction of a day spent in service to the oldest of all human mysteries. The summer heat arrives like a heavy hand laid upon the plain. By midday, the air above the city shimmers, and the mud-brick walls radiate warmth long into the evening. The Euphrates runs slower now, lower in its banks, and the canals must be managed with even greater care to ensure the water reaches where it is needed. In this punishing heat, construction continues. Nebuchadnezzar is a builder. He has rebuilt the walls of Babylon, restored the great temples, paved the processional way with limestone slabs set in bitumen, and raised the Ishtar Gate with its magnificent glazed bricks, row upon row of golden bulls and blue-scaled dragons gleaming in the sun. The ambition of the king is written in brick and mortar across the face of the city, and it is the labor of thousands of ordinary men and women that makes it real. Among them is a young man named Eribam. He is 15, thin but strong, with the dark eyes and calloused hands of someone who has been working since he was old enough to carry a load. Eribam is an Arad, a debt servant. 2 years ago, his father, a barley farmer on the outskirts of the city, fell ill during the planting season and could not work. He borrowed silver from a creditor to keep the family fed and to pay the rent on his land. When the debt could not be repaid, Babylonian law allowed the creditor to take a member of the household as a laborer until the debt was satisfied. Eribam's father offered himself, but he was too weak, and so Eribam went in his place. This is not slavery as later civilizations would know it. Under Babylonian law, a debt servant retains certain rights. The term of service is limited, typically 3 years. The servant must be fed and housed. Violence against a debt servant is punishable, and when the debt is paid, the servant walks free. Eribam knows the terms. He counts the months. His work is on one of the great construction projects near the processional way, where a new section of the inner wall is being reinforced. He is part of a mud brick crew, a group of about 20 men and boys who make bricks from the raw materials of the plain. The process is ancient and unchanging. River mud is mixed with chopped straw and water in large pits, then pressed into rectangular wooden molds and set out in long rows to dry in the relentless sun. A skilled crew can produce hundreds of bricks in a day. The bricks are then stacked, carried to the construction site, and laid in courses with mud mortar. For more important structures, temples, gates, the king's own walls, the bricks are baked in kilns and sometimes glazed with brilliant colors. Erebon works in the brick pit. The mud is heavy and dense, and the work of mixing it is backbreaking, lifting, turning, pressing, hour after hour in the open sun. His hands are always caked with dried clay. His shoulders ache by mid-morning, but there is a rhythm to it that his body has learned, and within that rhythm a kind of peace. He works alongside men who joke and grumble and share water from the same clay jar, and in this small fellowship the work becomes bearable. During the midday rest, when the sun is too fierce even for the overseers to insist on labor, Erebon retreats to a strip of shade beneath a palm frond shelter and eats his ration, a round of barley bread, a handful of dates, a cup of beer so thin it is almost water. He sits quietly, watching the construction site. He watches the engineers, literate men in cleaner robes who consult clay tablets and direct the placement of the bricks. He watches the scribes who keep the tallies, their reed styluses moving swiftly across small tablets as they record how many bricks were made, how many laid, how many men worked. Erebon cannot read. His father was a farmer, and farmers have no need of cuneiform. But something in the quick, purposeful movement of the scribes fascinates him, the way meaning emerges from those small wedge-shaped marks, the way a tablet can carry a message across distance and time, the way the whole order of the city seems to rest upon the ability to record, to remember, to make permanent what would otherwise be lost. He thinks about this often. It is a quiet ambition, unspoken, barely formed, more a feeling than a plan. The feeling that he was meant for something other than the brick pit. He does not know yet what shape this feeling will take, but it lives in him the way a seed lives in the earth before the rains come. The light softens. The fierce yellow of the afternoon gives way to a deeper gold, and then to the warm, honeyed amber of a Babylonian evening. The streets, which emptied during the hottest hours, begin to fill again. Merchants reopen their stalls. Children appear in doorways. The smell of cooking, roasting onions, simmering stew, the yeasty sweetness of fresh bread, drifts from the courtyard houses and mingles with the dusty evening air. There is a tavern near the canal junction in the commercial quarter, in a low-ceilinged room that opens onto the street through a wide mud brick archway. It has no name. Taverns in Babylon do not have names the way we might imagine, but everyone in the neighborhood knows it, and they know the woman who runs it. Her name is Kishar, and she is 32 years old. Kishar inherited this tavern from her mother, who inherited it from her own mother before her. In Babylon, taverns are almost always run by women. The brewing of beer, the essential drink of Mesopotamian life, consumed by everyone from the king to the lowest laborer, has been women's work since time beyond memory, sacred to the goddess Ninkasi. And the selling of beer, the keeping of the house where people come to drink and eat and talk, is a woman's profession, governed by its own set of laws. Kishar knows these laws well. She knows that she must not overcharge for her beer, that she must not water it down, that she must report any seditious talk she overhears to the authorities. She knows the penalties for violation, and she knows that these rules, strict as they are, also protect her, give her standing, give her rights, give her a place in the social order that few other professions offer a woman. The beer she serves is sikaru, a thick, nutritious brew made from barley bread that has been baked, crumbled, mixed with water and dates, and left to ferment in large clay jars. It is rich in protein and calories, mildly alcoholic, and slightly sweet. It is drunk through long reed straws that filter out the floating grain. Kishar makes her own beer in the back room, and she makes it well. Her mother taught her the proportions, the timing, the signs that tell you when the fermentation is right, the particular smell, the specific quality of the bubbles, the way the surface of the brew looks when it catches the light. On this particular evening, the tavern is full. Farmers have come in from the barley harvest, sunburned and thirsty. A pair of merchants sit in the corner, speaking in low voices about a shipment of cedar wood expected from the north. A group of construction workers, Aribam among them, sitting quietly at the edge of the group, share a large jar of beer and a platter of bread and roasted fish. And Shamash-Iddin is here. He comes to Kisha's tavern 2 or 3 evenings a week after his long walks along the canals. He sits at the same spot near the archway where the evening breeze comes through. He drinks his beer slowly. Sometimes he talks with the other regulars. Sometimes he simply sits and listens to the hum of conversation around him. He is not a lonely man exactly, but he carries a kind of solitude that people notice. A quiet space around him like the still water at the edge of a moving river. Kishar notices. She has noticed for some time, in truth, the way women in every age have noticed certain men, not with a sudden spark, but with a slow, accumulating awareness. The way he always thanks her when she brings his cup. The way he listens when others speak, really listens, with his full attention. The way he speaks about his daughter with a tenderness that softens his weathered face. She has heard him describe a problem with a canal sluice gate with the same focused care that another man might use to describe a work of art, and she finds this quietly remarkable. Tonight, the tavern is loud and warm, and he is sitting in his usual place, and she brings him a cup of her best beer, the batch she made with extra dates, the one she keeps for the customers she favors, and she sits down across from him for a moment, as the work allows. She asks about his day. He speaks about the canal, about the weakened embankment he found, about the barley harvest coming in well. She speaks about a shipment of sesame oil she has been trying to purchase, about the difficulty of getting fair prices from the merchant at the Shamash gate. They speak as people speak who are only beginning to know each other, carefully, with a warmth that is still finding its footing. Iltani is at home tonight, looked after by the neighbor's wife. But Shamash-Iddin mentions her, as he usually does, and Kishar asks what the girl likes to do. And he tells her that Iltani collects small stones from the canal bank and arranges them in patterns in the courtyard, and that she asks him each night to tell her a story about the river, about where the water comes from and where it goes. Kishar smiles at this. It is a warm smile, and Shamash-Iddin sees it, and something shifts between them, something small and quiet and alive, like the first green shoot pushing through the soil after the rains. Around them, the tavern continues its gentle business. The construction workers laugh about something. The merchants conclude their deal with a clasping of hands. Eribam, in the corner, watches the room with his dark, observant eyes, seeing the shapes of the lives around him, the weary contentment of the farmers, the easy authority of Kishar as she moves through her domain, the silent connection flickering between the tavern keeper and the canal walker. The evening deepens. One by one, the customers drift home through the narrow streets, carrying the warmth of the beer and the company with them. The stars appear above the rooftops, brilliant and numberless in the clean desert air, and somewhere in the temple quarter an old man is climbing to the top of the observatory to read them. Autumn comes to Babylon not as a turning of leaves, for the date palms are evergreen and the barley fields have already been shorn to stubble, but as a softening. The murderous heat of summer loosens its grip. The mornings carry a whisper of coolness. The light changes, becoming richer, more golden, as if the sun itself has mellowed with the turning season. Outside the city walls, Balatu the gardener is harvesting his dates. The clusters hang heavy and amber from the crowns of the palms, great drooping bunches, each fruit plump and sticky sweet. Balatu climbs the trunks with a rope harness, the way his father taught him, and cuts the clusters free with a curved blade, lowering them gently in woven baskets to his grandson waiting below. The boy is 9 years old, and Balatu is teaching him the trade, showing him how to read the color of the fruit to know when it is ready, how to check the trunk for pests, how to prune the dead fronds so that the tree's strength flows to its fruit. The date palm is patient, Balatu tells the boy. You plant it, and it gives you nothing for 4 years, sometimes 6. You water it, you tend it, you protect it from salt and wind, and still it gives you nothing. And then, one season, the fruit appears, small at first, but it comes back every year after that, for 100 years or more, longer than any man's life. You are not planting for yourself, he says. You are planting for the ones who come after. The boy listens, and though he does not fully understand, the words settle into him like seeds into warm earth. Let us leave the orchard now and drift inward, past the walls, through the narrow streets, to the temple district, where the great ziggurat rises against the evening sky. The stars are appearing one by one, and atop the temple observatory an old man sits with his clay tablets and his reed stylus and looks upward. His name is Nabukashir, and he is a Tupshar Enuma Anu Enlil, a scribe of the Celestial Omen series, one of the most elite scholars in the Babylonian world. He is in his late 60s, thin and deliberate in his movements, with a mind that holds the positions of the planets and the patterns of the stars the way other men hold the names of their children. He has spent his entire adult life in the service of the temple, recording the movements of the heavens, interpreting their meaning, and preserving the astronomical knowledge that Babylonians have been accumulating for more than 1,000 years. Babylonian astronomy is, at this moment in history, the most advanced system of celestial observation on Earth. The temple astronomers track the movements of the 5 visible planets, which they associate with the gods Marduk, Ishtar, Nabu, Nergal, and Ninurta. They can predict lunar eclipses with remarkable accuracy. They have divided the sky into constellations. They have developed a mathematical system for calculating the length of daylight at different times of year. And they record everything, every observation, every anomaly, every prediction and its outcome, on clay tablets that are stored in the temple library. a collection so vast that it would take a lifetime merely to read what it contains. Nabokashir does not think of himself as a scientist because the concept does not yet exist in the way we understand it. To him, the stars are not merely physical objects. They are the writing of the gods, messages inscribed across the vault of heaven, revealing the divine will to those who have learned to read them. A certain alignment of Marduk's star, what we call Jupiter, with the constellation of the lion may foretell a good harvest. An eclipse at the wrong time may signal displeasure. The astronomer's work is therefore both empirical and spiritual, both mathematical and devotional. Tonight, he is tracking the slow, stately movement of Jupiter across the southern sky, recording its position against the fixed stars. His hands, though old, still move the stylus with precision. The tablet on his lap fills with tiny, careful wedge marks, numbers, coordinates, notes in the margins. Behind him, a young oil lamp flickers in its niche, casting just enough light to write by without spoiling his vision of the sky. He is not alone. A boy sits nearby on the stone parapet, cross-legged, quiet, watching. It is Erebom. How the boy came to be here is a story in itself. A few weeks ago, one of the temple scribes visited the construction site to inspect the progress of the wall. Erebom was working nearby, and the scribe dropped a tablet. Erebom picked it up and, without thinking, tried to read the markings on it. He could not, of course, but the scribe saw the way the boy held the tablet, carefully, with respect, with something like hunger in his eyes, and he mentioned it later to Nabokashir. The old astronomer came to see for himself. He found Erebom during the midday rest, sitting alone, drawing shapes in the dirt with a stick, mimicking the cuneiform he had seen the scribes make. Nabokashir asked the boy what he was drawing. Erebom said he was trying to remember the marks. The old man sat down beside him in the shade and, with his finger in the dust, showed him 3 signs: the sign for sky, the sign for earth, and the sign for water. N, Ki, A. Erebom learned them instantly. And so, in the way that these things sometimes happen, quietly, almost accidentally, the way a canal finds a new path when the old one silts up, an apprenticeship began, not a formal one, not yet. Erebom still works in the brick pit during the day, still carries the weight of his family's debt on his young shoulders. But in the evenings, when the light fails and the brick crews rest, he comes to the temple. Nabokashir has arranged it with the overseer. The boy sits on the roof and watches the stars, and the old man teaches him to see. Tonight, Nabokashir points toward a cluster of stars low on the horizon and tells Erebom their name, the hired man, what later ages will call Aries. He explains how this constellation marks the beginning of the year, how its rising in the spring signals the time of the Akitu festival, when the gods renew the world. He speaks of the Enuma Elish, the great creation story that is recited each year during the festival, how, in the beginning, there was nothing but the mingling of sweet water and salt water, Apsu and Tiamat, and from their union the gods were born, how the young god Marduk rose to face the chaos of Tiamat and shaped the world from her body, the sky from one half, the earth from the other, and set the stars in their courses to mark the seasons and guide the lives of mortals. Erebom listens, and the story is vast and strange and beautiful, and the stars above him seem suddenly alive with meaning. He is beginning to understand that the world he lives in is not just a physical place of bricks and barley and canal water. It is also a story, a story that has been told and retold and refined for thousands of years, a story in which every star and every season and every human life has a place. Nabukashir watches the boy's face as he looks at the sky, and he sees something he has not seen in a long time, the beginning of understanding, the first flame of a new mind catching light. And the old astronomer feels, in this quiet moment, the thing that all teachers feel when they find a worthy student, the sense that something essential is being passed from one pair of hands to another, and that the chain of knowledge, stretching back through all the generations of those who have watched these same stars, will continue a little further into the future. The rains come. After months of dry, relentless heat, the winter rains arrive in Babylon like a long-awaited guest. They come softly at first, a scattering of drops that darken the dust of the streets and release the rich, earthy smell of wet mud brick. Then more steadily, a persistent drizzle that lasts for days, filling the cisterns and swelling the canals and turning the sky to a soft, pearl-colored gray. The city changes. The rooftops, where families sleep in summer, are abandoned now to the rain. Life moves indoors, into the courtyard houses, where the central rooms glow with lamplight and the air smells of burning sesame oil and cooking stew. The pace of things slows. The construction projects pause when the earth is too wet for brick making. The farmers rest, waiting for the spring planting. Even the canals run fuller now, requiring less of Shamash-ad-Din's attention. In this quieter season, other rhythms emerge. Eribam's apprenticeship has deepened. The overseer of his work crew, persuaded by a word from the temple administration, and perhaps a small consideration of silver, has reduced the boy's labor to half days, allowing him to spend his afternoons in the temple scriptorium. It is not yet a formal release from his debt. That will take time, but it is a beginning. The scriptorium is a long, cool room in the lower level of the temple complex, lined with wooden shelves that hold thousands of clay tablets, the accumulated knowledge of Babylonian civilization. Texts on astronomy and mathematics, ritual incantations, medical diagnoses, legal codes, literary works, the Epic of Gilgamesh, the Descent of Ishtar, the Enuma Elish, all of it preserved in the small, angular script that Eribam is learning, sign by painstaking sign, to read and write. He begins, as all scribal students begin, with the basics. He learns to hold the reed stylus correctly, angled against the soft clay, pressed firmly, but not too deeply. He learns the simplest signs first, the numerals, the common nouns, the verbs of everyday life. He copies lists, endless lists, lists of objects, lists of professions, lists of cities, lists of gods. This is the ancient method of the Aduba, the tablet house, and it is both tedious and transformative. Through repetition, the signs move from the tablet into the hand, from the hand into the mind, and what was once a meaningless cluster of wedge marks becomes a word, a thought, a piece of the world made permanent in clay. Nabukashir supervises, but gently. He corrects Eribam's mistakes without harshness, explains the logic behind the signs, connects the abstract lessons to the living world. When Eribam learns the sign for field, Nabukashir asks him to think of his father's barley field, to see the sign not as a set of strokes, but as a piece of the earth, compressed into meaning. When the boy learns the sign for star, the old man takes him to the rooftop that evening and points to the sky and says, "That is what you wrote today." All of it contained in one small mark. There are other students in the scriptorium, boys from wealthier families, sons of merchants and priests who have been studying since the age of 8 or 9. They are further along than Arabam, and they regard him at first with a mixture of curiosity and skepticism, a brickmaker's boy in the tablet house. But Arabam is a quick study, and he is driven by something the other boys do not quite share, the understanding, born of hard experience, that this knowledge is not merely an accomplishment, it is a doorway out of a life of mud and labor, a way to serve the world with his mind as well as his hands. Meanwhile, in the quieter rhythms of the rainy season, the relationship between Shamash-ed-Din and Kishar has continued to grow. It has been gradual, carried forward by small gestures and regular presence rather than by any dramatic declaration. Shamash-ed-Din now stops at the tavern most evenings, not just for the beer, but for the conversation, for the feeling of being welcomed by someone who expects nothing from him except his company. Kishar, for her part, has begun to set aside a particular cup for him, a fine one with a pattern of reeds pressed into the clay, and she fills it from her best jar without being asked. They have begun to talk about things beyond the daily business of canals and taverns. One evening, Shamash-ed-Din speaks about his wife, her name, her laugh, the way she used to sing to Iltani at bedtime. He speaks haltingly, as if opening a room that has been closed for a long time. Kishar listens without interrupting. When he finishes, she does not try to fill the silence. She simply sits with him in it, and this is enough. Iltani, too, has become part of the picture. Shamash-ed-Din has brought her to the tavern on a few afternoons when no one else is there, and Kishar has made the girl honey cakes and let her help knead the barley dough for the next day's bread. Iltani, with the uncomplicated openness of a 7-year-old, has taken to Kishar with an ease that makes Shamash-ed-Din's heart ache and sing at the same time. In Babylon, courtship follows a pattern. When a man decides he wishes to marry, he approaches the woman's family, or, if she has no family, the woman herself, and proposes a marriage contract. This contract is a legal document specifying the terms, the bride price the man will pay, the dowry the woman will bring, the rights of each party in the event of divorce or death. It is a practical arrangement negotiated with care, because marriage in Babylon is the foundation of the household, and the household is the foundation of everything. Shamash-ed-Din has not yet spoken of marriage, but the thought is forming in him, slowly, the way a canal finds its path, following the natural contour of the ground, moving toward the place where the water wants to go. The deepest part of winter. The rains continue intermittently, and the nights are cold, genuinely cold, in a way that surprises those who think of Mesopotamia only as a land of heat. Families gather in the inner rooms of their courtyard houses, close to the clay ovens that serve for both cooking and warmth. The city draws inward. Let us visit Nin Shubur once more, the healing priestess, on a quiet afternoon. She is in her own home today, a modest but comfortable house near the temple of Gula, filled with the tools of her trade. Clay jars of dried herbs line the shelves, willow bark for pain, cassia for coughs, juniper for purification, myrrh for wounds. Small figurines of protective spirits stand in niches in the walls. Tablets of diagnostic texts are stacked carefully in wooden boxes. The room smells of cedar and something faintly sweet, beeswax perhaps, or dried flowers. She is preparing for a visit she will make tomorrow, to the house of Demictum, the young mother whose birth she attended in the summer. The baby, a boy named Naden, is now 6 months old and thriving, but Demictum has sent word that the child has developed a persistent cough, and Ninshubur will go to examine him. As she grinds herbs with a stone mortar, she thinks about the nature of her work. She has been a healer for 30 years. She has seen more births than she can count, more fevers, more broken bones, more mysterious ailments that came without warning and departed without explanation. She has seen people healed by her herbs and her prayers, and she has seen people slip away despite everything she could do. She has learned, and this is perhaps the deepest lesson of her long career, that healing is not the same as fixing, that sometimes the most she can offer is not a cure, but a presence, a steady hand, a calm voice, the assurance that someone who knows the ways of the gods and the body is standing with you in the uncertainty. The Babylonians live in a world saturated with divine presence. There is no division in their thinking between the sacred and the everyday. The gods are not distant abstractions. They are here in the temple, in the canal, in the grain, in the patterns of the stars. Marduk watches over the city. Ishtar governs love and desire. Shamash upholds justice. Ea, the wise one, flows through the waters and whispers in the dreams of those who know how to listen. When Ninshubur grinds her herbs and recites her prayers, she is not performing 2 separate acts. She is doing one thing with 2 hands. The herb is the body of the healing. The prayer is its spirit. Together they are whole. Tomorrow she will examine little Naden, and she will listen to his cough, and she will determine whether it is the hand of the weather or the breath of something that requires deeper attention. And whatever she finds, she will tend to it with the same practiced care, the same patient faith in the process that has guided healers in this land since before the first city rose from the mud of the river plain. In Shamash-Idin's house, a different kind of tending is underway. It is evening. The rain has stopped, and through the open courtyard above, a few stars are visible between the clouds. Iltani sits on a reed mat by the oven, arranging her collection of small stones into a pattern that, she explains to her father, represents the canal system. This stone is the Euphrates. This one is the big canal. These little ones are the ditches that go to the farms. Shamash-Idin sits nearby, repairing a wooden sluice mechanism by the light of an oil lamp. His hands move with the steady, unconscious skill of long practice, fitting the pieces together, testing the hinge, shaving a fraction from a wooden peg with a small bronze blade. He listens to Iltani's explanations with the attentive half-smile of a father who recognizes, with a mixture of pride and wonder, that his daughter's mind is already beginning to map the world. She asks him, as she often does, a question that comes from nowhere and everywhere at once. "Where does the water go?" she asks, after it leaves the canal and goes into the field. Does it stay in the ground forever? Shamash-Idin considers this. Some of it stays, he says. The plants drink it. It becomes part of the barley, part of the dates. Some of it sinks deeper into the earth, to places we cannot see, and some of it rises up again, into the air, into the clouds, and falls again as rain. And the rain fills the rivers, and the rivers fill the canals, and the canals fill the fields. It goes around, he says. It always comes back. Iltani looks at her stones and rearranges them into a circle. The rains begin to ease. The air carries a new quality, a faint softness, a suggestion of warmth returning. The barley fields, plowed and planted during the winter months, are beginning to show the first feathery green of new growth. The date palms outside the walls stand tall and patient, their fronds dark against the lightening sky. In the house of Shamash-Idin, something has been decided. He has spoken to Kishar, not in the tavern, not in the noise and bustle of the evening trade, but in the late morning, when the tavern is empty and the light comes in soft and clean through the archway. He came without his tools, without his satchel, wearing his best linen robe, the one he saves for temple visits and festival days, and he spoke to her simply, directly, as a man speaks when he has thought carefully about what he wishes to say. He told her that he admires her, that her company has become the part of each day he most looks forward to, that Iltani asks about her constantly, that he would like to propose a marriage contract if she is willing, and that he has already consulted with the temple scribe about the terms. Kishar listened. She did not answer immediately. She is not a woman who speaks before she has considered, which is one of the things Shamash-Idin admires about her. She asked about the practical matters, whether she would keep her tavern, whether they would live in his house or hers, what the terms of the contract would say about property and inheritance. These are not unromantic questions. They are the questions of a woman who understands that love, to endure, must be built on a foundation as solid as the bricks of any canal wall. They agreed. The contract was drawn up by a temple scribe on a clay tablet, witnessed by Shamash-Idin's neighbor and Kishar's cousin, sealed with their cylinder seals pressed into the wet clay. The bride price was paid. The terms were clear and fair. Kishar would keep ownership of her tavern. She would move into Shamash-Idin's house, bringing her dowry of household goods and a sum of silver. In the event of his death, the house and its contents would pass to her and to Iltani equally. The wedding feast takes place on a cool evening in late winter in the courtyard of Shamash-Idin's house, which has been swept and decorated with garlands of dried flowers and fronds of green palm. The neighbors have been invited, and Kishar's friends from the market quarter, and a few of Shamash-Idin's fellow canal workers. Ninshubur comes, bringing a small clay figurine of the goddess Ishtar as a blessing for the couple. Even Nabu Kashir makes an appearance, leaning on his walking stick, his old eyes bright with pleasure at the sight of good food and warm company. Aribam comes too, shyly, standing at the edge of the courtyard until Nabu Kashir beckons him forward and introduces him to the others as his apprentice. The word carries weight here. To be an apprentice of a temple astronomer scribe is to have a future, and several of the guests look at the former brickmaker's boy with new eyes. The feast is generous by the standards of ordinary Babylonian life. There is mutton stew, thick with onions and garlic, simmered in beer. There is roasted fish from the river, seasoned with cumin and coriander. There are rounds of warm barley bread, still fragrant from the oven. There are dates, Balatu's dates, in fact, from the orchard south of the wall, plump and honey-sweet. And there is beer, of course, Kishar's own brew, the best she has ever made, served in fine cups and drunk through reed straws. During the ceremony, Shamash-Idin pours perfumed oil over Kishar's head as custom requires, a ritual gesture that marks her as his bride in the eyes of the community and the gods. Kishar wears a new linen garment, white and clean, and her hair is braided with small blue beads that catch the lamplight. They do not exchange words of declaration the way couples might in later traditions. The contract is the declaration. The feast is the celebration. The community is the witness. Iltani, in a new dress sewn by the neighbor's wife, sits between her father and her new stepmother at the head of the mat, and she eats 3 servings of stew and falls asleep against Kishar's shoulder before the evening is over. And Kishar, who has never had a child of her own, feels the warm weight of the sleeping girl against her arm and understands with a quiet certainty that something in her life has changed, that the shape of her days has opened to include something she did not know she had been waiting for. The guests drift home. The lamplight dims. The courtyard settles into the particular silence that follows a gathering. A silence that feels not empty but full, like a cup that has been filled to the brim. And now the year turns. The spring equinox approaches. The barley in the field stands tall and green, almost ready for the first harvest. The Euphrates, fed by distant mountain rains, begins its annual rise, the great slow swelling that the canal inspectors have been watching for, the pulse of life that has sustained this land for millennia. The air warms. The sky opens into a blue so deep it seems to hold the memory of every sky that has come before it. And in Babylon, the greatest celebration of the year begins. The Akitu festival, the New Year, is 12 days of ritual, prayer, procession, and renewal. It is the moment when the gods, led by Marduk, renew their covenant with the city and its people. It is the moment when the world itself is symbolically unmade and remade, chaos giving way to order once again, as it did in the beginning when Marduk shaped the heavens and the earth from the body of Tiamat. On the first day, the high priest of Esagila, Marduk's great temple, begins the cycle of prayers. Sad, solemn prayers expressing humanity's fear of the unknown, acknowledging the fragility of life and the dependence of mortals upon the goodwill of the gods. The people join in, all of them, the wealthy and the poor, the scholar and the laborer, the tavern keeper and the canal inspector. There is no distinction during the Akitu. The whole city prays. For the first 3 days, the mood is one of solemnity and supplication. Priests bathe in the Euphrates. Craftsmen in the temple workshop create small ritual figures from wood and gold. The creation story, the Enuma Elish, is recited in its entirety within the inner sanctum of the temple, all 7 tablets of it, the great sweeping narrative of how the world began. Erebam, standing in the temple courtyard, listens to fragments of the recitation drifting through the heavy doors, and the words are no longer entirely strange to him. He has read portions of the Enuma Elish in the scriptorium with Nabu Kashir. He knows the opening lines. When on high the heaven had not been named, and below the earth had not been called by name. He whispers them to himself, and the ancient words feel alive in his mouth, connecting him to something far larger than himself. By the 5th day, the mood shifts. The king himself enters the temple and stands before the statue of Marduk. In an extraordinary ritual, the high priest removes the king's crown, his scepter, his royal garments, stripping away all the symbols of his power. The king kneels, the priest strikes his cheek, and the king declares before the god that he has ruled justly, that he has not neglected the city, that he has not shamed the people. Then his regalia is restored, and he is led back before the public, renewed in his authority. This is something extraordinary, a ritual of humility embedded in the very structure of power. Even the king must answer. Even the king must kneel. It is a reminder, enacted each year, that authority comes not from the person who holds it, but from the divine order that grants it. The 9th day is the great procession. Imagine it now. The statue of Marduk, magnificent and gold-adorned, is carried from the Esagila temple through the Ishtar gate and along the processional way, that broad paved avenue lined on both sides with walls of glazed brick depicting lions, the sacred animal of Ishtar, striding in relief against a background of deep lapis blue. The avenue is wide enough for the great procession to pass with all its attendants, priests in white, musicians with lyres and drums, temple servants carrying standards, soldiers in ceremonial dress, and the people of Babylon line the way, standing on rooftops, crowding the side streets, pressing against the walls to see. They are dressed in their finest clothes. They carry flowers. Children sit on their parents' shoulders. The sound of drums and singing fills the air, mixing with the smell of incense and the warmth of thousands of bodies gathered together in an act of shared devotion. Shamash-ed-Din is there, with Kishar at his side and Iltani perched on his shoulders, craning to see over the crowd. The girl's eyes are wide with wonder at the spectacle, the glittering statue, the blue and gold walls, the sheer, overwhelming aliveness of it all. Kishar holds Shamash-ed-Din's arm, and she feels in this moment something she had not expected, a sense of belonging so complete it borders on the sacred. She belongs to this man, to this child, to this city, to this ancient and continuing story. Ninshabur stands near the temple steps, her lips moving in silent prayer. She has attended more than 30 Akitu festivals in her life, and each one still moves her. She prays for the health of the city. She prays for the families she tends. She prays for Demiktum and little Naden, who is now almost a year old and has begun to take his first unsteady steps. She prays for the renewal that the festival promises, the turning of the wheel, the return of the light, the assurance that the gods have not forgotten their people. Nabukashir watches from the upper terrace of the temple, too old and stiff to stand in the crowd below. But from here he can see it all, the river of people flowing along the processional way, the golden statue catching the sunlight, the green fields stretching beyond the walls to the flat and endless horizon. He has seen this sight 60 times, and each time it strikes him with the same quiet awe, the sheer persistence of it. The fact that this ritual has been enacted for centuries will be enacted again, the same prayers, the same procession, the same turning of the year. Beside him, Eribam stands at the parapet, looking out over the city with an expression that Nabukashir recognizes, because he felt it himself once, long ago. The expression of a young person seeing the world as if for the first time and finding it extraordinary. Eribam's debt will be paid off by the end of summer. Nabukashir has already arranged for his formal admission to the temple scriptorium as a junior apprentice. The boy will not return to the brick pit. He will spend his days among the tablets, learning the language of the stars, and one day, not soon but eventually, he may sit where Nabukashir sits now, watching the Akitu procession from the temple terrace, carrying the knowledge of 1,000 years in his careful, practiced hands. The procession passes through the Ishtar gate and continues to the Akitu house outside the city walls, where the statue of Marduk will rest for 2 days before returning. On the 11th day, The gods will gather in the Hall of Destinies, and the fate of the people will be decided for the coming year. And on the 12th day, the festival will end, and ordinary life will resume. The canals will be walked, the bread will be baked, the tablets will be inscribed, the sick will be tended, and the stars will be read. But for now, for this one luminous moment, the whole city is gathered together, united in the ancient act of beginning again. And now gently let us step back. Let the sounds of the festival soften. Let the drums fade to a distant murmur and then to silence. Let the crowds dissolve, and the great walls of Babylon grow hazy at their edges, like a painting seen through gauze. You have walked through a year in the life of this ancient city. You have seen the canals inspected at dawn, the brick shaped in the summer heat, the dates harvested in the golden autumn. You have sat in a tavern and heard the murmur of conversation. You have watched an old man teach a boy to read the stars. You have been present for a birth and a wedding and the great turning of the year. These lives, Shamash-Idin and Kishar, Iltani and Eribam, Ninshubur and Nabukashir, old Balatu and his grandson in the orchard, they are not so different from lives being lived right now, tonight, in every city on this earth. The details change, the language changes, the gods are called by different names, but the substance remains, the love between a parent and a child, the quiet courage of daily work, the slow, careful building of trust between two people who are learning to share a life, the hunger for knowledge, the instinct to heal, the need to stand together at least once a year and say, "We are still here, the world renews itself, and so do we." The Euphrates still flows. It has changed its course over the millennia. Rivers do that. They wander, they find new paths. But the water is the same water, moving in its ancient cycle from mountain to sea to cloud to rain and back again. Shamash-Idin would understand this. He would recognize the logic of it, the patient, circular truth. And the stars that Nabukashir tracked so carefully from his temple rooftop, they are still there tonight above you. The same patterns, the same slow, stately movements. If you were to step outside and look up, you would see the same sky that Eribam saw on the night he first learned to read its language. That light has been traveling for a very long time to reach you. Babylon is gone now. Its walls have crumbled. Its canals have silted up. The Ishtar Gate has been carried away to a museum in a faraway city, and the great ziggurat is a low mound of weathered brick on the Iraqi plain. But the things that happen there, the daily acts of care and labor and love and curiosity and faith, these do not crumble. They live on in the long chain of human experience, passed from hand to hand like a lamp in the darkness. So let them go now. Let Shamash-Idin rest beside Kishar in the quiet of their courtyard, with Iltani sleeping between them and the sound of water moving softly in the canal outside the wall. Let Ninshubur sit in her house of herbs and prayers, at peace with what the day has asked of her. Let Nabukashir set down his stylus and look at the sky one last time, and let Eribam look with him, and let the stars hold them both in their steady, ancient light, and let you, here now, in your own bed, in your own home, in your own small and precious moment of the turning world, let you rest too. The year turns, the rivers flow, the stars keep their long vigil, and all is well. This is the Nile Valley, and the time is long, long ago, more than 3,000 years before our own, during the age that scholars would one day call the New Kingdom of Egypt. It is a time of temples and reed boats, of mud brick houses painted white against the sun, of barley fields and date palms, and the soft drone of bees in the acacia groves. It is a time when the river is everything. The river is the road, the calendar, the provider. It is the thread that stitches together every village, every town, every life along its banks, from the cataracts of the far south to the wide, marshy delta where its waters finally meet the sea. And it is along this river, in a mid-sized town called Jarret, a modest place not far from the great temple complex at Abydos, that we will spend our time tonight. Jarret sits on the western bank, where the land rises gently from the river's edge through a patchwork of fields and irrigation channels before giving way to the pale, dry hills of the desert beyond. It is a town of perhaps a few hundred souls. There is a small temple here dedicated to Osiris, the god of the afterlife, whose great sanctuary at Abydos draws pilgrims from across the land. There is a modest marketplace, a cluster of workshops, a landing where boats tie up along the bank, and there are homes, mud brick homes with flat roofs and small courtyards, where families cook and sleep and argue and laugh, much as families have always done in every age. We arrive in the season of Shemu, the time of harvest and low water. It is late in this season now. The fields have already been cut, the grain stored, and the land has taken on a scorched, tawny look, as though the earth itself is holding its breath. The river is low and sluggish, its banks exposed cracked mud drying in wide plaits along the shore. The heat is immense. It presses down on everything like a warm hand. People rise before dawn and rest through the hottest hours of the afternoon, and the town has a languid, waiting quality, as if everyone and everything is anticipating something that has not yet arrived. And they are. They are waiting for the flood. But the flood is still weeks away. For now there is only the heat, the dust, and the steady rhythm of ordinary life, and it is in the quiet of an early morning, before the sun has fully cleared the eastern hills, that we first find Nefret. She is walking along a narrow path at the edge of town, where the last of the mud brick houses give way to a grove of acacia trees. She is a woman in her late 30s, neither tall nor short, with strong hands and sun-darkened skin and the kind of face that settles easily into calm. Her hair is pulled back beneath a square of linen, and she carries 2 clay jars of water balanced against her hips, one on each side, with the practiced ease of someone who has made this walk 1,000 times. Nefret is a beekeeper. It is not the trade she was born to. Her father was a potter, and her husband, before he died of a fever 3 years ago, had been a leather worker who made sandals and belts for the local market. But the hives had come to her through her husband's mother, an old woman who had tended bees for decades, and who, in her final years, had taught Nefret everything she knew. And Nefret had discovered, to her own surprise, that she understood the bees. She understood their moods, their rhythms, the way they responded to weather and season. She could read a hive the way a scribe reads papyrus, not just the surface of it, but the meaning beneath. Her apiary sits beneath the acacia canopy. Several dozen cylindrical hives made of clay and dried mud, stacked in neat horizontal rows on low mud brick platforms, their open ends facing east to catch the morning light. The hives are warm to the touch even now, before dawn, and as Nefret approaches, she can already hear the low, steady hum of the colonies stirring inside. It is a sound she finds deeply comforting, a sound of purpose and order, of countless small lives working together toward something larger than any one of them. She sets down her water jars and pours a thin stream into the shallow clay dishes she has placed near the hive entrances. In this dry season, with the wildflowers gone and the river pulled back from the banks, the bees must fly farther to find both nectar and water. Nefret has been supplementing their water supply for weeks now, walking out here twice a day, once at dawn and once in the late afternoon to refill the dishes. It is a small, repetitive labor, and she performs it with quiet attention, the way one might tend a garden or comb a child's hair, not because it is exciting, but because it is necessary, and because there is a kind of peace in necessary things. As she works, the first edge of sunlight touches the tops of the acacia trees, turning them gold. A hoopoe bird calls from somewhere nearby, that distinctive, fluting cry that sounds almost like a question. Nefret pauses, straightens, and watches the light move down through the branches and across the hives. The bees begin to emerge, one by one, then in small clusters, hovering at the entrances before setting off into the warming air. She watches them go. She has always believed that the bees carry something sacred in their work. That honey, golden and sweet and incorruptible, is a small echo of the divine order that holds the world together. The old texts say that bees were born from the tears of Ra, the sun god, and that when those tears fell upon the earth, they became these small, tireless creatures. Nefret does not know if this is literally true, but she feels its truth in her body every morning when she stands here and listens to the hum of the hives and watches the bees rise into the light. It is enough. For now, in this dry and patient season, it is enough. Let us leave Nefret to her morning and drift now toward the river itself, where the water moves slowly between its shrunken banks, olive green and glassy in the early light. Sandbars have emerged in the shallows, pale ridges of sand and silt that were underwater a few months ago and will be underwater again soon. Herons stand motionless on these bars, patient as statues, watching for fish. A crocodile rests on a mudflat downstream, its jaws slightly parted, utterly still. And here, in a small wooden boat with a curved prow and a single patched sail, we find Renzi. He is a man in his middle 40s, broad-shouldered and lean, with deep lines around his eyes from years of squinting against the glare of sun on water. His skin is the color of oiled cedar, and his hands, large, scarred, perpetually calloused, move across the ropes and nets of his boat with an ease that suggests he could do this work in his sleep, and probably has. Renzi is a fisherman. He has been a fisherman since he was old enough to hold a throwing net, taught by his father, Amenhotep, who was taught by his father before him. The boat he sits in now is the same boat his father built, repaired and patched many times over, its hull rubbed smooth by decades of river water, but still sound, still faithful. Renzi sometimes runs his hand along the gunwale the way another man might touch a familiar wall in his own home. This morning he is checking his traps, woven baskets of reed and palm fiber that he set the evening before in the shallows near a sandbar where the tilapia gather in the low water. He pulls the first trap up and finds 3 good-sized fish inside, their scales flashing silver and blue-green as they flex against the wicker. He transfers them to a wet reed basket in the bottom of the boat, murmuring something low and steady as he does. Not quite a prayer, not quite a conversation, but something in between. Renzi has always talked to the river, or perhaps it is more accurate to say that he talks in the presence of the river, the way one speaks in the presence of an old friend who does not need to answer for the words to matter. He learned this from his father. Amenhotep had believed that the river was alive, not merely in the way that water moves and fish swim, but alive in the deeper sense, possessing a kind of awareness, a vast, slow intelligence that could be felt but never fully understood. When Renzi was a boy, his father would wake him before dawn, and they would push off from the bank together into the gray half-light, and his father would be quiet for a long time, just listening to the water against the hull, to the birds beginning to call in the reeds, to the sound the current made as it moved around a submerged rock or a fallen palm trunk. And then, after a while, his father would say something like, "The fish are south today," or "The perch are deep, we will need the long nets." And he was almost always right. Not because he possessed any supernatural gift, but because he had spent so many years on this water that its rhythms had become his own. The river had taught him, and he had been willing to learn. Renzi carries this inheritance quietly. He does not think of himself as wise or gifted, or anything other than a man who does what his father did, and what his father's father did before that. But he reads the river with an intuition that others in Jarrett have come to respect. They know that when Renzi says the flood will come early, it will come early. When he says the catfish are running north, the catfish are running north. He does not explain how he knows. He simply knows. Today, however, his thoughts are not on the fish. He is preparing for a journey. In a few days, he will set off southward, following the tilapia as they migrate upstream toward the deeper, cooler waters near the cataracts. It is a journey he makes every year at this time, when the river is low and the fish are concentrated and the towns along the upper Nile are hungry for fresh catch. He will be gone for several weeks, stopping at settlements along the way to sell his fish, to trade, to visit the handful of people he has come to know over years of making this same passage. It is a solitary journey, but Renzi does not mind solitude. He has lived alone since his wife left him many years ago, a quiet parting without bitterness between two people who had simply discovered they wanted different lives. He has no children. His father is gone. His boat and his nets and the long, slow river are his closest companions. He pulls the second trap from the water, 4 more tilapia, good ones, and sets his course for the landing at Jarrett to sell the morning's catch before the heat arrives. The town is waking now. Imagine the sounds of it. The low murmur of voices from behind courtyard walls, the clatter of clay pots, the braying of a donkey tethered near the market square, the rhythmic slap of wet linen as a woman washes clothes on a flat stone near the canal. Children's voices rise and fall in the narrow lanes between the houses, and somewhere a man is singing, a low, unhurried song, the kind that has no real beginning or end, just a melody that turns over and over like a wheel. In a small workshop on the eastern side of town, not far from the temple precinct, a young man named Khafra is already at work. His workshop is a single room with thick mud brick walls and a low ceiling, deliberately built to stay cool. A narrow doorway lets in a blade of morning light, and in that light you can see shelves lined with small clay jars and stone vessels, bundles of dried herbs hanging from wooden pegs, a grinding stone worn smooth in its center, and a wide, shallow basin of rendered animal fat, pale and waxy, in which dark petals are slowly steeping. Khafra is a perfume maker. He is perhaps 28 years old, slender and fine-featured, with careful hands that move among his materials with the precision of a musician tuning an instrument. He did not choose this trade so much as fall into it. As a boy, he ran errands for an aging perfumer named Senefer, carrying deliveries to the temple and to the homes of wealthier families, and over time, Senefer had begun to teach him. The old man had no sons of his own, and he recognized in Khafra a sensitivity to scent that went beyond the ordinary. Khafra could distinguish between two batches of myrrh resin harvested from different trees. He could tell, by smell alone, whether a jar of moringa oil had been pressed that season or the one before. Senefer had died 2 years ago, and Khafra had inherited the workshop, the recipes, and the quietly important role the perfumer plays in a town like Jarrat. This morning he is preparing a batch of lily perfume, a delicate, time-consuming process that Senefer had taught him with great care. He begins by warming a measure of balanos oil in a shallow stone dish set over a small clay brazier. The heat must be gentle, enough to soften the oil and open it to receive the scent, but not so much that it smokes or loses its clarity. While the oil warms, Khafra takes a basket of blue lotus petals gathered at dawn from the canal pools before the sun could wilt them, and begins layering them into the fat in the steeping basin. He presses each layer down with his palm, feeling the cool, faintly waxy surface of the petals against his skin. The fragrance rises immediately, sweet, aquatic, almost hypnotic, like the smell of cool water and honey and something faintly green and growing. Blue lotus is sacred in Egypt. Its flowers open at dawn and close at dusk, and for this reason it is associated with rebirth, with the sun's daily journey, with the possibility that all things lost may return. Khafra knows this, not because he is a particularly devout man, but because scent and the sacred are woven so tightly together in this world that one cannot work with one and ignore the other. Every temple ceremony requires incense, great quantities of frankincense and myrrh, burned on wide bronze dishes until the sanctuary fills with fragrant smoke. Every funeral preparation calls for oils and unguents to anoint the body for its journey into the West. Every feast, every wedding, every offering to the gods involves some form of perfume. Khafra's trade places him at the heart of these rituals, even though he himself stands at the edges of them, a craftsman, not a priest, a maker of sacred things who is not himself considered sacred. This is something he thinks about more than he would admit. Later today he will carry a delivery of temple incense to the sanctuary of Osiris, small cones of kiphi, the famous compound incense made from 16 ingredients, including raisins, frankincense, myrrh, cinnamon, and sweet wine, all pounded and blended according to a recipe so old that no one remembers who first composed it. He will enter the outer court of the temple, hand the basket to a junior priest, receive his payment in grain and linen, and leave. He will not be invited inside. He will not be asked to stay, and he will walk home through the market with the smell of the sacred still on his hands, wondering, as he often does, what it would be like to be welcomed into those inner rooms, not as a deliveryman, but as someone who belongs. But that is for later. For now there is the lotus and the oil and the quiet work of his hands, and in his workshop, surrounded by the accumulated fragrances of his craft, Khafra is, for a little while, entirely at peace. Let us move now through the waking town, past the market where vendors are beginning to set out their goods, baskets of figs and dates, rounds of bread, bundles of green onion, small clay pots of beer, and towards the temple precinct, where the mud brick walls are taller and the lanes are quieter, and the air carries a faint trace of incense, even now, hours before the midday offering. Near the outer wall of the temple compound, in a small, clean room with whitewashed walls and a single window that looks out onto a courtyard with a sycamore tree, there lives a woman named Takayat. She is in her mid-60s, old by the standards of this time and place, with white hair cropped close to her head and a face that is deeply lined but still alert, still watchful, the way a heron's face is watchful even when the bird appears to be resting. Takayat is a dream interpreter. She holds no formal title within the temple hierarchy, but she occupies a role that is both ancient and respected. People come to her with their dreams, and she helps them understand what the dreams might mean. She does this with the aid of a papyrus scroll, a copy of a much older text, the Book of Dreams, which catalogues hundreds of dream images and their interpretations. If a man dreams of seeing himself with a large face, this means good fortune. If he dreams of drinking warm beer, this means suffering will come. If he dreams of catching birds, this means he will lose something of value. The entries are formulaic and direct, but Takayat has learned, over decades of practice, that the scroll is only a starting point. The true work of dream interpretation lies in listening, in understanding the life of the person sitting before you, and in feeling for the connections between the dream and the dreamer that no text can fully capture. It is to Takayat's room that a young woman named Bakit comes on this particular morning. Bakit is 17, nearly 18, that uncertain age when childhood has ended but adulthood has not quite begun. She is slight, with large, expressive eyes, and a habit of fidgeting with the hem of her dress when she is nervous. Her father is a soldier, stationed somewhere far to the south at one of the garrison towns near the border with Kush. He has been away for years, returning only twice that Bakit can remember. Her mother is a busy, distracted woman with 3 younger children to manage, and while she is not unkind, she does not have much time or attention left over for Bakit's questions about the world. And Bakit has questions. She feels them pressing inside her like water against a dam. Questions about what she is meant to do with her life, about what kind of person she is becoming, about whether the restlessness she feels is a sign that something is wrong with her or a sign that something is waiting to be found. She does not know how to ask these questions directly, but last night she had a dream, a vivid, strange dream, and it has given her a reason to come here. She stands in Takayat's doorway, hesitant. The older woman is seated on a low stool near the window, her papyrus scroll open across her knees, and she looks up with an expression that is neither surprised nor particularly welcoming, but simply open, available. She gestures for Bakit to sit. Bakit sits on the packed earth floor, cross-legged, and begins to describe her dream. She speaks haltingly at first, then with more confidence. In the dream, she tells Takayat, she was standing at the edge of the river, but the river was not water. It was light, a flowing, shimmering light, green and gold, that moved like water but made no sound. And across this river of light there was a door a wooden door standing alone in the middle of the current with no wall around it. She wanted to open the door. She walked toward it, but the closer she got, the farther away it seemed, and she woke with her hand outstretched, reaching for something that was not there. Takayat listens without interrupting. When Baquette finishes, the older woman is quiet for a long moment. She does not immediately consult her scroll. Instead, she asks a question, a gentle one, almost casual. She asks Baquette what she felt when she saw the door, not what she thought, but what she felt. Baquette considers this. She says she felt longing, and then, more quietly, she says she felt afraid, not of the door itself, but of what might be behind it, of what it might ask of her. Takayat nods slowly. She tells Baquette that water in dreams, or light that behaves like water, often speaks of change, of something flowing toward the dreamer that cannot be stopped or turned back. And a door, she says, is always an invitation, even when it seems unreachable. She tells Baquette that the dream does not mean she must find the door today or tomorrow. It means only that the door exists, and that some part of her already knows this. She suggests that Baquette pay attention in the coming days and weeks to the moments when she feels that same longing, that pull toward something she cannot yet name. Those moments, Takayat says, are the dream continuing to speak. Baquette leaves feeling not resolved exactly but lighter, as though something that had been knotted inside her has loosened slightly. She walks home through the brightening streets, past the market, past the canal where women are washing linen, past a group of children playing with a leather ball in the dust, and she feels for the first time in a long while a small, quiet sense of possibility. And back in her room, Takayat rolls up her scroll and sits for a moment in the silence. She is thinking about the girl. There is something in Baquette that reminds her of herself at that age. The same restlessness, the same hunger for meaning, the same sense of standing at the edge of something vast and not knowing whether to step forward or stay still. Takayat had found her own way, eventually. She had learned to listen to dreams, to the quiet voices that speak in the spaces between waking and sleeping, to the patterns that repeat and repeat until they are finally understood. She hopes the girl will find her way, too. These things cannot be rushed. They unfold in their own time, like the river, like the seasons, like the slow turning of the stars. A few days pass. The heat continues steady and immense, and the town moves through its daily rhythms with the unhurried patience of a place that has known 10,000 summers just like this one. Fields lie fallow, waiting. The canal water is low and warm. Palm shadows stretch long across the lanes in the early morning and again in the late afternoon, and in between, the world is white with light. On a morning like any other, Nefret walks into town carrying a clay jar of honey. She has harvested a small amount from one of her strongest hives, carefully using smoke from a bundle of dried cow dung to calm the bees, then lifting out sections of comb and draining the golden liquid into a jar. The honey is thick, dark amber, and faintly floral from the acacia blossoms the bees had been foraging before the flowers dried up. It is beautiful, and Nefret carries it with the understated pride of someone who knows the value of what she has made, or rather, what her bees have made and what she has helped to bring forth. Her first stop is Khafra's workshop. The perfume maker uses honey in certain preparations, balms for the skin, a medicinal ointment that the local healer prescribes for burns, and occasionally as an ingredient in the embalming unguents he prepares for families who can afford proper burial goods. Honey does not spoil. It holds within itself a kind of permanence that makes it sacred, suitable for offerings to the gods, for sealing wounds, for preserving what might otherwise be lost. Nefret thinks of this as she walks, and it gives her a quiet satisfaction. Her bees make something that endures. Khafra is in his workshop, grinding cinnamon bark in his stone mortar when Nefret arrives. The smell is extraordinary, warm, spicy, faintly sweet, and it mingles with the residual scent of blue lotus from his steeping basin and the ever-present bass note of rendered fat and moringa oil. His workshop smells the way a dream of abundance might smell, if dreams had fragrance. He looks up when Nefret appears in the doorway, and his face softens into a genuine smile. They have known each other for years, not intimately, but with the steady, low-frequency familiarity of two people who live in the same small town and whose trades occasionally bring them together. Nefret sets the honey jar on his work table, and Khafra examines it with the attentive seriousness he gives to all his materials. He holds it up to the light from the doorway, tilts it, watches the honey move, slow, thick, catching the light like amber glass. He tells her it is good, very good. The acacia gives it a clarity that he can work with. They talk for a while. Their conversation is easy and unforced, the kind of talk that happens between people who share a similar station in life and a similar relationship to their work. Nefret asks about his temple deliveries, and Khafra tells her about the kiphi he prepared last week, about the particular difficulty of getting the proportions right, about how the junior priest who received the delivery had barely looked at him. He says this without bitterness, but there is something in his voice, a small, wry note, that Nefret recognizes. She knows what it is like to do work that matters, and to have that work taken for granted. Her honey goes into temple offerings, too, placed on stone altars before the image of Osiris, and no one has ever asked her name. She tells him something her husband's mother once told her, that the bees do not work for praise. They work because the work is in their nature, and the hive endures because each bee does what it was made to do, without needing to be seen or thanked. It is a small philosophy drawn from a life spent watching insects, but it contains within it something larger, a reflection of Ma'at, that foundational principle that runs beneath everything in Egyptian life like groundwater beneath the soil. Ma'at is balance, order, the rightness of things. It is the feather against which every heart will one day be weighed. And it is also, in its simplest form, the idea that meaning comes not from recognition, but from the faithful performance of one's role, however humble. Khafra listens to this, and something in him quiets. He does not say so. He simply nods and thanks her for the honey, and offers her a small jar of scented oil in return, a balm of moringa and myrrh that is good for the hands. Nefret accepts it with a slight dip of her head, and they part. A small exchange, a small connection. The kind of moment that barely registers in the larger story of a town, but that holds within its simplicity the substance of what it means to live among others and to be known. Renzi sets off on a morning when the air is so still that the river looks like polished bronze. He has loaded his boat with dried fish, a few jars of salted roe, his nets and traps, a rolled sleeping mat, a sack of bread and dried dates, and a clay jug of beer. It is not much. He does not need much. The river will provide, as it always has. Picture him now, if you will, moving slowly upstream against the gentle current. His sail is raised to catch the north wind. The prevailing wind in Egypt blows from north to south, conveniently opposite to the river's flow, so that a boat can sail upstream and drift back down. It is one of those small, elegant facts of geography that seems almost designed, as though the gods had arranged the wind and the water specifically so that people could move freely along this narrow ribbon of life between the deserts. The landscape unrolls on either side of him like a painted scroll. To the east, the cultivated strip, narrow here, wider there, runs along the bank in shades of brown and gold, the stubble of harvested fields giving way occasionally to a stand of date palms or a patch of green where someone has managed to irrigate a garden. To the west, the land rises toward the desert, pale and heat-hazed, the cliffs catching the light and glowing faintly pink in the early morning. Birds are everywhere. Herons, ibises, kingfishers, cormorants perched on rocks with their wings spread to dry. A flock of white egrets lifts off from a mudflat as Renzi passes, rising in a slow, spiraling column before settling again 100 paces upstream. He fishes as he travels, setting traps at each overnight stop and checking them in the morning. The tilapia are moving as he expected, gathering in the cooler, deeper pools as the river contracts. He catches well, enough to sell at the small settlements he passes, where a few families have clustered around a canal head or a ferry crossing. He trades fish for bread, for beer, for a handful of dried lentils. He sleeps on the river bank under the stars, his boat pulled up beside him, the sound of the water a constant, gentle companion. On the third day, he reaches the settlement where old Mahu lives. Mahu is a reed cutter, a man who has spent his entire life in the marshes, harvesting papyrus and bulrushes for rope, for basket weaving, for the paper-like writing material that scribes use throughout the land. He is very old now. No one is quite sure how old, least of all Mahu himself, with a face like crumpled linen and hands that are permanently stained green from the reed juice. He was a friend of Renzi's father, and Renzi has stopped to see him on every upriver journey for as long as he can remember. They sit together on the bank in the late afternoon, sharing a meal of bread and dried fish, and a few precious onions that Mahu has grown in a tiny garden behind his hut. The marshes stretch out before them, a world of tall green reeds and open water, and the constant musical chatter of birds. Mahu talks about the marsh the way Renzi's father used to talk about the river, as a living thing, a presence, something that speaks to those who are patient enough to listen. He tells Renzi that the ibises came late this year. He tells him that the papyrus is shorter than it used to be, that the deep stands where he cut as a young man have thinned and retreated. These observations are delivered without alarm, without complaint, simply as facts, noted by a man who has been paying attention to the same stretch of earth for longer than most people have been alive. They talk about Renzi's father. Mahu tells a story Renzi has heard before, about a time when Amenhotep capsized his boat in a sudden storm and swam to shore laughing, dragging his nets behind him, refusing to lose a single one. Renzi smiles. He has heard this story many times, and each time it gives him the same quiet warmth, not because the story is remarkable, but because hearing it keeps his father's voice alive in the world for a little while longer. This, too, is a form of Ma'kat, the continuity of memory, the passing of stories from one life to the next, the way the dead remain present in the words of those who loved them. Renzi stays the night. In the morning, Mahu gives him a bundle of fresh-cut reeds, good ones, strong and flexible, suitable for repairing fish traps. Renzi accepts them with thanks and pushes off into the current, heading further south. Behind him, the old man raises a hand in farewell and then turns back toward his marshes, where the birds are already calling. And then, one morning, it begins. No one can say exactly when it starts. The flood does not announce itself with thunder or spectacle. It arrives the way dawn arrives, gradually, silently, as a slow change in the quality of things. Someone notices that the water at the canal head is a shade darker than it was yesterday. A woman washing clothes at the river's edge remarks that the bank seems a hand's width narrower than it was last week. A farmer walking his field at dusk finds a thin sheet of water where there had been only dry, cracked earth that morning. The river is rising. In Jarrett, the news passes from house to house like a warm current of air. The flood is coming. Everyone has been waiting for this. The whole town, the whole valley, the whole long parched land from the cataracts to the delta. The annual inundation is the heartbeat of Egyptian life. Without it there is no silt, no soil, no harvest, no life. With it the world is made new. The fields are drowned, and when the waters recede, they leave behind a layer of rich, black earth, the Kemet, the black land from which Egypt takes its very name. It is a miracle that happens every year, as regular as the turning of the sun, and yet it never entirely loses its capacity to inspire wonder. The color of the water changes first. The green-brown of the low river begins to shift toward a deeper, reddish hue. The color of the soil from the distant highlands far to the south, where rains have been falling for weeks, sending their runoff northward through 1,000 tributaries until the Nile itself is stained with the essence of another country's earth. The smell changes too. There is a new richness in the air along the river bank. A dark, fertile, almost sweet smell, like the smell of wet earth after a long drought, but deeper, more complex, carrying within it the promise of everything that will grow. Nefret watches the water from the path near her apiary, and she feels the change before she sees it. The bees feel it too. She is certain of this. In the days before the flood arrives, her hives grow more active, as though the colonies can sense the shift in humidity, the invisible moisture creeping into the air from the rising river. She begins to move her hive platforms to higher ground, carrying each heavy clay cylinder up the slope to a terrace she has prepared, working steadily through the cool hours of the morning and evening. It is hard labor, and she does it alone, but she does not resent it. This is what the season asks of her, and she answers. In his workshop, Khafra notices the change in the air the way a musician notices a change in key. The humidity affects his work. The steeping fats absorb moisture differently, the dried resins soften slightly, the fragrances bloom and shift. He adjusts his processes instinctively, the way Renzi adjusts his nets to the changing current. There is a shared quality between all people who work closely with natural materials, an attentiveness to subtle changes, a willingness to adapt, a respect for the forces that are larger than oneself. Beckett watches the river from the bank on the evening the water first spills over the levee into the low fields. She stands barefoot at the edge of the town, where a packed earth path leads down to the water, and she watches the slow, silent advance of the flood across the dry ground. It is mesmerizing. The water moves with a kind of patient inevitability, filling every crack and depression, finding every low point, spreading outward like a hand opening. Small things are swallowed, a clump of dried grass, a beetle making its way across the mud, a line of footprints left by a child. The world is being erased and rewritten, and Beckett feels, watching it, a strange echo of her dream, the river of light, the sense of something vast and unstoppable flowing toward her. She mentions this to Takayat the next day during one of their conversations. The older woman listens and nods. She tells Beckett that the flood is the land's oldest story, the story of loss and renewal, of the old world being washed away so that a new one can emerge. She says that the Nile does not grieve for the dry earth it covers, and the dry earth does not resist the water that comes to claim it. They are part of the same cycle, the same turning. She tells Beckett that there may be a lesson in this, that sometimes the things we are most afraid of losing are the very things that need to be released in order for something new to grow. And somewhere on the river, miles to the south, Renzi feels the flood beneath his hull. The current quickens, the water deepens and changes color. He knows what this means. The fish will scatter now, moving into the newly flooded fields where the water is shallow and warm and rich with the small organisms that the flood stirs up. The deep water fishing of the low season is ending. A different kind of abundance is beginning. He turns his boat northward and lets the strengthening current carry him home. The flood reaches its fullness and the world transforms. Where there were fields, there is now a vast shallow lake, brown and glinting, stretching from the river's edge to the base of the desert hills. The town of Jarret stands on its slight rise of ground like an island, its mud brick houses reflected in the still water that has crept up to the edges of the lower lanes. Palm trees rise from the flood like columns in a half-submerged temple. Birds gather in enormous numbers, flocks of ducks and geese settle on the water, and the air is filled with their calls, a constant layered chorus that is chaotic up close but resolves, at a distance, into a kind of music. Life slows. The fields cannot be worked. The flood will stay for weeks, 2 months, perhaps 3, and during this time, the rhythms of the town shift. People repair their homes, mend their tools, weave baskets, brew beer, visit with neighbors. There is more leisure now than at any other time of the year, and with it comes a certain expansiveness, a loosening of the usual routines, a willingness to sit and talk and let the hours pass without urgency. It is during this quiet time that Renzi returns to Jarret. He ties his boat at the landing. The water is high enough now that the landing is barely above the surface, and walks into town with a basket of fresh perch slung over his shoulder. He sells most of them at the market, where the vendors are glad to have fresh river fish, and then, on an impulse he does not fully examine, he walks to the edge of town and out along the path toward the acacia grove. He finds Nefret at her hives, which now sit on their higher ground, well above the floodwater. She is standing among them, watching the bees come and go, and she turns when she hears his footsteps on the path. They have met before. Jarret is a small town, and everyone knows everyone, but they have never spoken at length. Renzi holds up a fish, a good-sized perch, and offers it to her. A simple gift, the kind of thing a neighbor might do. Nefret accepts it with a slight surprised smile. She invites him to sit in the shade of the acacias, and she brings out a small dish of honey cakes, flat rounds of barley bread soaked in honey, a simple recipe that her husband's mother taught her, and a jar of cool water. They sit and they talk, not about anything of great importance, about the flood, about the bees, about Rensi's journey upriver. He tells her about old Mahu and the thinning papyrus, and she tells him about the peculiar behavior of one of her hives, which has been building comb in a spiral pattern she has never seen before. They talk about the heat, about the quality of this year's barley, about a neighbor's new baby. It is the kind of conversation that means almost nothing on the surface and almost everything beneath it. Two people, each carrying their own solitudes, discovering that there is ease between them, a recognition, a comfort. Nefret finds herself telling Rensi about her husband, not sadly, but with the quiet, settled tone of someone who has made peace with grief. She tells him that her husband was a good man, a gentleman who made fine sandals and who used to sing while he worked. She tells him that after he died, the silence in her house was so complete that she could hear her own heartbeat, and that it was the bees that saved her, their constant, purposeful hum filling the emptiness, giving her something to tend, something that needed her presence each morning and each evening without fail. Rensi listens to this in the way he listens to everything, fully, without interruption, with a stillness that is not passivity but attention. When she finishes, he is quiet for a moment, and then he tells her that after his father died, he used to go out on the river at night, alone, and just sit in the boat in the darkness, listening to the water. He says that it was not exactly comforting. It was more that the river did not need him to be anything other than what he was. It did not need him to grieve in any particular way, or to be strong, or to understand. It simply flowed, and he sat in it, and that was enough. Nefret looks at him, really looks at him, and something passes between them that neither of them names. It is not love, not yet. It is something quieter and perhaps more durable, a mutual recognition of the same quality of steadiness, the same relationship to silence, the same willingness to find meaning in the small, repeating rituals of ordinary life. Rensi comes back the next evening, and the one after that. He brings fish. She gives him honey cakes. They sit in the shade of the acacias as the floodwater glints in the lowering sun, and they talk, or sometimes they simply sit in companionable silence, watching the bees return to their hives in the amber light. It is the beginning of something, though neither of them calls it that. It is simply what it is. Two people choosing each other's company again and again for no reason other than the gentle pleasure of being understood. During the stillness of the flood season, word reaches Khafra of a commission. A wealthy family, administrators connected to the temple of Osiris at Abydos, is preparing for the burial of an elderly patriarch. They require fine oils and unguents for the wrapping of the body, cedarwood oil, juniper resin, a blend of myrrh and cinnamon in a base of rendered fat, and a special anointing oil made with frankincense and moringa for the final sealing of the linen bands. It is the largest and most prestigious commission Khafra has ever received. He accepts it with a mixture of pride and apprehension. The materials alone will cost him nearly everything he has saved. Frankincense and myrrh are imported from the distant land of Punt carried by caravan across the eastern desert to the Red Sea ports and then overland to the Nile towns, and their price reflects every mile of that journey. But the commission also represents an opportunity. If he does this well, the family may speak of him to others. His name may reach the ears of people who could offer him more work, more standing, a life that is something more than a small workshop and a daily round of modest deliveries. He works on the commission for days, grinding and measuring and heating and blending with obsessive care. The cedar wood oil must be pure, free of any taint of moisture or mold. The myrrh resin must be crushed to exactly the right fineness. Too coarse and it will not dissolve properly in the fat. Too fine and its fragrance will dissipate too quickly. The kyphi he prepares for the fumigation of the burial chamber requires 16 ingredients, each added in a specific order at a specific stage of the blending process, because the ingredient added last will be the most pungent and will determine the overall character of the scent. He follows Senefer's old recipes with reverent precision, and when he is unsure, he trusts his nose, that extraordinary trained sensitivity that is his truest gift. When the oils are ready, he carries them to the family's house, a large, well-appointed mud brick compound near the temple, with painted walls and a garden courtyard where a small ornamental pool reflects the sky. A servant leads him through the outer rooms to a receiving hall where 2 members of the family are waiting, a middle-aged woman, the daughter of the deceased, and her husband, a temple administrator with careful eyes and a measured way of speaking. Khafra presents his work. He opens each jar and vessel in turn, inviting them to examine the color, the consistency, the fragrance. The woman leans close to the jar of anointing oil and inhales, and something in her face changes, softens, and she speaks quietly to her husband. She tells Khafra that the scent reminds her of her father's house when she was a child, when the rooms were always fragrant with cedar wood and myrrh, and Khafra feels a small, unexpected swell of emotion at this, at the idea that his work has touched something real and personal in another person's memory. The husband examines the preparations with a more clinical eye, checking quantities and consistency, and seems satisfied. He pays Khafra in grain and linen, generously, more than Khafra had expected. And then, as Khafra is gathering his things to leave, the woman asks him a question. She asks where he learned his craft and how long he has been practicing, and whether he has ever considered supplying the temple directly rather than through intermediaries. She speaks to him with genuine curiosity, as though he is a person with a story, not simply a tradesman delivering goods. It is a small moment, but Khafra carries it with him as he walks home through the flooded lanes of Jarret, the evening light turning the water around him to copper and rose. He thinks about Nefret's words, the ones she spoke about the bees, about doing the work that is in your nature without needing to be seen. He thinks about Senefer, the old perfumer who taught him everything and who had spent his entire life in the same small workshop, never wealthy, never celebrated, but deeply, quietly satisfied with the skill of his hands and the quality of what they produced. Khafra wonders if that is enough. He wonders if he wants it to be enough, or if the wanting itself, the ambition, the hunger for more, is also part of who he is, also part of the work he is meant to do. He does not reach an answer, but the question sits within him like a seed in damp earth, and he suspects that, like all seeds, it will eventually show him what it is meant to become. The floodwaters have reached their highest point, and now they hold and hold like a long, slow breath. The world is still. The fields are submerged. The air is heavy with moisture and the smell of wet earth and green growing things. Already, small shoots of grass and weed are emerging at the waterline, pushing up through the saturated soil with the blind, insistent energy of all new life. Nefret tends her hives in this quiet time. The bees are foraging in the flooded margins where new flowers have begun to bloom, the pale star-shaped blossoms of water lilies, the tiny yellow flowers of a creeping vine that grows along the higher ground. The colonies are strong. The queen in each hive is laying well, and the workers are building new comb, filling the cells with honey and pollen, raising the next generation of bees with the same tireless communal devotion that their kind has practiced since the tears of Ra first touched the earth. Nefret is thinking about continuity this morning. She is thinking about the way a hive persists, how individual bees live only a few weeks, but the colony endures for years, for generations, each bee contributing its small labor to the larger whole and then dying quietly, without ceremony, making room for the next. She finds this comforting rather than sad. It is the way of things. It is ma'at at its most fundamental. The understanding that no single life is the whole story, that meaning comes from participation in something that continues beyond oneself. She thinks about her husband. She thinks about him less often now than she did in the first year after his death, and this too she accepts without guilt. Grief, she has learned, is not a betrayal of love. It is a season like any other, and like any other season, it passes, not into forgetting, but into something gentler, a kind of fond, settled remembrance that lives alongside the daily business of being alive. She remembers his hands, which were clever and careful with the leather he worked. She remembers his voice, which had a low, warm quality, like the hum of the hives themselves. She believes that he is in the field of reeds now, that beautiful, eternal place that the Egyptians imagine as the afterlife, a land of green fields and clear water and gentle breezes, where the dead live on in a perfected version of the life they knew on earth. She believes this not because she has been told to believe it, but because she has stood at the edge of the river and watched the water carry the silt southward, and the wind carry the birds northward, and the sun rise and set and rise again, and it seems to her that nothing in this world is ever truly lost. It only changes form. A neighbor stops by her hives one afternoon, a young mother with a baby on her hip and a toddler clutching her skirt. The woman wants to buy a small jar of honey for a cake she is making, and Nefret fills one for her. They talk for a while, standing in the dappled shade of the acacias, about the usual things, the flood, the children, the coming planting season. And then the neighbor asks Nefret, almost shyly, whether she believes the dead can hear the living. Her own mother has recently died, and the woman has been speaking to her at night, whispering into the darkness of her sleeping room, and she wants to know if Nefret thinks these words are heard. Nefret considers this for a moment. Then she says simply that she does not know if the dead hear our words, but she believes they are near, closer than we think, woven into the fabric of the living world in ways we do not fully understand. She says that when she tends her hives and the bees hum and the honey flows and the sun comes through the leaves, she feels her husband's presence, not as a ghost, not as a voice, but as a quality of warmth in the air, a sense that the order of the world still holds, still includes him, still makes room for all the love that was given and received. And she says that perhaps that is what it means to speak to the dead, not that they hear the words themselves, but that the act of speaking keeps the connection alive, keeps the thread unbroken between this world and the one that lies beyond it. The neighbor nods, and her eyes are bright. She thanks Nefret for the honey and goes home, and Nefret stands among her hives for a while longer, listening to the bees, feeling the warm air on her skin, watching the light move across the surface of the floodwater in the fields below. The world hums with its quiet, ancient music, and she is part of it, and that is enough. That has always been enough. The floodwaters begin to recede. It happens slowly, a finger's width of bank exposed each day, a thin line of dark, wet earth appearing at the water's edge where yesterday there was only water. The mud is black and rich and so fertile that you can almost see things growing in it. And indeed, within days of the water pulling back, green shoots appear everywhere, pushing up through the silt in dense, exuberant carpets of new growth. Renzi has been staying in Jarrett, fishing the flooded fields with nets and basket traps. But now, as the waters drop and the fish begin to concentrate again in the main channel, he prepares for a shorter journey downstream. He needs to sell the dried fish he has been accumulating, and his boat has developed a crack in its hull that needs attention, a repair he cannot do himself, but which an old friend can manage. He says goodbye to Nefret the evening before he leaves. They stand at the water's edge near the landing, the sky above them enormous and deepening toward violet, and their conversation is easy, unhurried, touching on nothing of great consequence, and yet somehow conveying everything that matters. He tells her he will be back in 10 days, perhaps less. She tells him she will keep a jar of honey aside for him. There is a pause, the kind of pause between two people who are aware that something is growing between them and who are choosing, with mutual, unspoken care, to let it grow at its own pace. Renzi pushes off at dawn, drifting north with the current, and the journey downstream is gentle. The river is still high, and the boat moves easily, carried by water that has lost the urgent force of the peak flood, but that still flows with a generous, purposeful energy. The landscape along the banks is transformed. Where a month ago the land was dusty and dry, it is now a luminous green, the new growth shining in the sunlight like emerald. He stops at a river town, a day's journey north, where his friend Dedi lives. Dedi is a boat builder, a large, jovial man with enormous hands and a laugh that can be heard across the water. He has been building and repairing boats his entire life, working with acacia wood and sycamore planks, sealing the seams with a mixture of plant fiber and resin. His workshop is an open-air structure on the bank, sheltered by a palm leaf awning, and it is littered with tools. Copper chisels, mallets, planes, coils of rope, pots of black sealing pitch. Dedi examines Renzi's hull with the expert eye of a man who has seen 10,000 cracks and knows which ones are serious and which are merely cosmetic. He determines that the crack is minor but worth fixing. He heats a pot of pitch over a small fire, and while they wait for it to soften, they share a jar of beer, thick, sweet, faintly grainy, brewed from barley and flavored with dates, the way most beer is made in the towns along the river. They talk, as old friends do, about the same things they have always talked about: the river, the fish, the flood, the small dramas and comedies of life in their respective towns. Dedi asks Renzi how he is. not casually, but with the directness of a man who has known him for years and who can tell that something has changed. Renzi is quiet for a moment, and then he tells Dedi about Nefret. Not much, just the outlines, the honey cakes, the evenings by the hives, the way she listens. Dedi grins and says nothing for a moment, and then he tells Renzi that he is glad. He says this simply, without teasing, without elaboration. He is glad. They seal the hull and share another jar of beer, and in the morning Renzi pushes off again, heading back toward Jarret. The river carries him south, and the warm wind fills his sail, and the light lies on the water in long, trembling sheets of gold. He thinks about his father, as he often does on the river. He thinks about what Amenhotep would have made of Nefret, and he knows, with a certainty that is as deep and as quiet as the river itself, that his father would have approved. Not because Nefret is remarkable in any extraordinary way, but because she is steady and she is kind, and she does her work in the world with the same quiet faithfulness that Amenhotep had always valued above all other qualities. Renzi thinks about what it means to begin something new in the middle of one's life. He is not a young man. The years behind him are more than the years ahead, and he has spent most of them alone on this river, content in his solitude, asking nothing of the world that the world was not already giving. And yet here is this new thing, this unexpected warmth, this quiet pull toward another person, and it does not feel like a departure from his life. It feels like a deepening of it, as though the river has always been carrying him toward this, and he simply did not know it until now. The waters recede, and the black earth is revealed. It is one of the most beautiful things in the natural world, this annual unveiling, this emergence of new ground from beneath the flood. The soil is dark as charcoal, rich as cream, and so moist that a person walking across it leaves deep footprints that fill slowly with water. It smells of life itself, of minerals and decaying plant matter, and the accumulated richness of 1,000 miles of river. It is the soil that feeds the nation, the foundation upon which everything is built, and when the people of Jarret walk out into their newly revealed fields for the first time, there is a quality of reverence in their step, as though they are walking on something holy, and in a sense they are. The Kemet, the black land, is the gift of the river, and the river is the gift of the gods, and the turning of the seasons that brings the flood and the soil and the harvest is the expression of Ma'at in its grandest form, the cosmic order that sustains all life, that keeps the sun moving across the sky, and the stars turning in their courses, and the dead resting peacefully in their fields of reeds. Planting begins almost immediately. It is communal work. Everyone participates. Farmers guide their ox-drawn plows through the soft earth, turning the soil, preparing it for seed. Women and children follow behind, scattering barley and emmer wheat from baskets, pressing the seeds into the furrows with their feet. The air is full of voices, of the lowing of cattle, of the creak of wooden plows and the rhythmic thud of hoes. It is hard work, and it is joyful work, and the whole town bends to it together with a shared sense of purpose that is one of the quiet glories of this place and time. Nefret moves her hives back down to the lower ground near the newly planted fields. The bees will pollinate the crops. Though the Egyptians do not understand the mechanics of pollination in the way that later centuries will, they have observed, over generations, that fields near apiaries produce better harvests, and they value the beekeeper's role accordingly. Nefret sets her hives in a row along the field's edge, and within hours the bees are out, moving among the freshly turned earth and the first tender shoots of green, doing their ancient, essential work. Khafra helps in the fields, too. Everyone does. For a few days, the perfume maker sets aside his mortar and pestle and works alongside farmers and fishermen and potters and weavers, bending and planting under the same sun. There is something leveling about this work, something that temporarily dissolves the small distinctions of trade and status that organize the town's daily life. Khafra finds himself working beside a temple priest who, outside the fields, would barely acknowledge him, and here they are, shoulder to shoulder, pressing barley into the dark earth, sharing water from the same jar. It is not a permanent transformation. Tomorrow the priest will return to his sanctuary and Khafra to his workshop, and the distance between them will reassert itself. But today, for a few hours, they are simply two men doing the same necessary work, and there is a kind of grace in that. Bakit is in the fields too. She works with energy and enthusiasm, and there is something different about her, a confidence, a settledness that was not there a few months ago. Her conversations with Takayt have continued throughout the flood season, growing deeper and more searching with each visit. They have talked about Ma'at, about purpose, about the difference between what the world expects of you and what your own nature asks. Takayt has told her stories, old stories, drawn from the wisdom texts that the temple scribes preserve, about people who found their paths late, or unexpectedly, or in ways that no one could have predicted. And Bakit has listened and thought, and slowly, quietly, begun to feel the shape of her own life emerging from the uncertainty that had surrounded it. She visits Takayt on the evening after the first day of planting, her hands still black with soil, her face tired and bright. She tells Takayt about a new dream, a dream she had the night before. In this dream, she was standing at the same river of light, but this time the door was closer, and it was open, and she walked through it, and on the other side there was a garden, a green, quiet garden, full of flowers she did not recognize, but whose fragrance was so beautiful that she woke up smiling. Takayt listens to this, and she smiles too, a rare, full smile that transforms her lined face and makes her look for a moment like the young woman she once was. She tells Bakit that this is a good dream. She says that the garden is the life that is waiting for her, not a specific plan, not a detailed map, but a place of growth and beauty that she will discover by walking toward it, one step at a time. She says that the fact that the door was open means that Bakit herself has opened it, that the seeking, the questioning, the willingness to sit with uncertainty and not run from it, all of this has been the work of opening. Bakit nods. She does not fully understand, and she knows that she does not fully understand, and this is all right. Understanding will come. For now there is the planting and the black earth and the green shoots that are already beginning to emerge, and the feeling of being part of something ancient and ongoing and good. And so the season turns, as it always has, as it always will. Evening falls over Jarrett. The sky in the west is a deep glowing amber, fading upward into violet, and then into the vast dark blue of the Egyptian night, where the first stars are beginning to appear, bright and sharp and impossibly numerous, the way stars always are in a land without clouds. The air is cool for the first time in months, carrying the green smell of new growth and the faint, sweet scent of the river. Renzi sits in his boat at the landing, not going anywhere, just sitting. The boat rocks gently in the current, and the water makes its soft, lapping sound against the hull, that ancient, hypnotic rhythm that has been the same since the beginning of time. He has a piece of bread and a small jar of honey that Nefret gave him, and he eats slowly, watching the stars appear one by one in the darkening sky. He is thinking about nothing in particular, or rather, he is thinking about everything, about the river and the fish and the way the current felt today, about Nefret and her bees and the sound of her voice in the shade of the acacias, about his father and old Mahu and the marshes and the story about the capsized boat. And all of these thoughts are moving through him gently, like the water beneath him, without urgency, without weight, simply flowing. Nefret is closing up her hives for the night. She moves among them in the blue dusk, checking each entrance, listening for the low, contented hum that tells her the colonies are settled. The bees are quiet now, clustered inside their clay cylinders, sharing their warmth, guarding their honey, resting after the long day's work. Nefret places her hand flat against the side of a hive and feels the faint vibration of the colony within, that living warmth, that steady pulse that has been her companion and her comfort for so many years. She stands there for a moment, her hand on the hive, her face turned toward the last light in the west, and she is at peace. Khafra has finished his work for the day. He has cleaned his mortar and pestle, covered his steeping basins, sealed his jars. He steps out of his workshop into the evening air and breathes deeply. The smells of his trade cling to his skin and his clothes, myrrh and cinnamon and the faint, sweet ghost of blue lotus. And for a moment, standing in the cool air with the stars coming out, he feels a quiet pride in this. These scents are his. They are the evidence of his craft, his labor, his place in the world. And perhaps that is enough. Perhaps the work itself, the daily, careful, devoted work of turning raw materials into something beautiful, is its own form of recognition, its own proof of worth. He does not need the temple to tell him so. He carries the sacred on his hands. Beckett walks home through the darkening streets. She passes the temple, where a thin thread of incense smoke rises from the evening offering, spiraling upward into the still air. She passes the market square, empty now, the vendors' stalls folded and silent. She passes the canal, where the water catches the last light and holds it for a moment before letting it go. She is thinking about the garden in her dream, the open door, the flowers she did not recognize. She does not know where her life will take her. She does not know what she will become. But she knows now that the not knowing is not something to fear. It is the open door itself, the space through which all possibility flows. And Takayet sits in the doorway of her small room, her scroll in her lap, her eyes half closed, listening to the night. The sycamore tree in the courtyard rustles faintly in a breeze that carries the smell of the river and the newly planted fields. She is an old woman. She has seen many floods, many plantings, many seasons of growth and harvest and rest. She has interpreted 1,000 dreams, and she has learned that all of them, in the end, are saying the same thing, that life is a river, and we are all moving on it, and the only wisdom is to trust the current and to tend what is given to us to tend, and to release, when the time comes, what is given to us to release. She closes her eyes. The night deepens. The stars turn slowly in their great wheel above the valley, and the river flows on as it has always flowed, carrying its dark, rich waters northward through the land, past the temples and the tombs, past the fields and the villages, past the sleeping towns where lamps are being extinguished one by one, past the fisherman in his boat and the beekeeper among her hives and the perfume maker breathing the evening air and the young woman walking home under the stars and the old woman listening to the silence and the bees in their clay houses and the birds in their reed nests and the crocodiles on their mud flats and the hippos in their deep pools, carrying all of it, all of them, all of this abundant, ordinary, extraordinary life, onward and onward toward the sea. The river does not hurry. It does not need to. It has all the time in the world, and now so do you. Let the river carry you. Let the hum of the hives grow distant. Let the warm air settle around you like a blanket, and the stars wheel slowly overhead, and the night deepen into its softest, quietest blue. The people of Jaret are resting now. Renzi has tied his boat and climbed the bank and walked to his small house, where he will sleep with the sound of the water still in his ears. Nefret has closed her door and lain down on her mat, and the last thing she hears before sleep takes her is the faint, low hum of the hives outside, steady as a heartbeat. Khafra's workshop is dark and fragrant and still. Bakit is asleep, dreaming of gardens. Takayat is asleep, dreaming of nothing at all, resting in the deep, clear emptiness that lies beneath all dreams. The town is quiet, the river flows, the stars turn, and you too may rest now. You have traveled far tonight, along the river, through the seasons, through the lives of people who lived and worked and loved and wondered so many centuries ago, beneath the same sky that covers you now. Their world is gone, but the river remains, and the stars remain, and the quiet, ancient rhythm of the turning earth remains. This is a story about a village in the desert hills west of Thebes, a small, walled settlement of whitewashed houses and narrow streets tucked into a valley where the cliffs rose pale and jagged against the sky. And the ordinary people who lived there during the long reign of the pharaoh Rameses, painters and draftsmen, stonecutters and scribes, mothers, enchantresses, and children, who spent their lives building tombs meant to last forever, and who, on their days of rest, built something just as beautiful for themselves. The Egyptians called this place Set Mat, the place of truth, and the men and women who lived there called themselves servants in the place of truth, though their work was anything but servile. They were among the finest artists and craftsmen in all of Egypt, entrusted with the most sacred task the kingdom knew, the making of the pharaoh's house of eternity, deep in the hidden valley to the north that we now call the Valley of the Kings. But our story does not begin in that valley, or in the tomb, or even inside the village walls. It begins on a hillside just above them, where a man named Nebnefer stood in the early light of morning with a brush of bundled reed in one hand and a clay shell of red ochre in the other, studying a freshly plastered wall. He had been standing there for some time. The plaster was smooth and pale, still faintly cool to the touch, and it waited for him the way a blank surface always waits, with patience and with a kind of quiet demand. Nebnefer was a draftsman, a seshked, and he had spent more than 30 years drawing the outlines that other men filled with color. In the royal tomb, his work was guided by the words of the scribe and the traditions passed down across generations, the precise proportions of a god's body, the angle of a pharaoh's striding leg, the way the sky goddess Nut stretched her painted body across a ceiling so that the stars fell from her like water. He knew these forms the way a man knows the sound of his own breathing. His hand could draw them in near darkness by the flicker of a single oil lamp 80 paces underground. But this wall was not inside a tomb built for a king. This was the chapel of his own family's burial place, a small vaulted room of mud brick and stone, topped with a steep little pyramid no taller than a man on the terraced hillside where the artisans of the village buried their own. And here, for the first time in his long career, no scribe had laid out the guidelines. No foreman had approved the composition. The wall belonged to him and to his wife, Merit, and to the children they had raised in the narrow house below. He dipped the brush and began. The first stroke was the horizon line, the boundary between the earth and the fields of eternity. Below it, in time, he would paint the dark, rich soil of the blessed afterlife. Above it, the golden grain of the fields of Iaru, the paradise where the righteous dead harvested crops that never failed beneath a sun that never set. He had seen this scene painted 100 times. He had drawn it for other men's tombs in exchange for sandals or linen or jars of good oil. But drawing it for himself was different. Every choice meant something that it did not mean when the work was for someone else. What color for the sky? How tall to make the grain? Whether to show himself and Merit alone or surrounded by their children, and if so, which children and how? He worked slowly, sketching the faintest outlines, the bones of the scene, while the sky above the valley brightened from gray to rose to the first pale gold of the Egyptian morning. Below him, the village was waking. The sounds rose like heat, a baby crying, the low rhythmic scraping of grain being ground, the voices of women calling to one another across the rooftops. The village was small, perhaps 70 houses arranged along a single narrow street, pressed close together behind a mud brick wall. The houses were modest but solid, built on stone foundations, their outer walls painted white, their wooden doors sometimes carved with the owner's name. High windows let in light without letting in the worst of the heat, and the street that ran the length of the village was covered in places with palm frond awnings, so that walking it felt like passing through a series of warm, shaded rooms. Nebnefer could see the roof of his own house from here, the flat top where Merit sometimes sat in the evenings, where the children had slept on the hottest nights of Shemu, when the air inside was too close to bear. The house had 4 rooms. The front room with its painted platform and the small shrine niche where Merit kept figures of Hathor and Taweret and a painted stela of Amenhotep, the village's patron. The main room where the family gathered and ate. The 2 smaller rooms behind it, one of which still held Panahisi's sleeping mat, and the kitchen at the back, where the bread oven radiated heat into the mud brick walls and the steps led down to the cool cellar below. He heard Merit's voice before he saw her. She had sent Bakatmut, the eldest of the servant women assigned to their household by the administration, up the hillside path to call him down. Bakatmut was breathing hard by the time she reached the chapel. The path was steep, cut into the hillside in rough steps, and she delivered the message with the weary directness of a woman who had been grinding grain since before dawn. The bread was ready, the beer was poured, and if he wanted to eat before the sun made the walk back down unbearable, he should come now. Nebnefer cleaned his brush, covered the ochre, and followed her down. Merritt had set the morning meal in the main room of the house, where the light from the high windows fell in slanted bars across the mud brick floor. There was bread, the dense round loaves she baked in the domed oven out back, and beer in a wide ceramic cup, thick and sweet and faintly sour, the kind she brewed herself and supervised with the same exacting attention she brought to everything in the household. There were onions and dried fish and a small dish of oil for dipping. It was a rest day meal, unhurried, and Merritt sat with him while he ate. She was a woman of 50 or near it, her hair still dark but threaded with gray, her hands strong and precise from decades of the work that kept a household running in this village. The bread-making, the brewing, the spinning and weaving, the management of grain stores and barter goods, the quiet daily accounting that determined whether a family ate well or went without. She held the title of Nebet Per, mistress of the house, and at Deir el Medina this was not merely a courtesy. The women who bore this title managed the domestic economy with real authority, and Merritt managed hers with a competence that Nebnefer had long since learned not to question. She also held a title that belonged to a different part of her life. She was a chantress of Hathor, a Shemayet, at the small chapel near the northern end of the village, and in this role she sang the hymns and shook the sistrum during the goddess's rites, her voice joining with the other women who served the chapel in a music that was, to them, as essential and as ordinary as the grinding of grain. It was not a priesthood exactly, but it was a position of standing held most often by the wives of the senior men, the foremen and scribes and master craftsmen, and Merritt carried it with the same quiet seriousness she brought to everything else. She asked him about the tomb, their tomb, not the pharaoh's, the one on the hillside. He told her he had begun, the horizon line, the first marks of the fields of Yaru. She nodded and said nothing for a moment, and then she said that she hoped he would remember to leave room for the sycamore tree. There should be a sycamore, she said, with nut reaching out from its branches to offer bread and water to the dead. It was a scene she had always loved in other people's chapels, and she wanted it in theirs. Nebnefer said he would remember. He had already been thinking of it. From the back of the house came the sound of Panahisi waking, the scuff of a sleeping mat, a long exhale, the particular silence of a young man gathering himself before the day begins. He was 17, the youngest of their surviving children, lean and quiet, with his mother's dark, watchful eyes and his father's long-fingered hands. In 2 days the work week would begin, and Panahisi would walk to the mountain camp for the first time as a member of the gang, the crew of artisans who cut and decorated the royal tombs. He had been accepted as an apprentice at the start of Akhet, and he had spent the season preparing, grinding pigments, practicing the hieratic script, sketching on ostraca until the limestone chips piled up beside his mat like a drift of pale leaves. He was ready, or he believed he was, and the restlessness in him was like a rope pulled taut. He came into the room and sat down and reached for the bread without speaking, and Merritt watched him the way she sometimes watched the bread as it baked, with attention, with patience, and with the knowledge that some things cannot be hurried. Let us leave the village for a moment and follow a different path, not up into the desert hills, but down, away from the cliffs and the dry, pale stone, down to where the land softens and greens and the air carries the heavy, fertile smell of the river. Here, in a small house of mud brick near the edge of the cultivation, where the fields of emmer wheat were just beginning to push their green blades through the dark, silted earth left behind by the retreating flood, a man named Amenemope rose before dawn and began to prepare for the day's work. His house was simpler than the ones inside the village walls. 2 rooms, a cooking area open to the sky, a small yard where the neighbor's goat sometimes wandered in to chew the rope that held the gate. He lived alone. He had been married once, years ago, but his wife had returned to her family in a village further south, and they had parted without children and without rancor, in the way that sometimes happens when 2 people discover that the life they'd imagined together was not the one they were actually living. He had not remarried. The work kept him busy, and the solitude had settled around him like a garment that fit well enough. Amenemope was a water carrier, an Enmao, one of the SMDT, the servants of the tomb, who supplied the village of Deir el-Medina with the things it could not provide for itself. The village was built in the desert, away from the river, away from the green land, tucked into its dry valley for reasons of secrecy and proximity to the royal tombs. Everything the villagers needed, water, fish, vegetables, firewood, pottery, clean laundry, had to be carried in from outside, and of all these necessities, water was the most constant and the most essential. Every morning, Amenemope filled tall clay jars from the canal that ran through the fields near his home, a channel fed by the river, its banks soft with mud and fringed with reeds where herons stood motionless in the shallows. He loaded the jars 2 at a time into rope cradles slung across the backs of donkeys. The donkeys were not his own. A water carrier's wages, paid in grain like everyone else's, were not enough to buy a donkey, and so he rented them from the village workmen, paying a portion of his monthly ration for the use of their animals. It was an arrangement that worked well enough, though the economics of it meant that Amenemope would never be anything more than what he was. The donkeys knew the path. They had walked it so many times that their hooves had worn smooth grooves into the limestone where the trail climbed away from the green land and up into the pale, dry hills. The walk took the better part of an hour. He left while the sky was still dark in the west and brightening in the east, and by the time he reached the village the sun was above the eastern cliffs, and the shadows were pulling back from the valley floor like water draining from a basin. The path was familiar to him in every detail, every stone, every turning, the place where the acacia tree grew sideways out of a crack in the rock, the point where the smell of the green land finally gave way to the dry mineral scent of the desert. He had walked it nearly every day for more than 10 years. He had not always been a water carrier. There had been a time, and it was not so long ago that the memory had faded, though it was long enough ago that it sometimes felt like a story about someone else, when Amenemope had been a member of the gang, a stone cutter assigned to the left side of the crew, working in the deep chambers of the royal tomb where the rock was still rough and the air was thick with dust. He had been taken on during a period of expansion, when the new pharaoh's tomb required more hands, and he had worked beside men like Nebnefer, slept in the same mountain camp, eaten the same meals delivered from the village. He had been part of the crew for nearly 5 years. Then, the work had shifted. The tomb moved from the cutting phase to the decorating phase. Fewer stone cutters were needed. The foreman had received orders from the vizier to reduce the gang, and Amenemope had been among those sent outside. reassigned to the SMDT, the support workers who lived beyond the village walls. It was not a punishment, and it carried no shame exactly. It was simply the way the system worked. When the cutting was done, the cutters were no longer needed, and the administration of the tomb was nothing if not efficient. Some of the displaced men had found positions as guardians or doorkeepers. Amenemope had become a water carrier. He remembered the day he had walked out through the village gate for the last time as a member of the gang. The strange lightness of it, the way the familiar street had looked suddenly different, as though he were seeing it from the wrong side of a window. He had been given his final grain ration by the deputy and had carried it home to the house by the river, and the next morning he had loaded the donkeys and begun the walk that he had been making ever since. He did not think about it every day, but some mornings when the path was quiet and the donkeys moved at their own unhurried pace and the village appeared above him on the hillside, the white walls, the little pyramids on the tombs, the covered street where he had once lived, he felt it, not bitterness, something quieter than that, an awareness of the line between inside and outside and of which side he stood on. The cistern was just beyond the north gate of the village, a wide funnel-shaped basin of plastered stone about 2 paces across, set into the small square where the women gathered in the mornings. Amenemope unloaded the jars and poured the water carefully, watching it settle into the basin where it would be drawn throughout the day, carried into the houses in smaller vessels, used for drinking, for cooking, for mixing the bread dough, for washing the children's faces. The water he brought was the village's lifeline. Without it, there was no bread, no beer, no plaster mixed for walls, no pigment ground for paint. Everything began with the water. He had just finished emptying the last jar when Nebnefer came down the path from the hillside, his hands still faintly stained with ochre, his tools wrapped in a linen cloth under his arm. The 2 men saw each other, and there was the brief, particular pause that happens between people who share a history that neither of them needs to explain. Nebnefer greeted him. Amenemope asked after his health, after merit. Nebnefer asked about the river, whether the flood had pulled back fully, whether the fields were planted. They spoke the way men speak, who have known each other for a long time, and who do not need to fill the silence with words that serve no purpose. There was warmth in it, and a kind of respect that had outlasted the change in their positions. Nebnefer had never been the sort of man who treated the support workers as though they were invisible, and Amenemope had never been the sort who resented the men who had kept their places in the gang. What lay between them was simpler than that, the memory of shared labor, of nights in the mountain camp, of the particular bond that forms between men who have worked together underground in the dark, in the silence, doing something that mattered. They spoke for a few minutes, no more. Then Amenemope gathered his donkeys and turned back toward the path, and Nebnefer went in through the gate to his morning meal, and the day continued in the way that days do when the rhythms are established and the work is steady and the season is about to turn. The inundation was nearly over, the river was pulling back into its banks. The air had just begun to carry the first faint edge of coolness that signaled the coming of Pompeii, the season of emergence, when the earth dried and the fields greened and the work in the tombs went forward at full pace. In the village, the women were already preparing for the shift, adjusting the stores, calculating rations, planning the brewing schedule. On the hillside, the family tombs stood in their neat rows with their small pyramids catching the morning light. In the Valley of the Kings, beyond the ridge, the corridors of the pharaoh's tomb stretched deeper into the mountain, waiting for the draftsmen and the painters to return. Pompeii was coming, the season of growing things, the season of emergence. And for a young man named Panahesi, lying on his sleeping mat in the back room of his father's house with his hands behind his head and his eyes open in the half-light, it could not come soon enough. The men left before the stars had faded. They gathered in the small square outside the north gate, the same square where Amenemope filled the cistern each morning, though at this hour the basin was a dark circle in the ground, and the village behind them was a row of pale shapes against the hillside, lit only by the last oil lamps guttering in a few doorways. The foreman of the left side of the gang, a broad, weathered man named Kaimwaset, counted heads by voice, calling names into the darkness and listening for the answers. And when he was satisfied, he turned without ceremony and started up the path. There were perhaps 30 men in the group, though it was difficult to count them in the dark. They walked in a loose column, their sandals scuffing on the limestone, their tools and provisions bundled in linen cloths carried across their shoulders or tied to their backs. Some carried their own water skins. A few carried nothing at all and walked with the easy, unhurried gait of men who had made this journey so many times that it no longer required thought. Panahesi walked near the middle of the group. He had barely slept. He had lain on his mat through the last hours of the night, listening to the sounds of the house, his mother's breathing in the next room, the faint scrape of a mouse in the cellar, the distant bark of a dog somewhere beyond the village walls. And when the knock had come at the door in the darkness before dawn, he had been on his feet before the sound had finished. Merit had risen too, though she did not need to. She had pressed bread and a handful of dried dates into his hands and touched his face once, quickly, the way she might touch a jar to test whether the clay was still warm from the kiln. Nebnifer was already outside, waiting. He had said very little, only that Panahesi should walk where he was told to walk, and watch what he was told to watch, and keep his hands ready and his mouth quiet until he understood how things worked. It was not unkindness. It was the voice his father used in the mornings before work, stripped of everything domestic, already belonging to the tomb. Now they climbed. The path rose steeply from the village, switchbacking up the hillside through loose scree and between outcrops of pale limestone that loomed in the pre-dawn light like the shoulders of buried animals. The air was cool, Pompeiy's gift, and carried the dry, clean scent of stone and dust and the faintest trace of something green from the valley far below. The men climbed in near silence. There was no talking on the path, not because it was forbidden, but because the steepness took the breath, and because the quiet of the hour seemed to ask for quiet in return. Panahesi could see his father ahead of him, a dark shape moving with the steady, unhurried rhythm of a man who knew exactly where to place his feet. Nebnifer climbed the way he did everything, without waste, without show, each step precisely where it needed to be. Behind Panahesi, he could hear the heavier breathing of Hay, who climbed with the rolling, muscular effort of a stonecutter, his broad shoulders swaying as he worked his way up the slope. Hay had found Panahesi in the square before they set out and had stood beside him in the dark with the comfortable ease of a man who remembered his own first morning and saw no reason to make a fuss about someone else's. He had pointed out where to stand in the column, not at the front where the senior men walked, and not at the back where stragglers drew the foreman's attention, but in the middle where an apprentice could watch and learn and stay out of the way. He had told Panahesi that the climb took less than an hour and that the worst of it was the col near the top, where the path narrowed to a ledge and the ground fell away on both sides. He said this not to frighten him, but in the way that a man describes a stretch of river to someone who has not yet traveled it, simply, practically, so that when it comes it is not a surprise. They reached the col as the sky was changing. The darkness had lifted into a deep, luminous blue, and the eastern horizon was beginning to burn, a line of molten gold above the distant cliffs on the far side of the Nile, spreading upward into bands of amber and rose. The path here was narrow, perhaps a pace and a half across, cut into the spine of the ridge that separated the village's valley from the great wadi beyond. To the left, the ground dropped away toward the south, and Panahesi could see, far below, impossibly far below, the dark geometric shapes of the mortuary temples along the edge of the cultivation. The columns of Hatshepsut's great temple nestled against the cliff face, the massive walls of the Ramesseum, and beyond them the green strip of the farmland and the river itself, a broad silver curve in the early light. To the right, the ground fell more gradually toward the north into a landscape of dry wadis and eroded limestone hills, and somewhere beyond them, hidden in its valley, the entrance to the royal necropolis where the pharaohs slept in their painted corridors beneath the mountain. And above everything, at the highest point of the ridge, the peak of Meretseger rose like a natural pyramid against the brightening sky. Meretseger, she who loves silence, the cobra goddess of the Theban hills, whose mountain watched over both the living and the dead. The artisans of the village knew her well. They carved her image, prayed to her, left offerings at her shrines. She was the protector of the necropolis and the punisher of those who swore false oaths, and her silence was the silence of the mountain itself, vast and patient and absolute. Panahesi looked up at the peak and felt something he could not have named settle over him, like a hand pressed gently against his chest. They descended the far side of the ridge along a path worn smooth by generations of feet, and the mountain camp came into view. It was smaller than Panahesi had imagined, a collection of low stone walls, some no higher than a man's waist, arranged in a rough cluster on a shelf of rock overlooking the valley. The walls were old, rebuilt and repaired many times, and they divided the shelf into a series of small rooms open to the sky. Inside each room, the ground had been leveled and covered with packed earth or flat stones, forming sleeping platforms just wide enough for a man to lie stretched out. There were fire circles blackened from years of use, and flat rocks that served as tables or seats, and in one corner a low-walled enclosure where the crew's provisions were stored, the dried fish and bread and beer that the women sent up from the village, delivered by runners who made the climb each day. The men filed in and found their places with the practiced ease of long habit. Each man knew which room was his. The arrangements had been set long before Panahesi was born, based on seniority and the two sides of the gang, and they changed only when a man retired or died and someone new took his place. The senior draftsmen and painters had the rooms with the best shelter from the wind. The stone cutters and plasterers were grouped together nearer the provision store. The apprentices slept wherever there was space. Hay showed Panahesi to a room near the eastern edge of the camp, where a low wall offered some shelter, and the sleeping platform was covered with a coarse linen mat that had been left behind by whoever had slept there before. It was a plain spot, unremarkable, but when Panahesi set down his bundle and straightened up, he saw the view, and for a moment he forgot everything else. The camp looked out over the Theban landscape in every direction. To the east, the green valley and the river and the distant temples of Karnak, their obelisks catching the first sun. To the south, the great mortuary temples spread along the desert's edge like a procession of stone giants. To the west, the barren hills rolling away into the desert, and below, in the cleft of the valley to the north, the hidden entrances to the tombs of kings. He had grown up in sight of these hills, had played on the lower slopes as a child, had watched his father leave for the mountain every 10 days for as long as he could remember, but he had never been here, at the top, where the whole world lay open and the silence was so complete that he could hear his own pulse in his ears. Hay was beside him, unwrapping his tools, arranging his copper chisels in the careful order that every stonecutter maintained. He glanced at Panahesi and seemed to understand what the boy was feeling because he let the silence hold for a moment before he spoke. He told Panahesi that the view was the best part of the camp, and that the stone beds were the worst, and that after a few nights his back would stop hurting, and after a few more he would sleep better here than he did at home, because the stars were closer and the wind came off the desert at night with a coolness that the village, sheltered in its valley, never felt. He said this in the easy, matter-of-fact way that was his manner with most things. Hay, who could make a hard truth sound like a comfortable observation, who could fill a silence without crowding it. In the camp that first morning, while the men arranged their things and the fire was built and the morning rations distributed, Panahesi watched and listened and tried to understand the shape of this new life. The foreman spoke with the scribe, a thin, precise man named Userhat, who kept the daily records on ostraca and tracked the attendance of every man in the gang. The deputy distributed the day's supplies, lamp wicks, pigment cakes wrapped in linen, the copper tools signed out from the guardian of the storehouse. Each tool was accounted for. Each chisel and hoe was inspected before it was issued and inspected again when it was returned. A blunted chisel was exchanged for a sharpened one, and the guardian noted it on his tally. Nebnifer stood apart from the bustle, his own tools already prepared, talking quietly with another draftsman, a man named Ipui, who worked the right side of the tomb. They spoke with the shorthand of colleagues who shared an understanding that required few words. The state of the plaster in the second corridor, the section of wall where the limestone had proved soft and needed additional preparation, the scribe's instructions for the next sequence of scenes. Panahesi watched his father and saw a man he recognized and did not recognize, the same face, the same hands, but held differently here, carried with a quiet authority that had nothing to do with the domestic world of the house below. The sun was fully up now, and the camp was bright and hard-edged in the desert light. The foreman gave the word. The men gathered their tools and began the short walk down into the valley toward the entrance of the royal tomb. And Panahesi, his heart beating in his throat, followed them into the mountain. The entrance to the tomb was cut into the valley wall at the base of a limestone cliff, a rectangular opening, modest from the outside, framed by the rough pale stone of the hillside. It did not announce itself. There was no grand facade, no towering gateway. The royal tombs were hidden by design, set into the folds of the valley where they would be difficult for outsiders to find, and the entrance to this one, the tomb of the living pharaoh Rameses, second of that name, lord of the two lands, master of an empire that stretched from Nubia to the Euphrates, looked from a distance like nothing more than a shadow in the rock. But inside, the shadow opened into something vast. The corridor descended at a steady angle, cut deep into the bedrock, and the ceiling rose as the floor dropped until the passageway was tall enough for two men to walk abreast without stooping. The walls on either side had been smoothed and plastered, the first stage of the work, and in the sections nearest the entrance, where the draftsmen and painters had already finished, the plaster was covered with images so vivid and so precisely rendered that they seemed, in the lamplight, to breathe. Panahesi had seen tomb paintings before. Everyone in the village had. The artisans decorated their own burial chapels with scenes drawn from the same tradition, and the family tombs on the hillside above the village were among the most beautiful on the west bank. But the scale of the royal tomb was something else entirely. The corridors stretched deeper and deeper into the mountain, room opening into room, each one larger than the last, and the painted figures on the walls were taller than a man, gods and goddesses, their skin the colors of the earth and sky, their eyes outlined in black, their bodies composed with a perfection that made them seem not painted, but revealed, as though they had been waiting inside the stone all along, and the artists had simply uncovered them. The crew moved through the finished sections quickly, their oil lamps casting warm, steady light across the painted surfaces. The lamps were carefully made, shallow ceramic dishes filled with sesame oil or animal fat, with wicks of twisted linen that burned clean and bright without producing the dark smoke that would have stained the ceilings and walls. In some sections, polished copper mirrors had been placed at intervals to catch and redirect the lamplight, multiplying a single flame into a constellation of reflections that filled a chamber with a gentle, even glow. The painters needed good light to judge their colors, and the engineering of that light, its placement, its steadiness, its quality, was as much a part of the craft as the painting itself. They passed through a pillared hall where the ceiling was painted with golden stars on a field of deep blue, the body of the sky goddess Nut arching overhead, swallowing the sun at dusk and giving birth to it again at dawn. They passed chambers where the great serpent Apophis was shown being defeated by the sun god Ra in his nightly journey through the underworld, the eternal battle that ensured the sun would rise each morning, the cosmic machinery that kept the world in order. They passed images of the pharaoh himself, young, idealized, standing before the gods with the confidence of a man who expected to live among them. And then they reached the working face, where the finished sections ended and the raw stone began. Here the tomb was still becoming itself. The corridor opened into a wide chamber where the plasterers were at work, applying a thin coat of gypsum and lime to the smoothed rock walls, building up the surface in careful layers that would dry to a pale, even white, the ground on which the draftsmen would draw and the painters would paint. In the adjoining passage, stonecutters were still cutting, the rhythmic ring of copper chisels on limestone echoing down the corridor, muffled by distance and by the close, still air. The rock dust hung in the lamplight like a fine golden haze. Panahesi was directed to the pigment station, a flat area near the working face where the materials of the painter's craft were laid out on linen cloths. There were lumps of red and yellow ochre dug from the desert and cakes of compressed carbon black and chunks of green malachite, rough and dull until they were ground fine and mixed with water and gum, at which point they became the vivid green of papyrus and new growth. There was the precious blue HSBD irit, Egyptian blue, a manufactured pigment made by heating together sand, copper, lime, and natron in a kiln until the mixture fused into a glassy blue mass that was then ground to powder. It was the most valuable pigment they used, and the guardian of the storehouse tracked every grain of it. There were reed brushes in several sizes, some as fine as a single straw, others thick enough to cover broad areas with a single stroke. There were clay shells and stone pallets for mixing. There were pots of gum arabic, the binder that held the pigment together and made it adhere to the plaster. This was Panahesi's domain, at least for now. He had been trained in pigment preparation since boyhood. His mother had taught him to grind ochre for household paint before he was old enough to help with the bread. And in the weeks before the work week began, Nebnefer had made sure his son knew every mineral by sight and by feel, knew how fine to grind each one, knew how much binder to add, knew which pigments dried quickly and which ones stayed wet longer, knew the way that lamplight changed the appearance of certain colors so that a blue that looked perfect underground might look too dark or too green in daylight. But knowing was one thing, and doing was another, and Panahesi set to work with the careful, slightly too deliberate movements of a young man determined not to make a mistake. He ground the red ochre first, working the mineral against a smooth stone mortar with a round grinding stone, pressing and turning until the coarse red lumps became a fine silky powder that he swept into a clay shell. He added water a little at a time, and then the gum, stirring with a thin stick until the mixture reached the consistency that the painters required. Fluid enough to flow smoothly from the brush, thick enough to hold its color without running. He prepared the black next, and then the yellow, and by the time he had finished all three, the senior painter had come to inspect his work. The painter, a calm, slow-moving man named Amenhotep, who had been filling in color behind Nebnefer's outlines for 20 years, tested each mixture with a brush on a flake of scrap limestone, studying the color in the lamplight, checking the consistency. He adjusted the black, a little more gum, and nodded at the rest. Panahesi exhaled. He had not realized he had been holding his breath. From where he sat at the pigment station, Panahesi could see his father working. Nebnefer stood before a section of freshly plastered wall at the boundary between the finished and unfinished portions of the tomb. The scribe Userhat had been here earlier, laying out the grid in thin red lines, a framework of horizontal and vertical guides that divided the wall into proportional units, ensuring that every figure would be drawn to the correct scale and in the correct relationship to the figures around it. The grid was the skeleton of the composition. The draftsman's job was to give it flesh. Nebnefer worked with a reed brush loaded with red ochre, drawing directly onto the white plaster. He began with the largest figure in the scene, a god, or perhaps the pharaoh in his divine aspect, starting with the crown and working downward. The proportions were prescribed by centuries of tradition. 18 squares from the soles of the feet to the hairline, the shoulders at a specific width, the waist at a specific point, the striding leg extended at a precise angle. Nebnifer knew these proportions so deeply that the grid was almost unnecessary to him, but he followed it nonetheless, because the grid was part of the discipline, part of the order, part of the system that ensured that what was painted in this tomb would look like what had been painted in tombs for 1,000 years before, and would be painted in tombs for 1,000 years to come. The red ochre lines were the first draft, loose, searching, feeling out the forms. When Nebnifer was satisfied with a section, he would return to it with a finer brush loaded with black paint, firming the outlines, correcting the proportions, sharpening the curves and angles until the figure stood on the wall with the authority of something that had always been there. The painters would follow these black lines exactly, filling in the flat fields of color that gave the figures their life, the red-brown of skin, the white of linen, the blue of lapis lazuli, the green of the marshlands, the gold of the divine. Panahisi watched. He had seen his father draw many times, on ostraca at home, on the walls of neighbors' tombs during rest days, on practice pieces brought back from the mountain. But he had never seen him draw like this. The scale was different. The intention was different. At home, drawing was a skill, a craft, something done with care and competence. Here, in the lamplight, 80 paces underground, with the weight of the mountain above and the silence pressing in from every side, it was something else. Nebnifer's hand moved with a certainty that seemed to come not from thought, but from some deeper place, from the hand itself, from the accumulated knowledge of 30 years, from the tradition that flowed through him like water through a channel cut in stone. The god took shape on the wall, the broad shoulders, the striding legs, the elaborate crown, the face in perfect profile, the eye rendered full frontal, the convention that allowed the painted figure to see into eternity. Nebnifer drew the arm extended, holding the ankh, the sign of life, and the was scepter, the sign of power, and beneath the figure he left space for the columns of hieroglyphs that the scribe would inscribe and the painters would fill with color. The work was slow, deliberate, and nearly silent. The only sounds were the soft scrape of the brush on plaster, the distant ringing of the stone-cutter's chisels deeper in the mountain, and the occasional murmur of the painters consulting about a color. The air was cool and still and carried the faint, chalky smell of drying plaster and the sharper mineral scent of ground pigment. The lamps burned steadily, their small flames reflected in the polished copper mirrors, and in their light the painted figures on the finished walls seemed to watch the living men at work among them, gods and goddesses looking on with their eternal, unblinking eyes as the same scenes were drawn again, one corridor deeper into the mountain, one step further into the dark. Panahisi would later find it difficult to describe what the tomb felt like to someone who had never been inside one. The silence was part of it, not the absence of sound exactly, but a quality of stillness that felt physical, like a pressure against the skin. The darkness was part of it too, the knowledge that beyond the small circle of lamplight, the corridors extended into a blackness so complete that it was indistinguishable from stone. And there was something else, harder to name, a sense of purpose so absolute that it permeated everything. The air, the walls, the movements of the men, the slow accumulation of color on plaster. This place was being built to hold a man's soul for eternity. Every line Nebnefer drew, every pigment Panahesi ground, every chisel stroke echoing from the deeper chambers was part of a single, vast intention: to defeat death, not to deny it, but to provide the dead king with everything he would need to pass through the underworld and emerge, reborn, into the light of an everlasting morning. This was what the men of Deir el-Medina did with their lives. And now Panahesi was among them, grinding ochre in the lamplight, watching his father's hand move across the wall, feeling the mountain above him and the silence around him, and the strange, solemn weight of work that mattered more than anything he had ever done. The first shift lasted 4 hours. When the foreman called the break, the men set down their tools and moved back toward the entrance, blinking in the late morning light like men emerging from a dream. Panahesi followed them out, and the sun hid his face, and the world, the valley, the sky, the distant green, seemed impossibly bright and loud and alive after the stillness of the tomb. Hay was beside him, squinting, stretching his arms above his head. He looked at Panahesi and grinned the broad, uncomplicated grin of a man who had been swinging a chisel for 3 hours and was ready for bread and beer. They walked back up to the camp together, and the morning shift was over, and the afternoon shift would begin after the midday rest, and the rhythm of the work, the ancient, steady, unhurried rhythm that had governed this place for generations, carried them forward like a current in a river that had been flowing long before they were born and would continue long after they were gone. The days found their shape. Pere settled over the Theban hills like a long, quiet breath, and with it came the steady rhythm of the work. 8 days on the mountain, 2 days at home, 8 days on the mountain again, a pattern so regular and so deeply established that the village and the camp and the path between them seemed less like separate places than like different rooms in the same house, connected by a corridor of stone and sky. Let us move through those early weeks the way the men themselves experienced them, not as a sequence of remarkable events, but as the gradual accumulation of ordinary ones, each day building on the last the way a painter builds up color on a wall, layer by layer, until the image emerges not all at once, but slowly, the way a face becomes familiar. In the tomb, Panahesi learned the work with his hands. The grinding of pigments, which had seemed straightforward enough at home, revealed itself underground as something more demanding than he had expected. Each mineral had its own character. Red ochre ground easily and forgave a rough hand, but yellow ochre was finer grained and required patience. Too much pressure and it clumped. Too little and the powder stayed coarse and the paint would be grainy on the wall. Malachite was hard and stubborn, a deep green stone that resisted the grinding stone and released its color reluctantly, grain by grain, and the powder had to be washed several times in water to remove impurities before it could be mixed with binder. Carbon black was simple. Soot collected from lamps or charcoal ground fine. But even this required attention, because the consistency of black paint mattered more than most people realized. Too thick and the outlines would be clumsy. Too thin and they would bleed into the plaster. And then there was the blue, Egyptian blue, the color of the sky, of water, of the headdress of Amun, of the body of the sky goddess Nut, was not a mineral at all, but a manufactured substance, produced in kilns far from the village by heating sand, copper, lime, and natron together until they fused into a hard, glassy cake of the most vivid blue Panahesi had ever seen. The cakes arrived at the village wrapped in linen and were stored under the guardian's watch, and when a draftsman or painter needed blue, it was issued in measured amounts and noted on the tally. Grinding it was delicate work. The cake was hard but brittle, and the trick was to crush it first into small pieces with a stone pestle, then grind the pieces slowly and evenly until the powder was as fine as river silt. If the grinding was too aggressive, the color lost its vibrancy. If it was too coarse, the paint would not spread evenly. The senior painter, Amenhotep, had shown Panahesi the technique on his first day and had watched him practice it 3 more times before he was satisfied. By the second week, Panahesi could prepare a full palette of colors: red, yellow, black, green, blue, and white, in the time it took the plasterers to finish a new section of wall. By the 3rd week, the painters had stopped inspecting his mixtures before using them. This was not a compliment anyone spoke aloud. It was simply the absence of correction, and Panahesi understood it for what it was. He began to understand other things, too, the way the crew worked together, not as a group of individuals performing separate tasks, but as a single organism, each part dependent on the others. The stonecutters opened the way, the plasterers prepared the surface, the scribe laid the grid, the draftsman drew the outlines, the painters filled the color. The sculptors, when relief carving was required, cut the figures into the wall between the outline and the painting stages so that the images stood out from the surface in shallow relief. Each stage had to be completed before the next could begin, and each man's work was visible to every man who came after him. A poorly smoothed wall made the draftsman's job harder. A careless outline made the painter's impossible. The work was a chain, and every link bore the weight of the links that followed. Panahesi noticed that his father never rushed. Other draftsmen, competent men, respected men, sometimes worked with a brisk efficiency that got the job done and moved on. Nebnefer did not. He stood before each new section of wall as though meeting it for the first time, studying the plaster, feeling its texture with his fingertips, noting where the surface was slightly uneven or where the grid lines had been drawn at a marginal angle. Only when he was satisfied with his understanding of the wall did he pick up the brush, and when he drew, his pace was steady and unhurried, the brush moving in long, fluid strokes that seemed to arrive at their destination without hesitation, as though the line had been waiting in the plaster and Nebnefer's hand was simply following where it led. The other men noticed it too, though they would not have described it the way Panahesi experienced it. To them, Nebnefer was simply very good at what he did. One of the best draftsmen the village had produced in a generation. A man whose outlines were so clean and so assured that the painters trusted them completely, never needing to adjust or compensate. They respected him for this the way craftsmen everywhere respect the person among them who makes the difficult look effortless. It was a respect earned through decades of consistent, quiet excellence, and it gave Nebnefer a standing in the crew that had nothing to do with his rank. In the camp at night, the men became themselves again. The professional distances collapsed. The foreman played senate with the stonecutters. The scribe told jokes. The painters argued amiably about the best way to render the scales on a serpent. Hay, who seemed incapable of silence for more than a few minutes at a stretch, told stories, long, rambling, good-natured tales about a fisherman he knew on the river who had once caught a catfish so large that it pulled his boat upstream for half a day, or about a man in the village who had dreamed that Ptah appeared to him and told him to build a new shrine, and when he woke up, he discovered that his neighbor's goat had eaten the offering bread he'd left out the night before, which the wise woman Naunucht had interpreted as meaning that Ptah wanted the shrine built somewhere else. The man laughed. The fire burned low. The stars turned overhead. The mountain camp, for all its roughness, the stone beds, the wind, the scorpions that occasionally turned up in a man's sandal, had a quality that Panahesi had not expected. It felt like belonging. These men had worked together for years, some of them for decades. They knew each other's habits, each other's strengths, each other's small irritations. They had carried each other's tools when someone was sick. They had covered for each other when someone needed a day off for reasons that the scribe's official records described with bureaucratic delicacy as personal matters or brewing beer or, on one memorable occasion recorded years ago, arguing with his wife. They were not family, but they were something adjacent to family, a fellowship of shared labor that ran deeper than friendship and required less explanation. Panahesi found his place in this fellowship gradually, the way water finds its level. In the first week he had been an outsider, the new boy, the youngest, the son of the senior draftsman, watched to see whether he would be any good or whether his acceptance into the gang had been merely the expected inheritance of his father's position. By the third week he was part of the furniture. He knew who snored. He knew who woke first. He knew that Hay liked his beer warm, and that the plasterer named Kenna preferred to eat alone, and that the foreman's deputy, a taciturn man named Penrennet, played the flute in the evenings with a sweetness that seemed impossible from someone so stern. And in the evenings, when the work was done and the camp settled into its nighttime quiet, Panahesi sketched. He had brought ostraca with him, smooth flakes of limestone, flat and pale, the same material the scribe used for his daily records. In the firelight, with a reed brush and a shell of ink, Panahesi practiced. He drew the canonical figures, gods in profile, pharaohs striding, the symmetrical patterns of the decorative borders. He copied what he had seen his father draw that day, trying to reproduce the proportions from memory, checking his work against the mental image and finding always that something was slightly off. The shoulder too narrow, the leg too short, the curve of the crown not quite right. But sometimes, when he had finished his practice and the brush was still in his hand and the ostracon was still before him, he drew something else. A lizard he had seen on the path that morning, frozen on a warm rock with its throat pulsing. The shape of the mountain against the stars. The face of the old painter Amenhotep as he squinted at a color in the lamplight, one eye closed, his head tilted. Small things, living things, things that did not belong in a tomb and had no place in the traditional repertoire, but that his hand seemed to want to draw anyway, as though the brush had its own intentions. He kept these sketches separate from his practice work, tucking them into his bundle where no one would see them. He was not ashamed of them exactly, but he was not sure what they were, or what they meant, or whether the impulse that produced them was a sign of something valuable, or merely a distraction from the real work of learning the craft. Nebna foresaw one of them. Panahesi did not know when or how. Perhaps one had slipped from his bundle, or perhaps his father had simply noticed and looked when his son was occupied elsewhere. But one evening, as the camp was settling down and the fire was dying to embers, Nebnifer sat down beside Panahesi and held out a flake of limestone on which Panahesi had drawn a hoopoe bird, the crested, striped bird that was common on the hillsides around the village, with its curved beak and its habit of fanning its crown when startled. It was a quick sketch, done in a few strokes, and it was not technically accomplished in the way that the canonical work demanded. The proportions were not governed by any grid. The pose was not one of the standard positions. It was simply a bird, seen and drawn, alive on the stone in a way that the figures in the tomb, for all their magnificence, were not. Nebnifer looked at it for a long time. Panahesi watched his father's face and could not read what he found there. Finally, Nebnifer said that the beak was good, the curve was right. He handed the ostracon back and stood up and went to his sleeping place without another word. It was not much. It was not praise exactly, or instruction, or even acknowledgment of the kind that Panahesi had hoped for. But in the days that followed, he noticed that his father sometimes paused at the pigment station a moment longer than necessary, glancing at whatever ostracon Panahesi had left beside his grinding stone, the evening's practice or the morning's observation, and then moved on without comment, as though the looking were enough. The family tomb waited. On rest days, when the men came down from the mountain and the village filled again with their presence, their voices, their appetites, their particular way of taking up space after 8 days of absence, Nebnifer returned to the hillside. He rose early, as he always did, gathered his tools and pigments in the linen bundle, and climbed the rough-cut steps to the small chapel above the village where his life's most personal work was slowly taking shape. By mid-season, the fields of Yaru had begun to emerge on the western wall. He had sketched the full composition in the first weeks of Pompeii, working out the arrangement of figures and landscape in red ochre outlines that covered the wall like a map of a place that existed only in faith and tradition. The fields of Yaru, the paradise of the blessed dead, were among the most beloved scenes in the Egyptian funerary repertoire, and nearly every tomb chapel on the hillside included some version of them. But no two were exactly alike, because the fields were understood to be personal. Each person's eternity was shaped by the life they had lived, and the painter of a family tomb was free to choose the details that mattered most. Nebnifer had chosen carefully. The fields stretched across the wall in horizontal registers, divided by channels of bright blue water, the canals of paradise, fed by an eternal Nile. In the topmost register, the grain grew impossibly tall, golden stalks reaching above the heads of the figures who harvested it with bronze sickles, their movements graceful and unhurried, their faces turned slightly toward the viewer with expressions of calm pleasure. This was the afterlife at its most hopeful. Abundance without labor, harvest without effort, the earth yielding its gifts freely and without end. In the middle register, Nebnifer had painted himself. He stood in the traditional pose, 1 foot forward, shoulders broad, wearing the white linen kilt of a working man. But beside him he had placed Merit, her hand touching his arm, her dress the fine pleated linen of a woman of standing, her hair dressed in the style she favored for festivals. Their names were inscribed before them in careful hieroglyphs, and around them, smaller but no less carefully rendered, were their children. He painted them all. The eldest son, Kayamwea, who had married and moved to a house at the far end of the village, where he worked as a carpenter in the gang. The daughter, Takat, who had married a painter from the right side of the crew and now lived 3 doors down from her parents, close enough that Merit could hear her grandchild crying at night through the thin mud brick walls. And between them, slightly smaller, rendered with a tenderness that showed in the particular care of the brushwork, a child, a small boy, barely more than an infant, depicted in the standard pose of a child in Egyptian art, a finger raised to the lips, the side lock of youth falling across one shoulder. His name, inscribed in a neat column beside him, was Amos. Amos had died in his 2nd year. It had been a long time ago, more than 20 years, and the cause had been the kind of fever that passed through the village every few seasons, taking the weakest with it, the very old and the very young. Nebnifer and Merit did not speak of it often. It was not a wound that required tending, not any more. It had healed in the way that such wounds do, not by disappearing, but by becoming part of the landscape of a life, a valley that the path of years passed through and moved beyond but never forgot. But here, on the wall of the family tomb, Amos was present. He stood among his siblings in the fields of Yaru, and in the logic of the painted afterlife, he would be there when they arrived, waiting for them in the golden grain, whole and well, restored to the family that death had not, in the end, been able to divide. Merit came up to the tomb most rest days, usually in the late morning when the bread was baked and the household was settled. She brought food and beer and sat on the flat stone outside the chapel entrance while Nebnifer worked, and they talked the way they always talked, in fragments, in half-sentences, in the comfortable ellipses of people who have been finishing each other's thoughts for 30 years. She told him about the village. He told her about the tomb, the royal one, the scenes coming together in the 2nd corridor, the quality of the plaster in the new chamber. She asked about Panahisi. He said the boy was doing well. He ground his pigments properly and kept his station organized and had not yet dropped a lamp or spilled a pot of blue, which Nebnefer said put him ahead of most apprentices in their first season. Merit heard what he said and also what he did not say, that Nebnefer was watching their son more closely than he let on, and that what he saw pleased him in ways he was not yet ready to put into words. She asked about the wall. She always asked about the wall. The family tomb was as much hers as his, more, in some respects, because her share of the family's property was protected by law, and the tomb was part of the marital estate that would belong to her in the event of his death. But her interest was not legal, it was personal, and it was precise. She wanted to know where the sycamore tree would go, the one she had asked for, with nut reaching from its branches to offer sustenance to the dead. She wanted to know whether he had left room above the main scene for the vulture of Nekbet, wings spread in protection. She wanted to see the colors. She had opinions about the colors. Nebnefer listened to all of it with the patient attentiveness of a man who had learned over many years that Merit's opinions were worth hearing, not because she was a painter, but because she saw things he did not. She understood the emotional weight of an image in a way that was different from his technical understanding. When she said the green of the field should be darker, closer to the color of new barley than to the pale green of papyrus, she was not thinking about pigment ratios. She was thinking about what the scene should feel like, how it should make a person feel to stand in this small room, lit by a single lamp, surrounded by these walls, knowing that the bodies of their family lay in the chambers below. She wanted the fields to feel like abundance, like arrival, like home. He adjusted the green. On a rest day in the 5th or 6th week of Pompeii, the exact date is lost to us, as so many things are, though the season itself remains. Panahisi came up the hillside path to the family tomb. He had not been asked. Nebnifer had not invited him, and Merit had not suggested it, though she had perhaps mentioned in the way that mothers mention things, that his father was working on the western wall, and that the fields of Yaru were coming along beautifully, and that it might be nice for him to see them. Panahisi had taken this information in with the non-committal acknowledgement of a 17-year-old and had then, the following morning, climbed the hill. He found his father standing before the wall with a brush in his hand and a look on his face that Panahisi recognized from the tomb, the particular inward focus that meant Nebnifer was not fully present in the room, that some part of him had gone into the wall and was working from a place that could not be reached by conversation. Panahisi sat on the stone bench near the entrance and waited. The chapel was small, perhaps 3 paces wide and 4 deep, with a vaulted ceiling that curved overhead like the inside of a bread oven. The walls were warm in the morning light, the plaster smooth and pale where it had not yet been painted, vivid with color where it had. The western wall, which faced Panahisi as he sat, was the one Nebnifer had been working on all season, and he could see now, for the first time, the full scope of what his father was making. It was beautiful. He had expected it to be competent. His father was the best draftsman in the village, and competence was the least of what he could produce. But the beauty of it surprised him. The fields of Yaru glowed on the wall in golds and greens, and the deep, rich blue of the canals, and the figures of his parents stood at the center of the scene with a dignity and a tenderness that Panahisi had not seen in his father's work before. In the royal tomb, Nebnifer's outlines were precise, authoritative, technically flawless, the work of a master craftsman executing a commission. Here, the lines had a different quality. They were softer, more personal. The figure of Merit was not a standardized woman rendered in the canonical proportions, but a specific person, his mother, recognizable in the set of her shoulders and the particular way she held her hand against Nebnifer's arm. And there, among the children, Panahisi saw the small figure, the boy with the side lock, the finger to the lips. He knew the name without reading the inscription. Ahmose, the brother he had never known, who had died years before Panahisi was born, whose name was spoken in the house only at certain times, when Merit left offerings at the household shrine on certain days, when the family visited the cemetery during festivals, when his parents' voices dropped into the particular quiet that Panahisi had learned as a child to recognize as the sound of something being remembered. He looked at the small painted figure for a long time. Amos stood in the eternal fields beside his siblings, whole and present, part of the family that would be reunited in the afterlife. Panahisi understood, sitting there in the chapel with the morning light slanting through the door, that this was what the tomb was for, not for death, for continuation, for the promise that what was loved would not be lost. He did not say any of this to his father. He sat quietly and watched Nebnifer work, and after a while he reached into his bundle and brought out an ostrakhan. It was a sketch he had made in the camp, one of the pieces he kept separate from his practice work, the ones drawn from observation rather than from tradition. This one was different from the others. It was not a bird or a lizard or a face glimpsed by firelight. It was the view from the mountain camp at dawn, the Theban plain stretching out below, the temples along the desert's edge, the green fields beyond, and the river curving away into the distance. He had drawn it in quick, loose strokes, trying to capture not the details but the feeling of it, the immensity, the light, the sense of standing at the top of the world and seeing everything laid out below like a gift. He held it out to his father. Nebnifer set down his brush and took the ostrakon and held it at arm's length, the way he held things when he wanted to see them whole rather than in their parts. He studied it. The composition was unconventional. There were no figures, no gods, no standard elements of the funerary repertoire. It was simply a landscape rendered with an economy of line that showed real instinct for the essential shape of things. The river was a single curving stroke. The temples were suggested rather than depicted, a few vertical lines and a shadow. The fields were a wash of green applied with a broad brush. It should not have worked. The traditional art of Egypt did not deal in landscapes for their own sake, did not render vistas or atmospheric effects, did not concern itself with the way the light fell on a particular morning from a particular vantage point. The tradition dealt in eternal forms, the unchanging images of gods and pharaohs and the blessed dead, arranged according to principles that had been refined over centuries into a visual language as precise and as legible as the hieroglyphs themselves. And yet, the ostrakon in Nebnifer's hand had something. It was not technically refined, and it would never appear on the wall of a tomb, but it was alive in a way that the canonical figures, for all their perfection, were not. It showed a way of seeing that was Panahesi's own, not inherited, not taught, but discovered through the act of looking at the world and putting down what he saw. Nebnifer held the ostrakon for a long time. What moved through him in that silence was not a single thing, but several things at once, layered and braided together the way the colors in a painting are layered on the wall. He saw his son's talent, not the talent he had hoped to pass on, not the mastery of the grid and the canonical forms, but a different kind of talent, one that he had not anticipated and did not entirely understand. He saw that Panahesi would be a good draftsman, perhaps even a very good one in the traditional sense, because the boy had the hands and the eye and the discipline. But he also saw that Panahesi's eye was not his eye. The son saw things the father did not. And this was the thing that Nebnifer sat with in the silence of the chapel, turning it over the way a man turns a stone in his hand, was both a gift and a kind of departure. He handed the ostrakon back. He said that the river was good. The curve of it was right. It was the same thing he had said about the hoopoe's beak in the mountain camp weeks before. It was not much. It was not the kind of praise that a young man hopes to hear from his father. But Panahesi heard something in it that he had not heard the first time. A recognition, careful and quiet, of something that Nebnifer was still finding words for. Merit arrived not long after, carrying bread and beer and a small basket of dried figs from the stores. She climbed the path and found them both in the chapel, Nebnifer at his wall, Panahesi on the bench with the ostrakon in his lap. And she looked at the wall, and then at her husband, and then at her son, and she felt the presence of something that had shifted between them, though she could not have said exactly what it was. she set the food down and went to look at the fields of Yaru. The sycamore tree was there. Nut leaned from its branches, her arms extended, offering bread and water to the figures below. The green was dark, the color of new barley, just as Merit had wanted. She looked at it for a long time, and then she turned to Nebnefer and told him that the tree was right, that it was exactly right. They sat together in the chapel doorway, the three of them, father and mother and son, and ate the bread and drank the beer, and the morning light came through the door and fell across the painted wall, and the small figure of Ahmoz stood among his family in the eternal fields, and the hillside was quiet except for the sound of a hoopoe calling from the rocks below. Let us stay in the village now, but at a different hour and in a different key, the hours when the men were gone, when the narrow street belonged to the women and children and to the rhythms of a life that the tomb workers, for all their skill, could not have sustained without. During the 8-day work weeks of Pompeii, when the men of the gang climbed the mountain path before dawn and did not return until the cycle ended, the village became a different place. Not emptier exactly. There were still the older men who had retired from the crew, and the boys too young to work, and the guardians and doorkeepers who came and went. But the center of gravity shifted. The women who had spent the rest days in the supporting rhythms of their husband's presence stepped forward into the full breadth of their own authority, and the village ran on their labor and their judgment as surely as the tomb ran on the draftsman's lines. Merit's days had a structure as fixed and as purposeful as the work shifts underground. She rose before dawn, not because anyone required it, but because the bread would not bake itself, and the grain would not grind itself, and the beer would not brew itself. And all of these things needed to happen in the right order and at the right time, and if they did not, the household would falter in ways both small and significant. The servant women assigned to the family, Bakatmut and a younger woman named Hunero, were already at the grinding stones in the back room when Merit came through, checking the grain stores in the cellar, calculating how much remained and how much would be needed before the next ration distribution. The grain was the foundation of everything. The men of the gang were paid in emmer wheat and barley, measured in kar, the standard unit, and delivered at regular intervals by the administration of the tomb. From this grain came the bread that fed the family, and the beer that quenched their thirst, and the surplus that could be bartered in the informal economy of the village for everything else a household needed. Linen cloth, sandals, pottery, cosmetics, firewood, dried fish, the occasional luxury of honey or good oil. Merit managed this economy with an attention to detail that would have impressed the scribe Userhat himself. She knew the current exchange rate for a jar of beer, knew which neighbors had linen to spare and which ones were short on grain, knew the cost of a pair of sandals from the leather worker who lived just outside the walls. She kept no written accounts, though she could read, as many women in the village could, thanks to the unusual literacy of the community. But her memory for transactions was exact, and no one in the household went without. The bread was baked in the domed clay oven in the kitchen at the back of the house. The oven radiated heat into the mud brick walls, and on cold Pompeii mornings the kitchen was the warmest room, and Merit sometimes lingered there after the loaves were in, standing near the oven's mouth with her hands wrapped around a cup of warm beer, watching the light change in the small high window. These were quiet moments, private ones, and they belonged to her in the way that Nebnifer's early mornings at the family tomb belonged to him. Small pockets of solitude in a life that was otherwise densely shared. The brewing was another matter. Beer in the village was not a luxury but a staple, a thick, nourishing drink made from partially baked bread that was crumbled into water and left to ferment in large ceramic vats. The process took several days, and the mistress of the house supervised it personally because the quality of the beer reflected directly on the household and because the monitoring of the fermentation was, according to the village's administrative records, a legitimate reason for a man to take a day off work. Merritt brewed twice a month, producing enough to supply the family and to have a surplus for barter, and she took a craftsman's pride in the result, a beer that was smooth and sweet, with a tang that the neighbors appreciated, and that Nebnifer, who was not given to extravagant compliments, described as the best in the street. The street itself was alive during the work weeks in a way that it was not when the men were home. The women gathered at doorways, at the cistern, at the small open area near the north gate where the goods from the support workers were received and distributed. They talked. The conversation of the village women was not idle. It was the medium through which information traveled. Disputes were aired, alliances were formed, reputations were made and adjusted. Who had received a larger grain ration than expected? Whose husband had been marked absent from the crew for the third time this season? Whose daughter was being courted by the deputy's son? Whose servant woman had been caught trading grain on her own account? The village was small and privacy was scarce, and the women who managed its households were as attuned to its social currents as any scribe was to the records on his ostraca. There were disputes, too, the kind of small, persistent disagreements that arise in any close community. A woman named Hel claimed that her neighbor Eneferti had borrowed a garment, a fine linen shawl, and failed to return it. The matter had been simmering for weeks, passed back and forth in the conversations at the cistern, and it would eventually come before the village court, a body of foremen, deputies, and senior craftsmen who sat in judgment on civil disputes, and whose decisions were recorded by the scribe and enforced by the doorkeepers. Women could bring cases, testify, and represent themselves, and they did so regularly. The law at Deir el-Medina was not abstract. It was lived, and it was as much a part of the village's fabric as the bread and the beer. Merritt knew about the shawl. Everyone did. She had her own opinion. She thought Hel was in the right, based on what she had seen and heard. But she kept it to herself because the court would decide, and because taking sides in other people's disputes was a reliable way to create problems in your own household. She had learned this through long experience, the way she had learned most of the things she knew, not from instruction, but from observation, from living in a community where every action had consequences, and where the reputation of a household was a form of currency as real and as valuable as grain. It was during one of these midweek mornings, the 5th or 6th week of Pompeii, the sky a pale, cool blue, the sound of grinding stones and children's voices filling the street, that Merritt walked to the Hathor chapel for the midweek rite. The chapel stood near the northern end of the village, a small mud brick structure with a low door and a painted lintel. It was one of perhaps 16 or 18 shrines scattered in and around the village, dedicated to the various gods and goddesses the community honored. Ptah, the craftsman's god; Thoth and Seshat, patrons of writing; Taweret and Bez, protectors of mothers and children, Renanutet, the cobra goddess of the harvest, and Meretseger, she who loves silence, the mountain goddess who watched over the necropolis and the village alike. But the Hathor chapel held a particular place in the women's devotion. Hathor was the goddess of love and music and motherhood and joy, and her worship was woven into the texture of women's lives at Deir el-Medina in ways that went far deeper than formal ritual. Merit entered the chapel and took her place. She was not the only chantress. There were 3 others who served the chapel regularly, all wives of senior men, but she was the most experienced, and when she lifted the sistrum and shook it, the metallic rattle filled the small space with a sound that was both musical and strange, like the voice of the goddess herself speaking through the bronze. The other women sang. The hymn was familiar. Merit knew it so well that the words seemed to rise from a place below thought, and in the close, incense-scented air of the chapel, with the painted image of Hathor looking out from the wall with her cow's ears and her gentle smile, the song became something more than sound. It became a kind of presence, a warmth that filled the room and held the women in it the way water holds the fish. Merit prayed. She prayed for the household, for her children, for Nebnefer's steady hand, for Panahisi's safety in the tomb. She prayed for the family, the living and the dead, because in the theology of the village there was no sharp line between them. The dead were present. They could be spoken to, written to, asked for help and guidance. Letters to the dead were left at tombs and shrines, inscribed on pottery or limestone, asking a deceased parent for protection against illness or a departed spouse for intervention in a dispute. The dead were part of the community, as real and as consequential as the neighbors on either side. She did not pray for Amos, not in words, but when she placed the small offering at the base of Hathor's image, a round loaf of bread and a cup of beer, the staples of both this life and the next, she thought of him, briefly and completely, the way a person thinks of someone they have loved, not with the sharp grief of new loss, but with the steady, settled ache of an absence that has become a permanent feature of the heart. When the rite was finished and the other women had gone, Merit lingered. She stepped outside the chapel and found Naunacht waiting on the low stone bench that sat against the chapel's outer wall, in the thin shade of a tamarisk that grew there in a crack between the stones. Naunacht was old, older than anyone in the village could say with certainty, though the best estimates placed her near 70, an impressive age in any era and a remarkable one in ancient Egypt. She had outlived 2 husbands, the second of whom had been a foreman of the right side of the gang, and this connection, combined with her age and her long memory and a quality of perception that the village recognized as something more than ordinary intelligence, had given her a standing in the community that no title could have conferred. She was the Raket, the wise woman, though the term was used loosely and covered a range of functions that overlapped and blurred. She interpreted dreams. She identified which deity might be responsible for an illness or a run of bad luck. She knew remedies, herbs, charms, prayers to specific gods, and she dispensed them with a practical authority that the village's physician did not always command. She was not a priestess, and she held no official position, but when a woman in the village had a question that could not be answered by the scribe's records or the foreman's judgment, a question about meaning, about the invisible forces that shaped a life, she came to Naunacht. Merritt sat down beside her. The two women had known each other for decades, since Merritt had come to the village as a young bride, nervous and uncertain, and Naunacht, already middle-aged and widowed for the first time, had shown her where to buy good linen and how to manage the servant women, and which neighbors could be trusted and which ones talked too freely. The friendship between them was not showy. It expressed itself in proximity, in the comfortable silence of two people who did not need to perform their affection, in the way Merritt always brought an extra cup of beer when she visited the chapel, and Naunacht always accepted it without comment, as though the beer had simply appeared of its own accord. Merritt told Naunacht about a dream. She had dreamed 2 nights ago during the work week, alone in the house with only the servant women and the sound of the mice in the cellar, that she was standing in the family tomb. The chapel was finished, the walls fully painted, and the lamps were lit, though she could not see who had lit them. She was looking at the western wall, at the fields of Yaru, and everything was as Nebnifer had painted it. The golden grain, the blue canals, the sycamore tree, except that in the dream the grain was moving, swaying in a wind she could not feel, and the water in the canals was flowing, and the small figure of Amos had turned his face toward her and was smiling. She had woken with the image still vivid behind her eyes, and had lain in the dark for a long time, not frightened but unsettled, feeling the dream's presence the way one feels the warmth of a fire that has just gone out. Naunacht listened. She listened the way she always listened, completely, without interruption, her eyes resting on Merritt's face with a calm attention that made the speaker feel that what she was saying mattered, that it was being received and weighed and taken seriously. When Merritt had finished, Naunacht was quiet for a moment. Then she said that the dream was from Amose, that the dead sometimes spoke through dreams, especially to their mothers, and that the smile and the movement in the fields meant that he was well, that he was where he should be in the place that Nebnefer was painting for him, and that the painting was right. The dream was not a warning or a demand. It was a reassurance, a message from a child to his mother, sent across the boundary that separated the living from the dead, carried on the current of sleep the way a letter might be carried on the river. Naunacht told Merritt to leave a small offering at the family tomb, bread and beer, as she had left at the chapel, and perhaps a flower if one could be found, not as a ritual obligation, but as an answer. The child had spoken. The mother should reply. Merritt nodded. The weight she had been carrying since the dream, not grief exactly, but the particular heaviness of an encounter with something that could not be fully understood, shifted and eased, not because Naunacht had explained it away, but because she had given it a shape. The dream was not a mystery to be solved. It was a conversation to be continued. They sat together for a few more minutes, drinking the beer, watching the morning light move across the chapel wall. A child ran past in the street, laughing. The sound of the grinding stones rose and fell. Somewhere outside the village walls, the sound of donkey hooves on the path meant that Amenemope was approaching with the day's water. He arrived a little later than usual, leading 2 donkeys loaded with clay jars, their sides dark with moisture. The cistern was low. It was always low by mid-morning, and the women who had gathered to draw water stepped back to let him pour. He worked with the unhurried efficiency of long practice, lifting each jar from the donkey's cradle and tipping it carefully into the basin, watching the water settle and clear. Naunacht still sitting on the bench outside the chapel, watched him. She had known Amenemope for a long time, since before his reassignment, since the days when he had been a young stonecutter in the gang and she had been the wife of the foreman of the right side. She remembered him. The village was small enough and her memory long enough that she remembered most people, including the ones who had left and come back in a different form. She raised a hand in greeting as he passed, and he returned it. A nod, a slight lifting of the chin, the particular acknowledgement of a man who understood that Naunak's greeting carried more weight than most people's. He filled the cistern and gathered his donkeys and turned back toward the path. The women moved in to draw their water. The morning continued. The village breathed and worked and talked and ground its grain and baked its bread, and the men on the mountain were a distant thought, present in the calculations of the ration stores and in the quiet spaces of the bed at night, but otherwise subsumed into the larger rhythm of a community that did not pause when they left and did not start when they returned, but continued steadily, like the river that fed the green land, that grew the grain, that made the bread, that sustained the life, that made the work possible. The weeks of Pompeii accumulated like layers of paint on a wall, each one indistinguishable from the last in its basic composition, yet each one adding depth and substance to the whole, so that what had been a bare surface at the beginning of the season was now something rich and complex, a thing with weight and color and dimension. In the tomb, the work moved forward. The second corridor was nearly complete. The walls on both sides were covered in painted scenes, the pharaoh's journey through the 12 hours of the night, guided by the gods through a landscape of darkness and danger, through the coils of the serpent Apophis and the caverns where the damned cried out and the gates that opened only to those who knew the proper words. The colors were vivid in the lamplight, the deep blue of the sky goddess's body across the ceiling, the red-brown of the pharaoh's skin, the white of his linen, the green of the papyrus marshes through which the solar bark sailed toward the dawn. The painters had worked with slow, methodical care, filling in the flat fields of color within Nebnifer's outlines, building up the layers, base coat, then detail, then the fine black lines that defined the edges and gave each figure its final, sharp-edged clarity. The crew had begun work on the third corridor. This was newer, rougher. The stonecutters had only recently finished cutting it, and the plasterers were still at work on the far walls, smoothing the final coat of gypsum and lime. The air here was thicker, carrying the chalky dust of drying plaster and the sharp mineral smell of fresh-cut limestone, and the lamplight did not carry as far, so that the men worked in smaller pools of light surrounded by deeper shadow. It was in this corridor that the next sequence of scenes would be drawn, the Book of Gates, the ancient text that described the pharaoh's passage through the gates of the underworld, each one guarded by serpents and demons, each one requiring the knowledge of a name or a spell or a prayer to pass through safely. Nebnifer studied the wall. The plaster was good, smooth and even, well cured, ready for the grid. Userhat the scribe had already begun laying out the red guidelines, working from the master plan that specified the content and arrangement of each scene, and the first sections of the grid were dry and ready for the draftsman's brush. But before Nebnifer began, he did something that Panahasi had not seen him do before. He stood in front of the blank wall for a long time, longer than usual, longer than seemed necessary for a man who had drawn these scenes 100 times, and he placed his hand flat against the plaster. He held it there for the space of several breaths, as though he were feeling for something. The temperature of the stone behind the plaster, the texture of the surface, something deeper that could only be perceived through the palm. Then he withdrew his hand and picked up his brush and began. Panahisi, watching from the pigment station, did not understand the gesture. He filed it away in the growing archive of things he had observed about his father's work that he could not yet explain. The pauses, the adjustments, the small private rituals that seemed to have no practical purpose, but that were clearly to Nebnifer essential. He would understand them later, perhaps, or perhaps he would not. Perhaps some things about the craft could only be transmitted through decades of practice, absorbed through the hands and the eyes until they became instinct, and no amount of watching could substitute for the slow accumulation of doing. But Panahisi was doing now too. His role had expanded. The senior painter Amenhotep, satisfied with Panahisi's pigment preparation, had begun to use him for other tasks, cleaning brushes, preparing the gesso wash that was sometimes applied over a finished section to seal and protect the paint, mixing the varnish that was used on certain surfaces to give them a warm amber glow. And then, one morning in the 7th or 8th week of Pere, Amenhotep had handed him a broad brush and pointed to a section of wall where the background color had been outlined but not yet filled in. It was a simple task. The background behind a row of hieroglyphs needed to be painted a flat, even yellow, a base coat that required no particular skill, only a steady hand and the patience to cover the area smoothly without leaving streaks or thin patches. Any competent apprentice could have done it. But Panahisi understood that this was not about the yellow. It was about being trusted with a brush on the wall of a royal tomb. He painted the yellow. He painted it slowly, carefully, keeping his strokes even and his hand steady, dipping the brush often so that the paint never ran dry and the color stayed consistent. The section was not large, perhaps the span of his outstretched arms, and it took him less than an hour. When he was finished, Amenhotep inspected it without comment, nodded once, and moved on. Panahisi cleaned the brush and returned to his station and felt the cool stone of the pigment table under his hands and the quiet, spreading warmth of something accomplished. After that, the tasks came more frequently. A border to fill, a background to complete, a second coat of white over a section where the base had dried unevenly. Small things, always and always under the painter's supervision, but each one a step further from the grinding stone and closer to the wall. Panahisi understood the pace. The craft did not hurry. A man did not grind pigments one week and draw the pharaoh's face the next. The progression from apprentice to painter to draftsman was measured in years, sometimes in decades, and at each stage the work expected more than skill. It expected understanding, the ability to see not just what was on the wall, but what the wall was for, what the images meant, what they did, how they functioned in the complex machinery of resurrection that the tomb was designed to set in motion. This understanding came to Panahisi slowly, in pieces, the way the tomb itself was revealed to him corridor by corridor. He learned that the scenes were not merely decorative, they were operative. Each image, each hieroglyph, each painted figure served a purpose in the pharaoh's journey from death to rebirth. The gods on the walls were not illustrations of a story. They were the story, made real through the act of painting, activated by the ritual words that would be spoken over them when the tomb was sealed. To paint a god was, in some sense, to summon one. To draw the solar bark sailing through the underworld was to ensure that the sun would rise. The artists of Der el Medina were not merely craftsmen. They were participants in the most essential act of their civilization, the maintenance of Ma'at, truth, balance, the proper order of the world, through the creation of images that held the cosmos together. Panahesi did not arrive at this understanding through instruction. No one sat him down and explained the theology of the tomb. It came through immersion, through the hours spent underground in the lamplight, surrounded by the painted gods, breathing the mineral air, feeling the weight of the mountain above. It came through watching his father draw, through the quiet authority of Nebnefer's hand on the wall, through the way the older men spoke of the work, not with reverence exactly, but with a seriousness that went deeper than pride. They knew what they were making. They knew what it meant. And this knowledge, transmitted not in words, but in the quality of attention they brought to every line and every color, was the real apprenticeship, the one that could not be rushed and could not be measured and could not be recorded on any ostrakhan. One evening in the camp, deep into the season, Nebnefer did something unexpected. The work that day had gone well. The third corridor was taking shape, the first scenes of the Book of Gates emerging on the walls, the guardian serpents coiling around the doorways, the figures of the blessed dead passing through toward the light. The foreman was satisfied. The scribe's records showed the crew ahead of schedule. The mood in the camp was easy and warm, and Hay was telling a story about a man who had bet his neighbor that he could carry a full jar of water on his head from the cistern to the far end of the village street without spilling a drop, and had succeeded, only to discover that the jar had a crack in the bottom and had left a trail of water the entire way, which his wife had made him mop up with his own festival kilt. The men laughed. The fire crackled. The stars were very bright. When the laughter faded, Nebnefer moved to where Panahesi was sitting and sat down beside him. He had a fresh ostrakhan in his hand, a smooth, flat piece of limestone, larger than the usual practice flakes and very white. He set it on the ground between them, and then he set beside it a reed brush and a small shell of black ink. He told Panahesi to draw the gate. Panahesi looked at him. The gate was the central image of the Book of Gates, the great doorway of the underworld, flanked by its guardian serpents, surmounted by the figure of the god who judged the dead. It was a complex composition requiring precise proportions and a confident hand. It was not a task for an apprentice. Nebnefer said it again. Draw the gate, not for the wall, for the ostrakhan, for practice. He said that Panahesi had been watching long enough, and that the only way to learn whether the eye could guide the hand was to let the hand try. Panahesi picked up the brush. His hand was not steady. He dipped it in the ink and brought it to the stone and hesitated, the brush hovering a finger's width above the surface, and for a moment the whole weight of the tradition, the centuries of accumulated knowledge, the precise proportions, the canonical forms, seemed to press down on him like the mountain itself. Then Nebnefer said quietly, to start with a threshold, the bottom of the gate, a single horizontal line, and to let the rest follow from there. Panahesi drew the line. It was slightly uneven. The left side dipped a fraction lower than the right, but it was there, solid and black, On the white stone, he drew the uprights of the gate rising from the threshold, and then the lintel across the top, and then the serpents coiling around the columns, their bodies sinuous and their heads raised, and then, slowly, with the care of a man carrying something fragile across a crowded room, he drew the figure of the god above the gate, the judging deity with the feather of Ma'at, the scales of truth, the steady, all-seeing gaze. It was not perfect. The proportions were slightly off. The god's shoulders were too narrow. One serpent's coil was tighter than the other. The feather leaned a degree too far to the left. But the composition held. The gate looked like a gate. The god looked like a god. The serpents had the living energy that the best renderings of serpents always had. The sense of contained power, of watchfulness, of something that could strike but chose, for now, to hold still. Nebnepher studied the drawing. He pointed to the serpent on the right, the one whose coil was too tight, and showed Panahisi where the curve should open wider, how the body should relax into the spiral rather than clenching against it. He pointed to the god's shoulders and indicated the correct proportion with his thumb and forefinger, measuring against the grid that was not drawn, but that Nebnepher carried in his mind always, like a musician carrying the intervals of a scale. He made these corrections gently, factually, without praise and without criticism, the way a carpenter might point out where a joint needed tightening, not because the work was bad, but because the work could be better, and the difference between the two was the whole substance of the craft. Then he stood up and went to his sleeping place, and Panahisi sat with the ostrakhan on his knees and studied the corrections by firelight until the fire burned down and the camp grew quiet and the stars turned slowly overhead. In his sleeping place, Nebnepher lay on his back on the stone platform and listened to the wind. It came off the desert at night with a coolness that the village never felt. A dry, clean wind that carried the smell of sand and stone and the immense, ancient silence of the landscape beyond the hills. He thought about the gate. He thought about the serpent's coil, too tight, and the god's shoulders, too narrow, and the threshold line that dipped slightly to the left. He thought about what these imperfections meant, not failure, but beginning. The rough edges of something that would, with time and practice, become smooth. The starting point of a long, slow process that Nebnepher had gone through himself decades ago when his own father had handed him a brush and told him to draw. His father had been a painter, not a draftsman, a man who filled in the colors within other men's outlines. Nebnepher had surpassed him. This was not a thing he took pride in exactly, because the surpassing had not been a competition. It had simply happened the way talent happens, unpredictably, unevenly, following its own course. His father had been competent and steady and reliable, and Nebnepher had been something more, and the village had recognized it, and the foreman had recognized it, and eventually Nebnepher had been elevated to draftsman, the man who drew the lines that others followed. Now his own son was beginning the same journey, and the thing that kept Nebnepher awake, the thing he turned over and over in the quiet dark while the wind moved across the camp and the stars looked down with their ancient, patient light, was not whether Panahisi would be good. He could see already that the boy would be good. It was whether the thing that made Panahisi different, the eye that saw hoopoe birds and landscapes and the curve of the river at dawn, would survive the discipline of the craft, or whether the tradition would smooth it away the way water smooths a stone, wearing down everything that protrudes until the surface is even and unremarkable. He did not know the answer. He suspected that it was not his to determine. The best he could do, and he understood this with the clarity that comes to a man late in his career when the work has taught him as much as he has given it, was to teach the craft honestly and completely, and to leave room, wherever room could be left, for the thing he could not teach. The rest was up to Panahesi. The rest was up to time. He slept, the wind blew, the stars turned, and on the ostracon beside Panahesi's sleeping mat, the gate of the underworld stood open in the dark, guarded by its serpents, waiting for whoever had the knowledge and the courage to pass through. And now let us slow down together and let the season do what seasons do, arrive. For weeks the village has been preparing. You have felt it in the air, in the way conversations turn from daily duties toward something older, something that belongs not to the work of building tombs, but to the work of being a community. The festival of Amenhotep I is coming, the great feast of the deified king who founded this place, who chose this arid bowl between the cliffs as the home for those who would build eternity. His name is spoken with a gentleness usually reserved for family. He is not a distant pharaoh. He is their pharaoh, the one who belongs to the village. In the days leading up to the festival, the women have been baking in earnest. Merit has been at the center of it, as she usually is when something requires both organization and patience. Her courtyard has become a staging ground, baskets of emmer wheat, stacked rounds of flatbread cooling on linen cloths, clay pots of honey beer sealed with mud stoppers. She has called in small favors, a neighbor's grinding stone, a borrowed sieve, an extra bundle of dried palm fronds for fuel. There is a quiet authority to the way she manages these preparations, never raising her voice, but always clear about what is needed and when. The men returned from the mountain 2 days early for the festival. This is one of the great privileges of the calendar. The foreman himself declared the rest, reading from the scribe's record of sanctioned holidays, and the crew descended the ridge path in high spirits, their tool bags lighter than usual, their voices carrying jokes and laughter across the limestone. Panahesi walked near the front this time, no longer hanging back as he did on that first morning weeks ago. Hay clapped him on the shoulder at one point, calling him the boy who paints birds, and Panahesi did not mind. There was warmth in it, and belonging. The eve of the festival falls on a still, warm evening. Imagine it, if you will, the sky deepening from amber to violet over the western cliffs, the village humming with the particular energy that comes before a shared celebration. Lamps have been lit earlier than usual. The narrow street between the rows of whitewashed houses glows with their small flames. Children run between doorways, not quite ready for sleep, and no one scolds them. Tomorrow is a day that belongs to everyone. Inside their home, Nebnifer sits on a low stool near the back room, mending the handle of a brush with a strip of linen and a dab of resin. It is a small task, the kind that fills the hands while the mind wanders. He is thinking about the festival, about the procession, about the years he has watched the god statue emerge from the shrine and move through the village, carried on the shoulders of 8 men, swaying gently as if the deified king were walking among his people once more. Nebnifer has seen this procession more than 30 times, and still something in it moves him, the moment when the statue turns the corner near the northern gate and the sunlight strikes the painted face, and for just an instant the carved eyes seem to look directly at you. He has never spoken of this to anyone. It is a private thing between him and the God who watches over the place of truth. Merit enters, dusting flour from her palms. She tells him the bread is done, more than enough for their household offering and to share with the neighbors. She mentions, almost as an aside, that she will be among the chantresses in the morning. She will stand near the front of the procession, shaking the sistrum for Hathor, singing the old hymns that welcome the god into the open air. She says this without ceremony, but Nebnifer catches the way she straightens slightly, the quiet pride in her voice. She has been a chantress for nearly 20 years. It never becomes ordinary to her. Panahisi is on the roof, as he often is in the evenings, lying on a reed mat with his face turned toward the sky. The stars are coming out one by one, pricking the fabric of the dark. He can hear his parents' voices below, a low murmur, the rhythms of a long marriage. Half the words unnecessary, the other half carrying more meaning than their syllables suggest. He is thinking about the festival too, but differently. For Panahisi, it is not yet layered with decades of repetition. It is still vivid and new. He remembers the procession from last year, the way the crowd pressed close, the sound of the sistrum like bright metal rain, the smell of incense so thick it seemed to have weight. But this year he will attend as a member of the crew. He will stand among the men, not among the children. He wonders briefly if it will feel different. He suspects it will. Now, let us move to the morning. The sun has barely cleared the eastern cliffs when the village begins to gather. The festival of Amenhotep I is not a solemn affair in the way that a royal ceremony at Karnak might be. It is intimate, communal, layered with familiarity. The shrine of the deified king stands at the northern edge of the village, a small stone chapel with a painted lintel showing Amenhotep I's in his white crown, his mother Amos Nefertari beside him, her skin rendered in the traditional glossy black that signifies her divine status. The chapel doors have been sealed since the last festival, opened only for the daily offering ritual performed by the designated priest, who in this village is often a scribe or foreman, doubling in sacred duty. Today the doors are opened wide, and the painted limestone statue of Amenhotep Amen is brought into the light. It is not a large statue, perhaps the height of a man's forearm, seated on a gilded wooden carrying platform, but it commands a reverence that has nothing to do with size. The statue's face is calm, its painted eyes outlined in green and black, its small hands resting on its knees. 8 men lift the platform onto carrying poles, settling the weight on their shoulders. Among them, you might notice Hay, his broad stonecutter's frame, well suited to the task. He takes the left rear pole, steadying the load, his expression focused and solemn in a way you have not seen from him before. Even the village storyteller knows when to be quiet. The procession begins, and let us walk with it slowly as it moves through the single narrow street of Deir el-Medina. First come the incense bearers, 2 young men swinging bronze censers on long chains, the resin pellets crackling as they burn, sending pale ribbons of smoke into the still morning air. The scent is sharp and sweet, frankincense and myrrh mingling with the dry warmth of the desert. Behind them walk the chantresses, and here you will find Merit. She wears a clean white linen dress, pleated and falling to her ankles, and around her neck hangs a broad collar of faience beads in blue and green, the colors of Hathor. In her right hand she holds the sistrum, a U-shaped bronze frame threaded with thin metal rods and small discs, and as she shakes it gently, it produces a sound like the whisper of wind through papyrus. Beside her, 3 other women shake their own sistra, and together the sound builds into something shimmering and continuous, a bright curtain of sound that accompanies the god through his village. Merit sings. The words are old, older than anyone in the village, hymns that praise the deified king as protector, as father, as the one who made this place and these people possible. Her voice is not the strongest among the chantresses, but it is clear and steady, and she does not falter. The melody is simple, rising and falling in gentle waves, and as the procession moves, the villagers along the street take up the refrain, so that the singing seems to come from the walls themselves, from the limestone and the mortar and the lintels painted with protective eyes. Behind the chantresses walks the statue, carried by its 8 bearers, swaying slightly with each step, the golden platform catching the early sunlight and throwing small flares of brightness against the white walls. The crowd lines both sides of the narrow street, women holding infants, old men leaning on sticks, children sitting on shoulders for a better view. There is laughter, and there are tears, and there is no contradiction between the two. This is what a festival is, the whole of a community holding all of its feelings at once. And here is something particular to Deir el-Medina, something that makes this procession unlike the great temple festivals of Karnak or Memphis. During the procession, villagers may approach the statue of Amenhotep I and ask questions. They may seek the god's judgment on a dispute, or his guidance on a decision, or his blessing for a journey or a birth. The bearers, trained in the ritual, respond to the god's will. If the statue leans forward, the answer is yes. If it draws back, the answer is no. It is an oracle carried on human shoulders, and whether you understand it as divine intervention or as the collective wisdom of a community expressing itself through sacred theater, it is deeply felt. The villagers do not question the mechanism, they trust it. The god speaks and they listen. Naunacht is among those who approach. The old woman moves slowly through the crowd, leaning on the arm of a younger neighbor, her white hair covered with a simple linen cloth. She has prepared her question for days. She does not ask it aloud. She leans close to the statue's platform and whispers it, so softly that only the nearest bearer might hear. The statue sways, and then, gently, almost imperceptibly, it leans forward. Naunacht closes her eyes. You cannot know what she asked, but you can see the way her shoulders soften, the way her hand rises briefly to her chest as if receiving something precious and placing it carefully inside. The procession reaches the open area near the southern chapel, where a temporary pavilion of palm fronds and linen canopies has been erected. The statue is set upon a stone platform, and the village gathers around it in a wide circle. Now the formal offerings begin. Baskets of bread, jars of beer, bundles of onions and garlic, cones of incense, bouquets of lotus and papyrus flowers. Each household contributes what it can. Nebnefer and Merit have brought a painted offering platter, one of the fine ones that Merit keeps wrapped in linen in the back room, and upon it they have arranged their bread, their dates, and a small clay pot of honey. Panahesi watches all of this from a place near the edge of the gathering. He stands with the crew, with Hay and the other men. and there is a quiet solidity to his position there, a sense of having arrived at a threshold he did not notice crossing. He watches his mother sing, watches his father place the offering, watches the old woman now knocked receive her answer from the god, and something shifts in him that he could not put into words even if someone asked. It is the recognition that these things, the work, the worship, the family, the village, are not separate. They are one continuous act. Painting a god's face on a tomb wall and carrying bread to a festival and watching your mother's lips move in hymn. It is all the same gesture, repeated in different forms, across a life, across generations. He does not say this. He simply stands and watches and feels the sun on his shoulders. The rest of the day unfolds in the way that good days do, slowly, generously, without haste. There is food. There is a great deal of food. The communal meal spreads across the open ground near the pavilion, families settling on reed mats and linen cloths, sharing dishes with neighbors, passing jars of date beer from hand to hand. Roasted duck appears from someone's clay oven, its skin glistening with rendered fat and spice. There are bowls of stewed lentils with cumin and coriander, piles of fresh bread still warm from the embers, dishes of salted fish, cucumbers sliced thin and dressed with oil, and figs, baskets and baskets of figs, dark and soft and sweet as the season itself. There is music. A man with a double reed pipe sits near the pavilion, his melody wandering in no particular hurry, weaving through the conversations and the laughter like a thread of bright color through plain linen. Two women play small hand drums, their rhythms gentle, syncopating with the pipe in a way that makes the music seem to breathe. And always beneath it, the intermittent shimmer of the sistrum, because even when the formal hymns are done, someone is always shaking one, absently, the way you might hum without knowing it. And there, at the edge of the gathering, sitting on a low mud brick wall with a jar of beer and a round of bread, you might notice a Mesopotamia. He has come from his house near the river, having made his delivery early this morning, extra water for the festival. 4 additional donkey loads carried up the path before dawn. He sits a little apart from the main crowd, as he usually does, not from resentment, but from the quiet habit of a man whose daily life is spent in the space between places. He is not a member of the crew, not exactly a villager, though he has known these people for years. Nebnifer finds him there. The draftsman crosses the open ground with 2 cups of beer and a handful of dates, and sits beside the water carrier on the low wall. They do not speak immediately. There is a kind of conversation that happens between men who have shared work, a conversation that does not always need words. They watch the festival together, the children chasing each other, the pipe player shifting into a slower melody, Merritt laughing at something a neighbor has said, Hay lifting his youngest child onto his shoulders. After a while, Amenemope speaks. He mentions the river. He says the water has been dropping steadily and the current near the eastern bank has shifted, exposing a sandbar that was not there last season. He talks about it the way a draftsman might talk about the changing contour of a line, with attention, with interest, with the understanding that the world remakes itself constantly, and the task is simply to notice. Nebnifer listens, he nods, and then he says something about the family tomb, about the western wall where he has been painting the fields of Yaru. He says that the green he mixed for the barley fields is not quite right. It is too bright, too uniform. Real barley, he says, is not one color. It is 100 greens, shifting with the light, darker at the root, almost gold at the tip. He says he wants to try layering the pigment, a wash of malachite green first, then a thin glaze of yellow ochre on top, so the color breathes. Amenemope considers this. He says that the barley near the river does that, changes color when the wind moves through it, so it looks like water flowing through the field. Nebnefer is quiet for a moment. Then he says, yes, that is exactly it. This is how ideas travel in a small community, not through grand declarations or formal instruction, but through the ordinary exchange of people who pay attention to the world. A water carrier describes what he sees on his daily walk. A painter hears it, and something shifts in the way he holds his brush. The afternoon passes, the shadows lengthen, the music softens to a murmur. Children fall asleep in their mother's arms. The festival does not end so much as it dissolves gently into the warm evening as the statue of Amenhotep I is carried back to its shrine. The doors are closed, the lamps are relit in the houses, and the village settles once more into its familiar quiet. And if you were there, if you could stand on the rooftop where Panahesi sits in the gathering dusk, watching the last of the festival-goers drift home, you might feel what he feels, that this day held something he will carry for a long time. Not a lesson, not an instruction, but a feeling of being woven into something larger, something that has been going on since before he was born and will continue long after he is gone. The festival was not about remembering the past. It was about being present in the unbroken line that connects every artisan who has ever lifted a brush in this place. He does not say any of this. He simply sits and breathes and lets the night come. Let us move forward now, gently, through the remaining weeks of Pompeii. The season has turned, the way seasons do in the Nile Valley. Not with sudden drama, but with a slow, almost imperceptible shift of light and temperature that you notice only in retrospect. The mornings are warmer than they were when we began. The desert air carries a faint scent of green growth from the river plain, where the barley and emmer wheat are standing tall now, their heads bending under the weight of grain. Pompeii is doing what Pompeii has always done, coaxing life from the receding water, filling the fields that will be harvested when Shemu arrives. In the royal tomb, the work continues. The corridors that were bare limestone when Panahesi first descended into the mountain are now alive with color. The great gods process along the walls, Ra in his solar bark, his falcon head crowned with the gleaming sun disk, Osiris in his white wrappings, his green face calm and serene, Isis with her wings outstretched, each feather painted in alternating bands of red and blue and gold. Nebnefer has drafted most of the major scenes himself, his outlines now so familiar to the crew that they can identify his hand the way you might recognize a friend's handwriting. The slight curve he gives to a god's chin, the way his reed brush makes the hieroglyphic owl with a single fluid stroke that never hesitates. Panahesi has grown into the work, not dramatically. This is not a story of sudden transformation, and the young man who grinds pigments at the end of Pompeii is recognizably the same young man who ground pigments at the beginning. But there are differences, and if you look carefully, you will see them. His hands move with more certainty now. He can prepare a full palette, red ochre, yellow ochre, carbon black, malachite green, Egyptian blue, and white gypsum, without consulting anyone, matching the consistency by feel, knowing when the grind is too coarse or the binder too thin by the way the pigment moves under his thumb. He has learned to read the plaster, to know when it is ready to receive paint and when it needs another hour to cure. And he has begun, quietly, under Nebnifer's watchful but unobtrusive eye, to fill in small areas of color within the outlines, a band of sky blue above a processional scene, a strip of black ground beneath a row of offering bearers. Simple work, but real work, brush to wall. There is a moment, and let us not rush past it, when Nebnifer stands behind his son in the lamplight and watches him paint. It is a brief moment, perhaps 30 seconds, no more. Panahesi is filling in the blue of a small pool of water in a garden scene, a subsidiary detail in a larger composition. He holds the brush the way Nebnifer taught him, loosely between the first two fingers and the thumb, so that the wrist does the work and the fingers simply guide. And his strokes are even and unhurried, laying the pigment in thin, overlapping washes so the color builds gradually, the way real water seems to deepen as you look into it. Nebnifer watches. He does not speak. He does not correct. There is nothing to correct. And in that silence, something passes between them that is larger than technique, larger than the transmission of a trade from one generation to the next. It is the recognition that the boy has become capable, and that this capability is not a departure from the father, but a continuation of him, a line that does not end but extends, the way a draftsman's outline extends from one wall to the next, carrying the story forward into rooms not yet built. When the moment passes, Nebnifer simply turns and walks back to his own section of the wall, picks up his brush, and continues working. If you were watching, you might not have noticed anything at all, but something happened. Something settled into place, quietly, the way a stone finds its position in a wall and rests there. On the rest days, the family tomb receives its final attention, or at least the attention that this season will allow. The western wall is nearly complete now. The fields of Yaru stretch across the plaster in their full beauty, the blue channels of water, the golden crops, the sycamore tree with the goddess Nut leaning from its branches, her hands offering bread and cool water to the souls who arrive in paradise. Nebnifer and Merit stand at the center of the painted scene, rendered in the formal Egyptian style, profile faces, frontal shoulders, striding legs, but with small personal details that only someone who knew them would recognize. Merit's collar of faience beads, the particular way Nebnifer holds his brush, even in the afterlife. And among the family figures, little Amos, the child who did not survive, painted in the same scale as the others, walking beside his parents into eternity as if he had never left. Merit has approved the wall. She stood before it on the last rest day, her arms folded, her head tilted slightly, the posture she adopts when she is assessing something important. And after a long silence she said, "It is right." Just those 3 words, spoken quietly, but Nebnifer understood their weight. A tomb painting is not merely decoration. It is a promise. It is the family's vision of its own continuation, made visible and permanent. And Merit, who manages the household, who sings for Hathor, who remembers every face in this village, living and dead, has looked at that promise and found it true. There is, however, one space left unpainted. On the eastern wall, near the entrance of the chapel, Nebnifer has prepared a small section of smooth plaster, about the width of 2 outstretched hands. and left it blank. He has not explained this to anyone. But on the last rest day of Pompeii, as the family finishes their midday meal in the chapel doorway, he turns to Panahesi and tells him simply that this section is his. Panahesi looks at the blank space. He looks at his father. He does not ask what to paint. He understands, and this is perhaps the most important thing he has learned during these long weeks of Pompeii, that the question is not what, but how. How to place something true on a wall that will outlast everyone in this room. How to make a mark that belongs here, among the family, among the gods, among the painted fields and the waiting dead. He does not paint it today. The plaster is ready, the pigments are at hand, but Panahesi is not in a rush. He will return to this wall. He will think about it during the long shifts in the royal tomb, during the walks up and down the mountain path, during the evenings on the rooftop when the stars come out. And when he is ready, he will paint something that is his own, not a copy of his father's style, not a repetition of canonical forms, but something that carries both the tradition and the individual hand, the way the river carries both the ancient current and the morning's new water. You do not need to know what he will paint. It is enough to know that the space is there, waiting. That is how legacy works in a place like this, not as a finished monument, but as an invitation. Meanwhile, the broader life of the village continues in its gentle, persistent way. Amenemope still makes his morning walks from the river, his donkeys loaded with their clay jars. The path does not change, but the landscape around it does. The fields are taller now, the irrigation channels full, the air alive with the sound of birds that have returned from wherever birds go during the flood. He has noticed the sandbar shifting again near the eastern bank. He has noticed a family of white egrets nesting in the tamarisk grove near the canal. He notices things. It is what he does and what he has always done. The careful, patient observation of a man who walks the same ground every day and sees it differently each time. On one of his last deliveries of the season, he meets Nebnifer at the cistern again. The morning is warm, the sky pale and cloudless, the kind of sky that tells you Shamu is not far off. They exchange their usual words, the water, the weather, the state of the path. But today, Nebnifer adds something. He tells Amenemope about the green in the family tomb, the layered pigment, the malachite wash beneath the yellow ochre glaze. He tells him it worked. The barley in the painting looks the way barley really looks, shifting and alive, as if the wind were moving through it. He tells him it was his idea. Amenemope is quiet for a moment. Then he shakes his head slightly and says that it was not his idea. He only said what he saw. The idea was Nebnifer's. Neither of them is entirely right. Neither of them is wrong. This is how things work in a community. Someone sees, someone listens, someone acts, and the result belongs to all of them and none of them. The painted barley on the wall of a family tomb in Deir el-Medina, circa 1265 BCE, glowing softly in the lamplight, is the product of a water carrier's eyes and a draftsman's hand, and a season of shared life in a small village in the desert. Nebnifer thanks him. Amenemope adjusts the ropes on his donkeys, gives a brief nod, and continues on his way back to the river. The path stretches ahead of him, the same path he has walked for 10 years, and it is beautiful and ordinary and enough. And now the day is done. Not just this day, but this particular stretch of days that we have spent together in the place of truth, walking the same paths as the people who lived here, breathing the same dry air, feeling the same sun on our shoulders. Pompeii is drawing toward its close, and the village is settling into the soft hush that comes at the end of a long season of good work. Let us visit them one last time as the night comes down. In the narrow house on the eastern side of the village street, Merit is putting out the lamp. She has finished the last of the evening tasks, the grain stored, the bread set for tomorrow, the loom threads weighted and still. She moves through the back room with the ease of someone who knows every surface by touch, her fingertips trailing along the plastered wall as she passes. On the shelf near the doorway, a small wooden shrine holds a figure of Hathor, her cow-horned head painted in bright colors that have softened over the years. Merit pauses there, as she does every night, and places her palm flat against the cool surface of the figurine. She does not pray aloud. She does not need to. The gesture itself is the prayer, the steady, daily acknowledgement of something sacred in the ordinary rhythm of a life well lived. In the front room, Nebnifer is already on his sleeping mat, his body heavy with the good exhaustion of a man who has spent his day with brush and pigment. His hands, even at rest, carry the faintest traces of color, red ochre in the creases of his knuckles, a thin line of black beneath one thumbnail. These are the marks of his trade, as permanent as the calluses on a stonecutter's palms, and he has long since stopped trying to scrub them away. He lies on his side, facing the wall, and his breathing is beginning to slow. Behind his closed eyes, he sees, or imagines he sees, the long corridor of the royal tomb, painted and gleaming in lamplight, the procession of gods moving silently through the stone, headed toward the chamber where the king will rest for all eternity. It is a beautiful vision, calm and ordered, and it carries him easily toward sleep. On the rooftop, Panahesi lies on his reed mat, face turned upward. The stars are very clear tonight, Sirius burning low on the eastern horizon, the great belt of the sky goddess Nut arching overhead, scattering its points of light across the darkness like emmer dust tossed from a painter's hand. He can feel the residual warmth of the day's sun radiating up from the mud brick beneath him, a slow, deep heat that will last until just before dawn. Somewhere in the village, a dog barks once and then is silent. Somewhere further away, in the direction of the river, a night bird calls, a single low note that hangs in the air and then dissolves. Panahesi is thinking about the blank space on the eastern wall of the family tomb. He is not worried about it. He is not anxious. He is simply turning it over in his mind the way you might turn a smooth stone in your hand, feeling its weight, its shape, its potential. He has time. The wall is patient. The plaster will wait. In the hills above the village, the mountain camp is quiet. The stone huts are empty tonight. The crew will not return for another 2 days, and the only sounds are the wind moving through the limestone channels and the occasional click of a cooling rock contracting in the night air. The path that connects the camp to the Valley of the Kings is a pale ribbon in the starlight, winding over the ridge and down into the darkness where the tombs wait, sealed and silent, their painted walls invisible in the absence of flame. But the colors are there, the gods are there, the blue ceiling scattered with golden stars, the green-faced Osiris, the winged Isis, the endless processions of offering bearers carrying bread and beer and lotus flowers into the afterlife. They are all there, in the perfect darkness, unchanged and unchanging, waiting for the morning when the lamps will return and the work will continue. And down by the river, in his small two-room house among the cultivated fields, Amenemope has finished his evening meal and is sitting in the doorway looking out at the water. The Nile is quieter now than it was at the beginning of our story. The floodwaters long receded, the current smooth and dark, reflecting the stars in long, trembling lines. His donkeys are tethered nearby, their soft breathing a steady, companionable sound. Tomorrow he will load the jars again, walk the path again, deliver the water again. The work does not change. But the light changes, and the river changes, and the fields change, and the sky changes, and somehow that is enough to make each day its own. He watches the water for a while, then he goes inside, lies down on his mat, and closes his eyes. And that is where we will leave them, these people of the place of truth, the draftsman with color in his hands, the chantress with hymns in her memory, the apprentice with a blank wall and a future, the water carrier with his patient daily walk, the stone cutter asleep in his house with his family around him, the wise woman in her small room with her dreams and her remedies and her long, long knowledge of this village and its people. They will wake tomorrow as they always do, and the work will continue. The royal tomb will deepen into the mountain. The family tomb will receive its final marks. The river will bring its water, and the desert will hold its silence, and the painted gods will watch from the walls with their calm, eternal eyes. But for now it is night, and the village is still, and the stars turn slowly overhead, the same stars that the sky goddess Nut swallows each morning and releases each evening, the same stars that Nebnifer has painted on the ceilings of kings' tombs, the same stars that Panahesi sees from his rooftop mat, the same stars that Amenemope follows home along the river path, the same stars that are above you now, wherever you are. Let the night hold you as it holds the place of truth. Let the work of the day fall away as the tools are set down, as the brushes are rinsed, as the pigments are sealed in their clay jars. Let the painted walls rest in their darkness. Let the fields grow in their silence. Let the water move as it always moves, steady and sure, carrying everything it touches toward the morning. You have walked these paths. You have stood in the lamplight of the tomb. You have watched the colors come alive under a steady hand. You have heard the sistrum shimmer in the morning air. You have tasted the dust and the honey and the warm bread of a village that existed 3,000 years ago and, in some quiet way, exists still. In the ostraca buried in the sand, in the painted walls sealed in the hills, in the names scratched on limestone fragments that archaeologists will one day hold in their careful hands and read aloud, giving voice to people who, like you, once lay down at the end of a long day and waited for sleep to come. It is coming now. Let it come. The village is quiet. The river is quiet. The mountain is quiet. And the painted gods watch over everything, their faces calm, their colors bright, their silence a kind of blessing that has lasted longer than any dynasty, longer than any tomb, longer than any name carved in stone. There is a story, and no one is quite sure how much of it is true, about an old man who worked in the royal archives of the Zhou dynasty. He spent decades there, among the scrolls and the silence, reading the collected wisdom of generations before his own. And then one day, without explanation, he climbed onto a simple ox and rode west, away from the court, away from the city, away from everything. Before he disappeared, a gatekeeper asked him to write down what he knew. What he wrote became one of the most mysterious and beautiful texts in human history. But this is not his story. This is the story of the people he left behind, the ordinary lives in a quiet valley where his ideas drifted like seeds on the wind and took root in ways no one expected. Picture a valley in the heart of China. It is the 6th century before the Common Era, a time that later generations will call the Spring and Autumn period, when the great Zhou dynasty still holds its seat in the capital city of Wangcheng, though its grip has grown loose, like an old man's fingers around a walking stick. The kingdom that once commanded all under heaven has splintered into dozens of smaller states, each ruled by its own lord, each with its own ambitions. But here, in this valley, politics feel distant. Here, what matters is the harvest, the river, the path of the sun across the sky, and whether the rain will come when the millet needs it most. It is autumn. The air carries the faint sweetness of persimmons ripening in the orchards, and the sharper scent of wood smoke from the first evening fires. The hills that ring the valley are brushed with amber and rust, and the river that runs through its center, the way, wide and unhurried, reflects a sky the color of pale silk. Along its banks, willow trees trail their long fingers in the current, and somewhere in the distance, a farmer calls to his ox in a voice so familiar to the animal that it turns without hesitation. This is the world we will visit tonight, not the world of emperors and great battles, though those are happening elsewhere in other stories. This is the world of ordinary people, of the woman drawing water at dawn, the man bending over his workbench by lamplight, the girl walking the path between her father's house and the market, wondering what her life will become. These are people whose names no historian will record, and yet they live richly, they struggle gently, they learn, sometimes without knowing they are learning. And what they learn will settle into the soil of this valley like seeds, quiet and patient, waiting for rain. Among the many ideas beginning to move through this land, carried by travelers, whispered between friends, mulled over by farmers leaning on their hoes, are the thoughts of a man most people call the Old Master. Some say his family name is Li and his personal name is Others call him Lao Dan. Most simply call him Lao Zi. He served, they say, as a keeper of the royal archives in the capital, a man who spent his years among old records and bamboo scrolls, reading the collected wisdom of generations before his own. And then, one day, he left. He climbed onto a simple ox and rode westward, away from the court, away from the city, away from the world of titles and obligations, and he was not seen again. At least, that is what most people have heard. But before he disappeared, they say, he paused at the western pass, and a keeper of the gate, a man named Yingxi, or perhaps that was not his real name either, asked the old archivist to write down what he knew before he vanished into the mountains. What the old man wrote, if indeed it was one man and not the gathered whispers of many, would come to be known as a small book of verses about the way, the Tao, and about how to live in harmony with the great nameless current that moves through all things. Not everyone in our valley has heard of this book. Not everyone who has heard of it understands it or even cares to. But the ideas themselves, Ideas about patience, about softness, about the strength of water and the value of emptiness, about the wisdom of not forcing things. These ideas have begun to drift through the land like pollen on a spring wind. Some people catch them and are changed. Others let them pass without noticing. Tonight, we will follow 6 lives in this valley and the capital nearby, across the turning of a full year. We will watch them work, rest, wonder, and sometimes find each other. We will see how these quiet ideas, the teachings of the old archivist, wherever they came from, settle into the soil of their days. But there is no hurry. There is never any hurry in a story like this. So let us begin where autumn begins, with the things that are falling away. In the capital city of Wangcheng, where the Zhou king still holds court in a palace that grows shabbier with each passing decade, there is a district of modest houses arranged along narrow lanes paved with packed earth. The houses here belong to the lower ranks of the Shi class, the scholars and minor officials who keep the machinery of governance turning, even as the machine itself creaks and groans. These are not wealthy men. Their robes are clean but mended, their courtyards small, their ambitions mostly set aside in favor of duty. In one such courtyard, a man named Wen sits on a low wooden stool, reading a bamboo scroll by the last light of the afternoon. He is perhaps 50 years of age, though he looks older. His hair is streaked with gray at the temples, and the lines around his eyes speak of years spent squinting at faded characters in dim archive rooms. His hands are ink-stained. They are always ink-stained. His wife used to tease him about it. She has been gone for 3 years now, taken by a fever that swept through the city one wet spring, and the ink stains remain, a quiet reminder that some things endure while others do not. Wen is a record keeper, one of several who catalog the court's correspondence, copy edicts, and maintain the vast and crumbling archive of documents that stretches back generations. It is not glamorous work. He reports to officials who report to other officials who occasionally report to someone who has the ear of the king. But Wen does not do this work for glory. He does it because the records themselves feel important to him, because within those old scrolls he can hear the voices of people long dead, and those voices comfort him in a way he has never been able to fully explain. It was in the archive 15 years ago that Wen first encountered the man they now call the Old Master. He does not speak of it often. When he does, it is quietly, usually to his daughter, usually in the evening, and always with a quality of puzzlement, as if he is still trying to understand what happened even after all this time. The old archivist had been senior to Wen, though he held no impressive title. He was simply the man who had been there longest, who knew where every scroll was kept, who could find a record from the reign of King Mu when no one else remembered it existed. He was not imposing. He was, if anything, remarkably ordinary in appearance, neither tall nor short, neither stern nor jovial. He spoke rarely in the archive, and when he did, his words were so plain that it sometimes took Wen days to realize their depth. The way a stone dropped into still water takes a moment before the ripples reach the shore. Once, Wen had been struggling with a task. The court had demanded a summary of old land treaties, and the records were contradictory, tangled, incomplete. Wen had been working through the night, growing more frustrated with each passing hour, reshuffling scrolls, cross-referencing, trying to force the information into a coherent shape. The old archivist had passed by, paused, and said something that Wen still carries with him. He said that sometimes the space between the records held more truth than the records themselves, that what was left unsaid often mattered more than what was written down, that if Wen stopped trying to fill every gap, he might find that the shape of what was missing told its own story. Wen had not understood at the time. He had nodded politely and returned to his work, but in the years since, especially in the years since his wife's death, when so much of his life has been defined by absence, the words have taken root. He has come to understand emptiness differently, not as something to be filled, but as something that holds meaning of its own. The empty chair at his table, the silence in his courtyard where her voice used to be, these are not nothing. They are shaped exactly like what he loved. Now, in the amber light of this autumn afternoon, Wen sets down his scroll and listens to the sound of footsteps approaching from the lane outside. His daughter, Lian, comes through the gate carrying a bundle of green onions and a small clay pot of vinegar she has purchased at the market. She is 18 years old, slender, with her mother's sharp eyes and her father's habit of pressing her lips together when she is thinking. She sets the provisions on the stone bench near the kitchen and stands for a moment watching her father read. Wen looks up and asks about the market, and Lian tells him it was busy. A merchant caravan from the south had arrived, and the stalls near the eastern gate were crowded with people examining bolts of silk and small jars of spice. She describes the colors she saw, the way the merchants had arranged their wares in careful patterns, the sound of a bronze bell a trader had hung from his cart. She has always noticed details. As a child, she would describe the shapes of clouds with such precision that Wen sometimes wondered if she saw a different sky than he did. What Lian does not tell her father, because she is not yet sure how to speak of it, is that the market made her restless today, not unhappy, restless. She had watched the merchant caravan arrive, and she had seen the travelers climbing down from their carts, dusty, tired, but carrying with them the unmistakable air of people who had been somewhere else. They had stories in their faces, and Lian, who has never traveled farther than the hills east of the city, had felt something tighten in her chest, not envy exactly, but a kind of hunger. For what, she could not say. She is a dutiful daughter. She keeps the house, prepares the meals, helps her father copy scrolls when his eyes grow tired. She is educated beyond what is common for a girl of her station. Wen had insisted on teaching her to read and write, partly out of love, partly because he had no son, and partly because he believed, quietly and against convention, that a sharp mind should not go unused simply because it belonged to a woman. This has made Lian unusual in their neighborhood. Some of the older women regard her with a mixture of admiration and suspicion. The younger women sometimes ask her to read letters for them, which she does gladly. But there is a tension between Lian and her father that neither of them names. Wen loves his daughter with a deep and steady tenderness, and because he loves her, he wants to protect her. He wants her married to a kind man from a good family, settled, safe. He sees the world as fragile. He has watched the court decay, watched corruption eat at the old structures like worms in wood, and he wants Lian anchored somewhere solid before the next storm comes. Lian, for her part, feels her father's protectiveness as a gentle weight, not cruel, not even unwelcome, but heavy. She does not know what she wants instead of the life he envisions for her. She only knows that when she imagines it, something in her grows quiet in a way that does not feel like peace. Tonight, after their simple meal of millet porridge with pickled vegetables and the green onions Leon brought from the market, Wen will tell his daughter a small story about the old archivist. He will tell her about the time the old man was asked by a visiting dignitary which of the thousands of scrolls in the archive was the most important, and the old man had gestured to the empty shelf at the end of the room and said that the most important book had not yet been written. The dignitary had laughed, thinking it was a joke. Wen had not laughed. He had understood even then that the old archivist meant something true, that what we have not yet become matters as much as what we are. And Leon, listening with her chin resting on her hand and the lamplight flickering across her face, will feel something shift inside her, not a grand revelation, not a sudden clarity, but a loosening, as if a knot she did not know she was carrying had eased just slightly. She will not be able to say why. She will simply feel for a moment that the emptiness of her future is not something to be afraid of. Outside, the autumn wind moves through the willows along the lane, and the first stars appear above the rooftops of Wangcheng. Now let us drift as the river drifts southward and eastward from the capital, following the way through its broad and gentle valley until we come to a smaller town, Heiku, where the way meets a tributary stream and the water turns in a slow, wide eddy before continuing on its way. It is a town of perhaps 200 families, built along the riverbank, with a small market, a granary, a shrine to the local earth god, and a cluster of workshops where artisans practice their trades. In one of these workshops, a low building with an open front set back from the river behind a screen of bamboo, an old man named Bao is applying lacquer to a wooden tray. If you were to watch him work, the first thing you would notice is how slowly he moves. His hands, which are rough and discolored from decades of handling raw lacquer sap, the skin thickened, the knuckles swollen, move with a patience that borders on reverence. He dips a narrow brush made of human hair into a shallow dish of lacquer, and he draws it across the surface of the tray in a single, unbroken stroke. Then he pauses, he examines the stroke, he breathes, and then he makes the next one. Lacquer work is not a craft that rewards urgency. The sap of the chi tree, which Bao collects himself from a grove on the hillside above the town, is a temperamental substance. Applied too thickly, it wrinkles and cracks. Applied too quickly, it traps air and forms bubbles that ruin the surface. Each coat must be allowed to dry in humid air. Bao keeps a damp cloth over a wooden frame in the corner of his workshop for this purpose, and the drying cannot be rushed. A single tray may require 20 or 30 coats applied over the course of many weeks, each one so thin as to be nearly invisible on its own, yet together building a surface of extraordinary depth and luster, dark as still water, smooth as polished stone. The sap itself is not kind. When Bao first began this work as a young man apprenticed to his uncle, the raw lacquer raised angry welts on his arms and hands, blisters that wept and itched so fiercely he sometimes could not sleep. His uncle had told him that the body must learn to accept the lacquer, and the lacquer must learn to accept the body, and this takes time. There is no shortening it. You do not fight the reaction. You work through it gently, and one day, not because you have conquered anything, but because you and the material have come to an understanding, The blisters stop. Bao had thought his uncle was being poetic, but the old man had been right. After 2 years, the reactions faded. His hands changed, grew tougher, darker, but they also grew more sensitive. He could feel the difference in the lacquer between morning and afternoon, between a dry day and a humid one. He could sense when a coat was ready to receive the next, not by counting hours, but by the faintest change in the surface beneath his fingertips. He is 71 years old now, and he has been doing this work for over 50 years. He is not wealthy. Lacquerware, when it is fine, commands a good price, but Bao is slow, and he has never been interested in producing great quantities. He makes enough to support himself, a tray here, a set of cups there, occasionally a small box commissioned by a merchant or a minor official from the capital. He lives alone in 2 rooms behind his workshop, eats simply, and spends his evenings sitting by the river, watching the water. It was by the river, perhaps 10 years ago, that a wandering scholar had stopped in Heku for a night. The man had been passing through on his way to visit a hermit in the western hills, and he had paused to admire Bao's work, a red and black cup that Bao had set on a stone to examine in the afternoon light. They had spoken briefly. The scholar had mentioned something that the old archivist at the Zhou court was said to have taught, that a cup is useful not because of the clay or the lacquer, but because of the emptiness inside it. That a room is useful not because of its walls, but because of the space they enclose. That the value of a thing often lies in what is not there. Bao had said nothing at the time. He had simply nodded and offered the scholar tea. But after the man left, Bao had sat with the cup in his hands for a long while, turning it over and over, and he had realized that he had known this truth his entire life without ever having words for it. Every tray he made, every bowl, every cup. He was not building an object. He was shaping a space. He was making emptiness beautiful. This understanding had not changed his work in any visible way. He still applied lacquer the same way, still waited the same patient hours, but something inside him had settled, like sediment drifting to the bottom of a still pond, and he had felt, for the first time in many years, that his life made a kind of sense that did not require anyone else's approval. Now, on this late autumn afternoon, Bao has a visitor. A young man has come to his workshop, not for lacquerware, but to ask if Bao needs help carrying water from the well. This is Yun, the keeper of the town granary, who makes a habit of checking on the older residents of Heku, especially as the weather turns cold. Bao always declines the help. He is old, but he is not frail. But he appreciates the company, and Yun knows this, and so he stays a while. They sit together in the open front of the workshop, Bao working, Yun watching. The young man is quiet, which Bao appreciates. Many people fill silence with talk, as if silence were something that needed filling. Yun does not. He watches the brush move, and he listens to the small sounds of the workshop. The soft tap of the brush against the rim of the lacquer dish, the creak of Bao's stool, the sound of the river beyond the bamboo screen. After a time, Yun asks Bao how he knows when a piece is finished. Bao considers this. He says that a piece is finished when he can no longer see his own effort in it, when the surface looks as if it simply grew that way, as if no hand had touched it at all. He says the best lacquer work should look like something that was always there, like water that found its own level. Yun turns this over in his mind. He does not know it yet, but he will carry this thought with him for months, and it will surface again at an unexpected moment, when he is standing in the granary on a winter morning trying to decide how to distribute a short supply of millet among families who all need more than there is. He will remember Bao's words about effort becoming invisible, and he will understand something about fairness, that the best kind of help is the kind that does not announce itself, that lets people keep their dignity, that flows to where it is needed without making a show of its own generosity. But that is a winter story. For now it is still autumn in Heku, and the afternoon light slants golden through the bamboo, and the lacquer glistens on the tray like a dark mirror, and the two men sit together in a comfortable silence that neither of them feels the need to break. Winter comes gently to the Wei Valley. There is no single morning when the world announces its change. Instead, the shift arrives in small accumulations. The mist along the river thickens and lingers later into the morning. The persimmon trees drop their last fruit. The farmers begin to repair their tools and patch their roofs, and the market in Heku grows quieter as the traveling merchants retreat to wherever merchants go when the roads grow cold. Yun wakes each morning before dawn in his small room above the granary. He is 24 years old, the second son of a farming family from a village half a day's walk upriver. His older brother inherited the family's land, as is custom, and Yun might have stayed on as labor. Many second sons do. But the village headman had noticed something about Yun when he was still a boy. Yun was honest in a way that was almost inconvenient. He could not be persuaded to round up a count or look the other way when a measure of grain was light. He had a quality that made people trust him even when they did not particularly want to, and so, when the old granary keeper in Heku died, the local magistrate appointed Yun in his place. It is not a prestigious role. Yun answers to the magistrate, who answers to the local lord, who answers, in theory, to the Zhou king, though in practice the chain of command phrase long before it reaches the capital. His duty is to maintain the granary, to ensure accurate measures when farmers bring in their grain for storage or when the magistrate orders distributions, and to keep records on wooden tallies that he notches with a small bronze knife. He sleeps on a straw mat above the grain stores, and he eats his meals alone, cooking millet or wheat over a small clay stove in the corner of his room. He does not mind the solitude. Yun is a young man who is comfortable in his own company, not because he is unfriendly, but because he has never learned the art of performing ease around others. In groups he grows quiet. Alone he is perfectly content. He watches the river. He walks the paths between the fields. He spends time with old Bao when the lacquer worker will have him, and he visits the shrine to the earth god on the 1st and 15th of each month, not out of deep piety, but out of a sense that some rituals are worth keeping simply because they mark the time. It is during the first hard frost of winter that the merchant caravan arrives in Heku. Merchant caravans are not unusual. Heku sits at a river crossing, and traders pass through regularly on their way between the larger towns. But this caravan is larger than most, and among its members is a trader named Feng and his daughter Mei Feng. Feng is a cloth merchant. He deals primarily in raw silk and finished textile, buying from the reeling workshops in the south and selling to the wealthier households and minor courts in the north. He is a practical man, stout and weathered, with the easy manner of someone who has learned that a warm smile and a fair deal will carry you further than clever tricks. He is also, by the rigid social classifications of the time, a member of the lowest of the four recognized occupations. Merchants, despite their often considerable wealth, are formally ranked beneath scholars, farmers, and even artisans. Feng carries this awareness lightly. He has learned to bow when necessary, to speak with deference to officials who own less than he does, and to keep his pride tucked away like a coin in a hidden pocket. But Mai Feng carries it differently. Mai Feng is 20 years old, bright-eyed, with her father's practical intelligence and a directness that sometimes startles people who expect a merchant's daughter to be demure. She has traveled with her father since she was 12, which is unusual. Most girls of her age and station would remain at home with their mothers and aunts. But Mai Feng's mother died when she was young, and Feng, rather than leave his daughter in the care of relatives, had simply brought her along. She had learned the trade from the road, how to assess the quality of silk by feel, how to read the moods of a market, how to negotiate without giving offense. But she had also learned something more subtle, the art of listening to strangers. Travelers, she had discovered, will say remarkable things to someone they do not expect to see again. On the road, a merchant's daughter with a quiet face and attentive eyes becomes a kind of vessel. People pour their thoughts into her without thinking, and Mai Feng had collected these overheard wisdoms the way other girls might collect shells or pressed flowers. It was from a traveler, an old woman who sold herbs from a cart near the southern border, that Mai Feng first heard something that stirred her. The old woman had said that the softest thing in the world could overcome the hardest. She had been talking about water, about how the river outside her village had, over the centuries, carved a gorge through solid stone, not by force, not by violence, but simply by being what it was, going where it went, never stopping. Mai Feng had asked where the old woman had learned this, and the woman had shrugged and said it was something people were saying, something the old record keeper in the capital had taught before he went away. Mai Feng had not forgotten this. She worked with silk, a material so fine it could pass through a ring, yet strong enough to bind a man's armor. She understood softness as a form of strength in a way that was not abstract to her, but practical, felt in her hands every day as she reeled the gossamer thread from steaming cocoons, her fingertips reading the tension, knowing exactly how much pressure to apply and how much to release. Too much, and the thread snapped. Too little, and it tangled. The work had taught her, long before any philosophy reached her ears, that gentleness required more skill than force. When the caravan stops in Heku, Feng arranges to store some of his goods in the town's granary for a few days while he assesses the local market. This is how Mai Feng meets Yun. The meeting is not dramatic. Yun opens the granary doors and helps Feng's porters stack the bales of silk alongside the grain. Mai Feng oversees the count. She is meticulous. Her father trusts her with the figures. And when she and Yun compare tallies, they find that their numbers match exactly. Yun remarks that this is unusual. Most merchants' counts run slightly in their own favor, not from dishonesty, but from optimism. Mai Feng says that her father taught her that a true count builds trust, and trust is worth more than the difference. Yun looks at her, really looks at her, and and Mai Feng meets his eyes, and there is a moment of recognition that neither of them could name if asked. It is not love. It is far too early for that word, and this is not that kind of story. It is simpler, a sense of encountering someone whose mind works the way yours does, whose rhythm matches your own, like two instruments that happen to be in tune. Over the days that follow, while Feng conducts his business in the market, Mei Feng finds small reasons to visit the granary. She brings tea one morning, explaining that her father always sends tea to the keeper of wherever they store their goods, a practical courtesy, nothing more. Yun accepts the tea and offers her a stool, and they talk, not about anything momentous, about the weather, the river, the quality of this year's millet harvest, about the road and the places Meifeng has seen, and the places Yun has never been but sometimes wonders about. It is in their third conversation that Meifeng mentions the old woman and the idea about water. Yun listens carefully. He says he has heard something similar from old Bao. Not the same words, but the same shape of thought. The idea that the best things happen not when you push hardest, but when you find the way that takes the least forcing. He tells her about Bao's lacquer work, about how the old man says a piece is finished when you cannot see the effort anymore. Mei Feng is quiet for a moment, and then she says that this is how her silk work feels, that the best thread is the one drawn so smoothly that neither she nor the cocoon resists, a single, continuous motion like breathing. She says she has sometimes thought that the whole world might work this way, if people would let it, that most struggle comes not from the world being difficult, but from people trying to move in directions the world is not going. They look at each other again, and the silence between them is not awkward but alive, full of things that are beginning but have not yet arrived, like the first warmth of spring felt through the last cold of winter. The caravan will move on in a few days. Mei Feng and her father will continue north, but Feng's trade route passes through Heku regularly, perhaps 3 or 4 times a year, and Mei Feng will find, over the months to come, that this town by the river stays in her thoughts in a way that other stops along the road do not. Let us leave the river town now and climb higher, following a narrow path that winds into the hills west of the valley. The trees here are mostly bare, only the pines keep their green, and the path is covered in a thin crust of frost that crunches softly underfoot. The air is sharper here, thinner, and carries the clean scent of cold stone and pine resin. In a clearing near a stream, there is a small hut built of stacked stone with a thatched roof. A wisp of smoke rises from a hole in the thatch. This is where Brother Jian lives. He is not a monk in the formal sense. There are no organized monasteries of the kind that will come later with Buddhism centuries from now. Jian is what people in this era call a recluse, or sometimes a hermit scholar. He is a man who chose to leave public life and live simply, close to the land, close to his own thoughts. There are a number of such men scattered through the hills of the Zhou kingdom. Some are former officials who grew disillusioned with politics. Some are scholars who prefer contemplation to ambition, and some are simply people who feel more at home among trees than among other people. Jian is perhaps 45. He was once briefly a minor tutor in the household of a regional lord, one of the dozens of small courts that dot the landscape. He had been educated in the classics, could recite the odes, and had a talent for calligraphy that earned him a comfortable position. But the court was petty, its politics poisonous, and after 3 years of watching men scheme and flatter and destroy each other over trivial appointments, Gian had walked away. He had given away his good robes, packed a single bag of books and a cooking pot, and come to these hills. That was 12 years ago. He has been here since, growing vegetables in a small garden, gathering wild herbs and mushrooms, and reading. He owns perhaps 15 bamboo scrolls, a modest library by the standards of a scholar, but more than sufficient for a lifetime of reflection. Among them are fragments, not a complete copy, but fragments of the verses that people attribute to the old archivist. Gian does not know how these fragments reached him. They were given to him by another recluse, a man now dead, who claimed to have copied them from a copy that someone had carried out of the capital. Whether they are accurate, whether they truly come from a single author, whether the old archivist was one man or a name attached to a tradition, Gian does not know, and increasingly he does not think it matters. What matters to Gian is what the words do when he reads them. They make him quieter, not quiet in the sense of silence, but quiet in the sense of stillness, the way a lake becomes quiet when the wind stops and suddenly you can see all the way to the bottom. He reads a line about the Tao that can be spoken of not being the eternal Tao, and he understands that the ideas he most values are the ones he cannot trap in language. He reads about the usefulness of emptiness, and he looks at his small hut and realizes that what makes it a home is not the stones or the thatch, but the space inside, the space where he sleeps, thinks, breathes. Once or twice a year, Gian descends from the hills and visits the towns in the valley below. He is known to the people of Heiku and a few other settlements as a gentle, somewhat eccentric figure, a man who trades herbs and occasional calligraphy for rice and cloth, who tells stories to children and sometimes sits for hours by the river without speaking. Some people think he is wise. Others think he is simply odd. Most treat him with a kind of wary respect, the way one treats a person who has chosen a life you cannot quite understand but do not want to offend. It is during one of these winter visits to Heiku that Gian meets Leon. She has come to the town with her father when the court is in a period of reduced activity. The king is unwell, and the senior officials have dispersed to their estates for the winter, and Wen has used the opportunity to visit an old colleague who retired to a village near Heiku. He has brought Leon with him, partly for company and partly because she asked. She wanted to see the river. Leon encounters Gian at the market, where the recluse is examining a small basket of dried mushrooms with the focused attention of a man for whom mushrooms are a serious matter. She notices his worn robes, his calm face, the bamboo tube of scrolls slung across his back, and she recognizes him, not personally, but as a type. Her father has spoken of the recluses in the hills, sometimes with admiration, sometimes with a kind of wistful envy. They speak briefly. Gian asks if she is from the capital, and Leon says she is, and Gian says he thought so. She has the look of someone who reads. Leon is surprised and a little pleased by this. She asks what he reads, and Gian tells her about the fragments he carries, the verses attributed to the old archivist. Leon's eyes widen. She tells Gian that her father knew the old archivist, that he worked with him in the archive years ago. Gian is quiet for a moment. Then he smiles, a small, genuine smile, and says he would very much like to meet her father. That evening, in the house of Wen's retired colleague, the three of them sit together, Wen, Lian, and Jian, around a low table with cups of hot water flavored with ginger, and Jian asks Wen the question that has occupied him for years. Was the old archivist a single man? Were the teachings his alone, or did they belong to a tradition, a lineage, a community of thinkers whose ideas were gathered under one name? Wen considers this carefully. He says that the old archivist was certainly real. Wen had seen him, spoken with him, watched him move through the archive with his quiet, unhurried step. But he also says that the old man seemed, even then, to be carrying something larger than himself. He spoke as if he were remembering things rather than inventing them, as if his wisdom came not from his own cleverness, but from a long listening. Whether one calls that a single teacher or a tradition, Wen says, he is not sure the distinction matters as much as people think. A river has many tributaries, but by the time it reaches the sea, it is simply the river. Jian nods slowly. Lian, listening from her corner of the table, feels a small thrill, not at the answer, but at the quality of the conversation. She has never heard her father speak this way, openly, reflectively, as if his thoughts were still in motion. In the capital, he is careful and measured. Here, among the warmth and the ginger steam and the company of a man who has no interest in status or position, Wen seems to unfold like a scroll being opened for the first time in years. And Lian thinks, this is what he needs, not a different life, but moments like this, spaces where he can breathe, where the weight of duty lifts, where he can be the thinker he was before the world pressed him into a shape. She wonders if she, too, has been pressed into a shape, and what her own shape might look like if she were left to find it. The deepest part of winter passes slowly in the Wei Valley. The river does not freeze. It is too wide, too steady, but ice forms along its edges in the mornings, thin and brittle, and the willows stand bare and silver against the gray sky. In the capital, Wen returns to his work in the archive, but something has changed in him. The conversation with Jian has awakened a restlessness that he recognizes with some discomfort as the same restlessness he sees in his daughter. He begins, in small ways, to loosen his grip. He stops mentioning the son of his colleague, a suitable young man from a good family, whom he had been considering as a potential match for Lian. He does not make a grand declaration about this. He simply stops bringing it up. One evening, Lian mentions that she has been reading a collection of poems from the southern state of Chu, poems full of wild imagery, shamanic flights, rivers and clouds and longing. And Wen, instead of steering her toward more practical reading, asks her which poem is her favorite. She looks at him with surprise, and then with something softer, and she reads it to him by lamplight, and they sit together afterward in a silence that feels different from the silences they have shared before. Less like duty, more like companionship. This is the uncarved block, though neither of them would use that term. It is the idea that within each person there is a natural shape, not imposed from outside, not carved by expectation or convention, but inherent, like the grain in wood. And the deepest form of love is not to carve, but to let the grain reveal itself. Wen is learning this. He is learning it slowly, imperfectly, the way most real learning happens, not in a flash of insight, but in the accumulation of small choices, each one a little more trusting than the last. Meanwhile, in Heku, Old Bao is working on a commission that will take him most of the winter, a set of nesting boxes ordered by a minor official in a nearby town, intended as a gift for the official's wife. The boxes require Bao's finest work, multiple colors of lacquer, red over black, with a surface smooth enough to reflect the lamplight. It is the kind of project that would have excited a younger craftsman, but Bao approaches it with the same unhurried calm he brings to everything. He works when the work is ready to be worked on, and he waits when it is not. One gray afternoon, a woman from the town comes to Bao's workshop with a question. She is middle-aged, worried, carrying a cracked wooden bowl that once belonged to her mother. She asks if Bao can repair it. He examines the bowl. It is simple, unfinished wood, nothing valuable. And he tells her yes, he can fill the crack with lacquer and bind it so that the bowl will hold water again. The repair will not be invisible, he says. The line of lacquer will show, but it will be strong, and the bowl will be useful, and in its own way, the mend will be beautiful. The woman thanks him and leaves the bowl. After she goes, Bao holds it in his hands and thinks about something the wandering scholar told him years ago, about how the old archivist said that the world is full of things that are broken and whole at the same time, that a crack does not destroy a thing's nature, that sometimes it reveals it. This scene is quiet, and it passes without ceremony, but it is one of those moments that ripples outward. The woman will tell her neighbor about the mended bowl, and the neighbor will tell her sister, and eventually the story will reach a young farmer's wife who has been struggling with a deep sadness since the birth of her third child, a sadness she does not understand and cannot seem to lift. And the idea that something broken can be made whole again, that the mending can be its own kind of beauty, will reach her at exactly the moment she needs it, though she will never know where it came from. This is how ideas move through a community, not like proclamations from a tower, but like water seeping through soil, reaching roots that no one can see. Spring arrives in the valley the way spring always arrives, not all at once, but in small advances and retreats. One morning the willows show the faintest haze of green along their branches. A few days later the peach trees in the orchards begin to blush. The farmers return to their fields and the sound of the valley shifts, the quiet of winter giving way to the calls of returning birds, the splash of the irrigation channels being cleared, the steady rhythm of hoes breaking the softened earth. Meifeng and her father return to Heiku with the spring caravan. Yun sees the carts approaching from the granary window and feels something lift in his chest, a sensation he has not examined too closely, because examining it would require naming it, and naming it would make it real in a way that frightens him slightly. He straightens his tunic, checks his tallies, and walks out to meet the caravan with what he hopes is a normal expression on his face. Meifeng greets him warmly, but without ceremony. She has brought him something, a small pouch of tea from the south, a variety he will not have tasted before. She says it is a courtesy, a thank you for storing their goods so carefully over the winter. This is true, but it is also not the whole truth, and both of them know this, and neither of them says so. And the unspoken thing between them is tender and fragile, and precisely the right size. Over the following days, their conversations deepen. Meifeng tells Yun about a diviner she and her father visited during their winter travels, an old bone reader who lived near a crossroads in the south. Her father had wanted to know whether a particular trade route would be profitable in the coming season, and the diviner had heated a tortoise shell and studied the cracks and pronounced that the route would be favorable if Feng approached it with patience rather than haste. Mai Feng had watched the diviner carefully. She tells Yun that the old man's hands had been steady, his eyes clear, and she had no doubt that he believed in what he was doing. But she had wondered afterward whether the real wisdom was in the cracks or in the advice, whether the diviner was reading the future in the shell or simply reading the person in front of him and telling them what they needed to hear, whether the message, patience rather than haste, was a prophecy or just good sense. Yun considers this. He says that in the granary, he has learned that people often already know the right thing to do. They come to him asking how much grain they should store or when they should plant, and most of the time, the answer they are looking for is the one they already hold inside themselves. They just need someone to say it aloud. Mai Feng smiles at this. She says that maybe that is what the old archivist understood, that the deepest teaching is not telling people something new, but reminding them of what they already know. Yun nods, and they sit together watching the river, and the spring light plays across the water in patterns that never repeat and never end. It is Yun who first notices the problem with the grain. The winter has been long, and several families on the outskirts of Heku have run through their stores faster than expected. A sickness passed through the town in late winter. Nothing deadly, but enough to keep people from working for several weeks, which meant the last of the autumn's dried vegetables were eaten faster, and more grain was consumed to make up the difference. Now, in early spring, with the new crop still months from harvest, a handful of families are coming to the granary with worried faces, asking if there is anything to be distributed. Yun counts the remaining stores. There is enough, barely, if it is distributed carefully. But the distribution must be approved by the magistrate, and the magistrate is a cautious man who worries more about reports to his superiors than about the stomachs of farmers. The magistrate, Yun knows, will want to keep a reserve in case the regional lord demands account. Giving grain to hungry families is a kindness. Giving grain to hungry families and then having the Lord's inspector find the granary short is a problem. This is the kind of situation that Yun normally handles by the rules. He would submit his count to the magistrate, wait for approval, and distribute only what he is authorized to give. It is the correct thing to do. It is also, he realizes, not the right thing to do. The families are hungry now, and the correct process will take weeks. He sits with this problem for several days, and it is during this time that he remembers two things. He remembers old Bao saying that the best effort is the kind you cannot see, and he remembers Mai Feng saying that the softest thing can overcome the hardest. Yun does not make a dramatic decision. He does not defy the magistrate or break any rules. Instead, he does something quieter. He visits each of the struggling families himself, on foot, in the early mornings before the market opens. He brings small measures of grain, not from the official stores, but from his own ration. It is not much. A bowl here, 2 bowls there. He eats less himself. He does not mention this to anyone, but the families notice, and something happens that Yun did not anticipate. Other families in the town, learning that the granary keeper is sharing his own food, begin to do the same. A farmer with a little extra brings a basket to his neighbor. A woman who keeps chickens begins leaving eggs on the doorsteps of the families in need. The town's small acts of generosity begin to accumulate, each one modest, none of them dramatic, but together forming a current that carries the struggling families through the last lean weeks before the spring planting takes hold. When the magistrate eventually approves a modest distribution, the crisis has already passed. The granary stores are intact. The magistrate is satisfied. The families have been fed. And Yun has learned something that he will carry for the rest of his life, that sometimes the most effective action is the one that does not look like action at all. That leading from behind, as someone once said the old archivist described, means trusting people to find their own goodness and simply going first to show them it is safe. Old Bao hears about what happened, not from Yun, who would never speak of it, but from the woman whose bowl he mended, who is the aunt of one of the families who was struggling. She tells Bao that the granary keeper is a good man, and Bao nods and says nothing. But that evening he walks to the granary and leaves a small lacquered cup at Yun's door, red and black, smooth as still water, empty and beautiful and perfectly made. Summer opens the valley like a hand. The fields are thick with millet and wheat, the orchards heavy with fruit, and the river, fed by mountain snowmelt, runs full and steady. The willows are so green they seem to glow. The air is warm and dense with the hum of insects, and in the evenings the frogs along the river bank begin their chorus, a sound so constant and enveloping that it becomes a kind of silence, a background against which all other sounds are heard. Maifeng has returned to Heku again, this time for a longer stay. Her father has arranged a trade agreement with a silk workshop in a town to the south, and he needs to oversee the first shipment himself. He has left Maifeng in Heku to manage the northern end of the exchange, trusting her, as he has increasingly come to do, with the accounts, the negotiations, and the judgment calls that trade requires. She is staying in a room above the market, a simple space, clean, with a window that looks out over the river. Each morning she wakes to the sound of the water and lies still for a moment before rising, letting the sound wash through her the way the river washes over the stones in its bed. She has begun to think of this sound as a kind of teaching. The river does not decide where to go. It goes where the land takes it. It does not argue with the stones in its path. It moves around them, or over them, or, given enough time, through them. And yet it is never passive. It is always moving, always arriving, always precisely where it is. She and Yun see each other often now. There is no formal arrangement. Their encounters seem natural, even accidental, though both of them know they are nothing of the sort. They meet at the granary, at the market, by the river. They walk along the bank in the evenings, talking about everything and nothing. Yun tells her about his family's farm, about the rhythms of planting and harvest, about the way his mother used to read the sky for weather. Maifeng tells him about the cities she has seen, about the silk workshops where women work in long rows, their fingers dancing over the cocoons with a speed and precision that looks effortless but requires years of practice. There is a distance between them that both of them feel and neither of them tries to close. It is not awkwardness, it is respect. They come from different worlds. Yun is a farmer's son with a civic post, respectable but modest. Meifeng is a merchant's daughter, wealthier but socially lower, a girl who has spent her life in motion while Yoon has spent his in place. In the rigid hierarchy of their world, their connection does not fit neatly into any category. It is not an arrangement between families. It is not a transaction. It is simply two people discovering that they see the world the same way and finding joy in that discovery and letting the joy be enough for now. One evening, sitting on the bank while the summer insects sing and the last light turns the river to copper, Maifeng says something that surprises Yun. She says that she has been thinking about what it means to be a merchant's daughter, how her whole life she has been taught that value is something you assign, that a bolt of silk is worth a certain amount of grain, that a jar of spice can be exchanged for a length of cloth, that everything in the world has a price that can be negotiated. But lately, she says, she has begun to notice the things that cannot be priced, the way the light falls on the river, the sound of old boughs brush against the lacquer dish, the particular quality of silence that happens between two people who trust each other. She says she thinks the old archivist might have understood this, that the most valuable things are the ones you cannot trade, cannot measure, cannot hold in your hand, and that this is not a sad realization but a freeing one, because it means the most important part of being alive is available to everyone, regardless of their status or their wealth or the name their family carries. Yun listens, and he does not say anything for a long while, and when he finally speaks, he says simply that he is glad she came to Heku, and Maifeng says she is glad too, and the river flows on beside them, unhurried, unceasing, carrying the reflected light of the first stars toward the distant sea. Back in the capital, the summer heat lies heavy on the packed earth streets, and the court, such as it is, stirs itself into a sluggish semblance of activity. The king's health has improved, or at least the officials say it has, and the archive is busy again with a new round of correspondence between the Zhou court and the regional lords, most of it consisting of polite threats and politely threatening replies. Wen works through the heat with his usual steadiness, though he finds himself, more and more, pausing in the middle of his tasks to look out the small window of the archive room at the strip of sky visible between the rooftops. He thinks about the conversation with Yan. He thinks about the old archivist who one day simply walked away from all of this, the scrolls, the court, the endless machinery of governance, and went west on an ox toward the mountains, toward silence. Wen does not think he will ever do this. He is not made for that kind of departure. He is a man of duty, of structure, of quiet responsibility, but he understands now why someone might choose it, and he understands with a clarity that has been growing in him all year that his daughter might be made differently than he is, that the shape of her life might not be the shape he imagined for it, and that this is not a failure of his parenting, but a feature of the world, that each person carries within them a nature that cannot be imposed from outside, only discovered from within. One evening in late summer, Leon tells her father that she has been writing, not copying, writing, her own words. She has been composing observations about the life of the capital, the market, the streets, the conversations she overhears, the way the seasons change the mood of the city. She shows him a bamboo scroll, shyly, and Wen reads it, and he is struck, not by the sophistication of the writing, which is still young and rough, but by the aliveness of it. His daughter sees the world with a vividness that he recognizes from the old archivist's fragments. Not the same ideas, but the same quality of attention, the same willingness to look at the world and describe what is actually there, rather than what is supposed to be there. He sets down the scroll and looks at his daughter, and for a moment he sees her, not as his child, not as a girl who needs to be married and settled, but as a person, a particular irreplaceable person with her own grain, her own current, her own direction. And he feels two things at once, a fierce pride and a gentle grief. Pride at who she is becoming, grief at the recognition that becoming means moving away, not from him, not from love, but from the life he had pictured for her, the safe and predictable life that would have kept her close. He tells her the writing is good. He tells her to keep going. And Leon, who had been bracing herself for criticism or gentle discouragement, feels her eyes fill with tears that she blinks away quickly, because she is not the kind of girl who cries, and also because the tears are not sadness, but relief, the relief of being seen. This is the uncarved block, finally. Not a concept, not a philosophy, but a father looking at his daughter and choosing, with love and with difficulty, to let her be. And now the year turns, as years do, and we find ourselves back where we began, in autumn, with the persimmons ripening and the hills dressed in amber and the river running cool and clear beneath the willows. In Heku, old Bao finishes the set of nesting boxes for the official's wife. He wraps them carefully in cloth and gives them to a traveling messenger, and then he sits in his workshop and looks at the empty space on his workbench where the boxes had been, and he smiles. The empty space is as satisfying to him as the finished work. It means there is room for what comes next. Yun receives word that the magistrate has commended him, not for anything specific, but for the general good order of the granary and the good feeling in the town. Yun finds this both gratifying and faintly absurd. He did not manage the good feeling. It happened on its own, the way a garden happens. You prepare the soil, you plant the seeds, but the growing is not yours to control. You can only make the conditions right and then step back. Mei Feng and her father pass through Heku one last time before the winter trade routes close. This time, Mei Feng and Yun walk by the river in the late afternoon, and their conversation is quieter than usual, not strained, but full, the way a vessel is full. They do not make promises. They do not declare anything. Mei Feng says she will be back in the spring, and Yun says he will be here, and the simplicity of this exchange, I will return, I will be here, contains everything that needs to be said. The rest is river and time, and the gentle patience of two people who have learned, each in their own way, that the best things cannot be forced. Brother Jian has spent the summer and early autumn in his hut in the hills, reading, tending his garden, and thinking about the conversation he had with Wen in the winter. He has begun to copy out the fragments he carries, not to distribute them, but simply to write them more clearly, to sit with each line the way Bao sits with each coat of lacquer. In the act of copying, he discovers things he had missed. He finds that the words change meaning depending on his own state of mind, that a line he read as resignation in the winter reads as acceptance in the autumn, and a line he understood as instruction now reads as invitation. The teaching, he realizes, is not fixed. It is alive, and it grows with the one who holds it, the way a tree grows toward whatever light is available. He descends to Heku one cool morning and visits Bao's workshop, as he sometimes does. The two men drink tea and sit in companionable silence. Jian mentions that he has been thinking about whether it is better to share these ideas widely or to let them find their own way. Bao says nothing for a long time, and then he says that lacquer does not advertise itself. It simply exists, and people who need it find it. Perhaps ideas are the same. Jian laughs softly. He says that this is the most Bao has ever said about philosophy, and also the truest. In the capital, Wen and Lian have settled into a new rhythm. Lian continues her writing, Wen continues his work in the archive, but there is an ease between them now that was not there before, a sense of two people walking the same path at their own pace, no longer needing to match step for step. Lian has begun to visit the market not just for provisions but for material. She watches the traders, the officials, the farmers bringing their goods, and she writes about what she sees. She has started to notice something that she could not have named a year ago, that the people who seem most at peace are not the ones with the most power or the most wealth, but the ones who have found a way of being that feels natural to them. The farmer who loves his field, the woman who sings while she grinds grain. Old Bao, far away in Heku, whom she has never met, but whose story her father has told her, applying lacquer with the patience of a river-wearing stone. She does not know that what she is noticing has a name. She does not know that the old archivist, whoever he was, spent his life trying to describe exactly this. The way, the natural course of things, the current that runs beneath all of existence and carries everything toward its own best shape, if only we will stop fighting it and let ourselves be carried. But she feels it, and feeling it is enough. Now the evening deepens over the valley, and the first stars appear, the same stars that shone over this land 25 centuries ago, the same stars that will shine long after these lives have ended and been folded back into the earth. In Heku, old Bao banks the small fire in his workshop and steps outside to watch the river in the last light. The water is dark now, its surface broken only by the faintest current, and the willows along the bank have begun to release their leaves, small golden boats that float downstream, turning slowly, catching the light of the rising moon. In the granary, Yun sets down his tallies and opens his window. The night air is cool and sweet with the smell of fallen leaves and distant wood smoke. He holds the lacquered cup that Bao left at his door, red and black, smooth as still water, and he turns it in his hands, feeling the warmth of the day still trapped in its surface. He thinks of Maifeng. He thinks of spring. In the hills, Brother Jian sits in the doorway of his hut with a bamboo scroll across his knees, but he is not reading. He is listening to the stream, which is saying the same thing it has always said, the same thing the river says, and the rain, and the slow drip of lacquer from Bao's brush. He is listening to the sound of the world being exactly what it is, and in the capital, in a small courtyard lit by a single oil lamp, Wen and Lian sit together in the autumn evening. Lian is writing. Wen is watching her, and on his face there is an expression that is difficult to describe, part pride, part tenderness, part letting go. He looks at his daughter and he sees the future, not his future, but hers, unfolding like a scroll that has not yet been written on, full of blank space and possibility, And instead of fear, he feels something that he realizes with quiet surprise is trust. Trust in his daughter, trust in the world, trust in the unnamed current that has been carrying him all this time, even when he thought he was the one doing the carrying. The old archivist, wherever he went, left behind an idea that is simpler than it sounds and deeper than it seems, that the world has a way, and the way is not something you have to find or invent or fight for. It is already here. It is in the grain of the wood, in the flow of the river, in the silence between words, in the empty space inside a cup. It is in the patience of an old craftsman and the curiosity of a young woman and the quiet honesty of a man who shares his rice. It is in the space between two people who are just beginning to matter to each other. It is in the act of letting go, of letting your daughter become herself, of letting the seasons turn, of letting the night come when the night comes. You do not have to understand it. You do not have to name it. You only have to stop pushing against it and let it carry you the way the river carries the willow leaves, gently, without effort, toward wherever they are meant to go. And so, as the lamp burns low in Wen's courtyard, and the stars multiply above the valley, and the river murmurs its ancient patient song, let us drift away from this world as gently as we entered it. These people will go on living their lives. Bao will apply another coat of lacquer. Yun will open the granary doors at dawn. Maifeng will return with the spring. Lian will keep writing. Yan will keep reading. And Wen will keep learning to let go. Their stories do not end here. They simply continue beyond the edge of our hearing, like a song that goes on playing after you have left the room. And you here now, in this quiet moment, you may let go as well. Let the valley fade. Let the river grow distant. Let the names and faces soften into sleep, carrying with them whatever small thing felt true tonight. Perhaps it was the patience of lacquer. Perhaps it was the emptiness of a cup. Perhaps it was the sound of the water, saying what it always says, that the way is here, the way has always been here, and all you have to do is rest. Let your breathing slow. Let your thoughts grow soft and distant like lanterns on a far shore. The river is carrying you now. You do not have to swim. You do not have to steer. You only have to let it take you where you are going, which is here, which is sleep, which is peace. Athens. The year is approximately 440 years before the Common Era. It is the height of what will one day be called the Golden Age, though the people living here do not know that name. To them, this is simply life, their life, the only one they have. Imagine the air first. It is late summer, the month the Athenians call Hecatombaion, and the heat of the day has only just begun to loosen its grip. The evening air carries the dry sweetness of sun-warmed thyme drifting down from the hillsides, mixed with the faint mineral scent of dust and stone. Somewhere, a breeze moves through an olive grove, and the leaves turn and flash, silver, green, like small fish darting in a stream. The city sprawls below its great rocky hill, the Acropolis, where the temples stand white and gleaming against the deepening sky. Below it, the houses are modest, single-story structures of mud brick and timber with small courtyards open to the air. The streets are narrow and unpaved, winding between walls that still hold the warmth of the day. If you were to walk them now, you would feel that warmth radiating gently against your skin, and there, at the heart of everything, lies the agora, the great open marketplace and gathering place, quiet now as evening falls, but still faintly alive with the last conversations of the day. Merchants are folding their awnings. A dog sleeps in the shadow of a colonnade. The stoa, those long covered walkways with their rows of columns, stretch along the edges of the square, their stone floors cool and smooth underfoot. To the northwest, the Kerameikos district, where the potter's work is settling into stillness. To the southwest, the road leads down to Piraeus, the port, where the masts of ships make a thin forest against the horizon, and everywhere, on every corner, beside every doorway, at every crossroads, there are small altars and shrines, some no larger than a man's hand, where offerings of barley and oil and wine are left for the gods who, in the minds of these people, are as real and as near as neighbors. This is Athens, and over the course of a year, from this golden summer through the rains of autumn, the quiet of winter, and the blossoming of spring, we are going to follow the lives of a handful of ordinary people who call this city home. They are not famous. History will not remember their names, but their lives are full and rich and quietly remarkable, and tonight their stories will carry you gently into sleep. Let us begin. The morning begins, as every morning does in Athens, with a prayer. In a modest house near the southern slope of the Acropolis, a man named Solon rises before the light has fully arrived. He is in his middle years, perhaps 35, with the broad, roughened hands of someone who has spent his life working with wood. Solon is a tekton, a joiner and furniture maker. His workshop occupies the front room of his home, and even now, in the half-dark, the smell of it greets him. Cedar shavings, pine resin, the clean bite of freshly planed oak. Before he touches his tools, before he eats, before he steps into the street, Solon moves to the small household altar set into a niche in the courtyard wall. Every Athenian home has one. It is dedicated to Hestia, goddess of the hearth, and to Zeus Ctesios, protector of the household stores. There is a small clay figure, a dish for offerings, a blackened spot where incense is burned. Solon pours a thin stream of olive oil over the altar stone and speaks a quiet prayer, not elaborate, not formal, just a few familiar words asking for a good day, for the health of his household, for steady hands at his work. This is how the day begins. This is how every day begins in Athens, in homes rich and poor alike, with a small act of devotion so ordinary it is almost like breathing. His breakfast is simple, a piece of barley bread left from the day before, dipped in wine that has been mixed with water, and a handful of dried figs. He eats standing in the courtyard, watching the sky lighten from deep blue to pale gold. A rooster crows somewhere nearby, then another. The city is waking. Let us follow Solon as he steps out into the street. The narrow lane is already stirring. A woman carries a water jug on her shoulder, walking toward the nearest public fountain. Two boys chase each other around a corner, barefoot and laughing. The air is still cool, but there is a weight to it, a promise of the fierce heat that will settle over Athens by midday. Solon walks downhill toward the agora because today he must purchase a length of good timber from a merchant near the Stoa of Hermes. He is building a klismos, an elegant curved-back chair, for a client who wants something beautiful for his andron, the room where men gather to dine and talk. The klismos is a form Solon loves. There is something deeply satisfying about the way the back legs curve outward and the crest rail bows gently as if the chair itself is exhaling. It requires precision, it requires patience, and it requires very good wood. As Solon enters the agora, the great open square is beginning to fill with its daily life. Merchants are setting out their goods on low tables and mats spread on the ground. There are separate areas for different wares, one section for fish, another for pottery, another for garlic and onions and herbs. The noise builds gradually, like an instrument being tuned, the calls of vendors, the clatter of a cart on stone, the low hum of conversation that is the constant music of this place. And it is here in the agora that we encounter another soul whose life we will follow. Timon sits on a low stool behind a wooden table near the mint in the southeastern corner of the square. He is an older man, perhaps 50, perhaps more, with close-cropped gray hair and careful, watchful eyes. Timon is a dokimastes, a coin tester, and he is a demosioi, a public slave owned by the city-state itself. His work is specialized and respected. Merchants and traders bring their coins to him, and he examines each one, testing its weight, its ring, the quality of its silver, to determine whether it is genuine Athenian currency or a forgery. He has been doing this for many years. He knows the feel of a true tetradrachm the way a musician knows the sound of a properly tuned string. Timon's life occupies a space that is difficult to hold in the mind all at once. He is enslaved, owned by the state, a status he did not choose and cannot change. And yet his daily existence has a kind of quiet autonomy that surprises. He rents a small room near the Kerameikos. He walks the city freely. He is paid a modest wage. The merchants who visit his table greet him by name, ask after his health, sometimes linger to exchange a few words about the news of the day. He is known, he is relied upon, and within himself, in the private country of his own mind, he is entirely free, thoughtful, observant, possessed of a dry and gentle humor that surfaces in small ways, like light through a crack in a wall. This morning Solon stops by Timon's table, as he sometimes does. The two men have fallen into an easy acquaintance over the years, the kind that grows not from any single moment, but from the slow accumulation of brief, honest exchanges. Solon mentions that he has been attending gatherings in the evenings near the gymnasium where a man, he does not name him, but we might recognize the description of a stout, barefoot figure with an unsettling habit of asking questions, speaks about virtue and the examined life. Timon listens. He offers a quiet observation, and something in what he says, some small, precise thought about the difference between knowing a thing and understanding it, stays with Solon as he walks away through the warming morning, turning it over in his mind the way he turns a piece of wood in his hands, feeling for the grain. Now let us drift to another part of the agora where the smell of baking bread hangs warm and golden in the air. Daphne is a young woman of perhaps 19 with dark hair pinned loosely beneath a linen cloth and flour dusted across her forearms. She works at her family's bread stall, one of several clustered near the western edge of the market. Her father, Nikos, is the baker. He has been since before she was born, and Daphne has grown up with the rhythm of this work, the pre-dawn mixing of barley and wheat flour, the kneading, the shaping of flat loaves and round loaves and the long oval loaves brushed with olive oil that are her father's particular pride. The clay oven behind the stall radiates a steady, encompassing warmth, and Daphne moves around it with the unconscious grace of someone who has performed the same motions 1,000 times. She is thinking as she works about Lycon. Lycon is a fisherman, 22 years old, lean and sun-darkened from long days on the water. He works the boats out of Piraeus, the port city connected to Athens by the long walls, two parallel fortifications that stretch for several miles, creating a protected corridor between the city and the sea. Every morning before dawn, Lycon walks this road in the dark, joins the crew of a small fishing vessel, and spends the hours until mid-morning hauling nets in the Saronic Gulf. The catch varies with the season: sardines, anchovies, mackerel, sometimes squid, and by the time the boats return to the harbor, Lycon's arms ache and his skin is tight with dried salt, and there is nowhere he would rather be than sitting beside Daphne at the edge of the agora, sharing a piece of bread and a cup of watered wine, watching the city move around them. They have been together for some time now, long enough that the early nervousness has softened into something steadier and warmer. They are, in the language we might use, considering a future together. But in Athens, this is not simply a matter of two people deciding. Marriage here is a formal arrangement between families. It begins with the engesis, a betrothal in which the groom and the bride's father clasp hands before witnesses and speak ritual words. The father declares that he gives his daughter for the purpose of producing legitimate children. The groom accepts. A dowry is negotiated. It is practical. It is public. And it is necessary because in Athens the legitimacy of children, and therefore their citizenship, depends on the marriage being properly contracted. Lycon has spoken with Daphne about this, gently, carefully. He tells her of his intentions, and she receives them with a warmth and a quiet steadiness that gives him courage. But he has not yet approached her father. The dowry is a concern. Nikos is not a wealthy man, and Lycon's own resources are modest. There is no urgency, no crisis. It is simply one of those quiet, practical challenges that shape a life, the kind of thing that must be worked through with patience and goodwill, one conversation at a time. For now, on this late summer morning, Daphne hands Lycon a warm piece of bread from the oven, and he tells her about a dolphin he saw that morning, leaping alongside the boat in the silver light before sunrise, and she laughs. A sound that is, to Lycon, better than any music he has ever heard. The Panathenaia is coming. You can feel it in the city the way you can feel a change in weather. Not yet arrived, but present in the air, in the quickened pace of preparations, in the way people speak with a brightness in their voices. This is the greatest festival of Athens, held every year in honor of the goddess Athena, patron and protector of the city. Every 4 years the celebration is grander still, the greater Panathenaia, with athletic competitions, musical contests, and a procession so magnificent that its image will one day be carved into the marble frieze of the Parthenon itself. This year is one of those greater years, and the city is alive with anticipation. Let us visit Callias, a man of considerable wealth, whose household sits in one of the finer neighborhoods north of the Agora. His home is larger than most, built around a central courtyard with a small garden, a working fountain, and walls decorated with painted plaster in deep reds and ochres. Callias is perhaps 45, dignified, a little restless. He has recently been appointed Chorigos for the coming city Dionysia, a civic duty that requires him to fund and organize a theatrical production from his own fortune. This is months away still, in the spring, but it weighs on him already, a stone in his pocket he keeps reaching for. Today, however, the Panathenaea fills his attention. Callias has a role in the procession, as a man of his standing is expected to. He will walk among the elders, dressed in fine robes, carrying an olive branch. It is an honor. He knows it is an honor, and yet, as he stands in his courtyard watching his household prepare, slaves arranging garments, polishing sandals, filling water jars, he feels a flicker of something he cannot quite name, a question about what all of this is for, not the festival. He understands the festival, the devotion to Athena, the binding together of the city in shared reverence, but something beneath that, something about his own place in it. Whether the life he has built, comfortable and respected as it is, amounts to something he can be proud of when he is alone with himself in the dark. He sets the thought aside. There is too much to do. The procession begins at the Dipylon Gate, the great double gate in the city wall at the edge of the Kerameikos. Imagine it now. The wide road that leads from the gate through the agora and up toward the Acropolis, and along it a river of people, hundreds, thousands, moving together in the warm morning light. At the front walk young women, the kanephorai, carrying baskets of barley and sacred implements on their heads, their hair unbound, their white robes bright against the dusty road. Behind them come elders with olive branches, cavalry riders on horseback, young men leading cattle for the sacrifice, musicians playing the aulos, a double-piped reed instrument whose sound is reedy and haunting, somewhere between an oboe and a clarinet. Marin watches from the edge of the road, near the Stoa Poikile, the painted Stoa. She is a woman of perhaps 40, with steady dark eyes and hands that know the work of healing. Marin is a metic, a resident foreigner, originally from the city of Miletus on the coast of Asia Minor. She came to Athens years ago, following the trade routes, and she has built a quiet practice as an herbalist and midwife in a neighborhood near the port road. She knows the properties of chamomile and pennyroyal, of fennel seed and white willow bark. She knows how to ease a fever, how to calm a laboring mother, how to prepare a poultice for a wound that will not close. As a metic, Myrrhine pays a special tax, the metoikion, for the privilege of living in Athens. She cannot own land, she cannot vote in the assembly, but she can work and she can worship and she can walk these streets that have become, over the years, as familiar to her as the streets of the city where she was born. During the Panathenaea, metics have their own role in the procession. They carry trays of offerings, dressed in purple robes, walking in a group that is distinct from the citizens but part of the whole. Maureen finds a quiet pride in this. She belongs here, even if the belonging has edges, even if there are doors that will never open to her. She has learned to build her life in the spaces that are available, and she has built it well. The procession winds upward. The sound of flutes and hymns rises into the air and mingles with the lowing of cattle and the shuffling of thousands of sandaled feet on stone. At the top of the Acropolis, the great sacrifice will take place. Cattle offered to Athena, their meat distributed afterward among the people in a vast communal feast. The smell of roasting meat and burning incense will drift over the city for hours, and there will be wine and music and the feeling that, for this one day, Athens is exactly what it is meant to be. A city held together by shared devotion, by beauty, by the simple act of walking the same road in the same direction. Solon walks in the procession too, somewhere in the middle of the crowd, unremarkable, one face among many. But he is paying attention. He is always paying attention. And later, when he returns to his workshop and picks up his tools, there will be something in the way he works, a steadiness, a kind of presence, that comes from having been part of something larger than himself, even for a few hours. The weeks pass, and the city shifts. The brutal heat of summer loosens, and the air takes on a quality that is difficult to describe, still warm, but lighter, as if the sky itself has exhaled. The light changes too, less white, more golden, falling at a lower angle that makes the columns of the temples glow as if lit from within. This is the season of the olive harvest. Across Attica, the region surrounding Athens, the groves are heavy with fruit, small, hard, dark olives that must be shaken or beaten from the branches and gathered in baskets, then taken to the press. Olive oil is the foundation of Athenian life. It is used for cooking, for lighting lamps, for bathing. Men rub it over their skin at the gymnasium and scrape it off with a curved bronze tool called a strigil, for religious offerings, for trade. A good harvest means prosperity. A poor one means hardship. The olive tree is sacred to Athena herself, and there is a reverence in the way the fruit is gathered, a care that goes beyond the merely practical. Lycon has been helping with the harvest on a small plot of land outside the city walls that belongs to Daphne's father, Nikos. This is part of how things are done, a young man showing his willingness, demonstrating his strength and reliability, making himself useful to the family he hopes to join. The work is hard and satisfying. Lycon climbs into the low, gnarled branches and shakes them until the olives rain down onto the cloth spread below, where Nikos gathers them with quick, practiced hands. They work mostly in silence, but it is a companionable silence, the kind that builds trust more surely than words. In the evenings, the olives are taken to a neighboring press, where a great stone wheel crushes them into pulp, and the oil is separated and collected in clay jars. The smell is extraordinary, green and peppery and alive, nothing like the mild oil you might know from your own kitchen. It fills the air around the press, and people linger there, talking and laughing, passing a skin of wine, enjoying the feeling of a day's work done. Meanwhile, in a workshop near the theater district, a man named Fotis is beginning the work that will consume him through the winter and into the spring. Fotis is a scenographos, a scene painter. His job is to create the painted wooden panels that form the backdrop of theatrical performances, transforming the bare wooden stage into a palace, a temple, a forest, a distant shore. He is perhaps 30, wiry, intense, with paint stains on his fingers that never quite wash away. He works in a long, low workshop cluttered with panels of wood, jars of pigment made from ground minerals and plants. Ochre for yellow, malachite for green, cinnabar for red, and the smell of linseed oil and beeswax that he mixes into his paints. Callias has come to visit Fotis today. The two men have been brought together by the Dionysia production, and their relationship so far is formal, careful, the relationship of a man who is paying for something and a man who is making it. Callias stands in the workshop doorway, his fine cloak slightly out of place among the sawdust and rags, and watches as Fotis mixes a shade of blue from ground azurite. They speak about the play, a tragedy, as tradition demands, though Callias does not yet know the details of the poet's vision. Fotis explains what he hopes to create: a sense of depth, of distance, a painted world that will make the audience forget they are looking at wood and pigment and see instead the rocky coast of a mythic island. Callias listens, and something in the way Fotis speaks, the quiet intensity, the care he brings to something that most wealthy men would consider beneath their notice, stirs a feeling in Callias that he did not expect. It is not quite admiration. It is more like recognition. Here is a man who knows exactly what he is doing and why, and Callias finds himself envying that clarity. In the weeks that follow, Callias begins to visit the workshop more often. The visits grow longer, the formality softens, and slowly, almost without either of them noticing, the patron and the craftsman begin to build something that neither of them planned for. A friendship rooted in a shared project, in the slow discovery that they see the world more similarly than their different circumstances might suggest. Autumn deepens, the rains come, not the heavy drenching rains of winter, but the first tentative showers that darken the dust of the streets and bring up from the earth a smell of wet clay and stone that is one of the oldest smells in the world. Solon is at his workbench, shaping the back rail of the klismos with a draw knife, when a thought arrives that he cannot quite set aside. It came to him during one of the evening gatherings near the academy, where the barefoot philosopher, let us allow ourselves to picture him now, stocky and plain-featured with eyes that miss nothing, posed a question to the small group assembled under the plane trees. The question was simple, as the most unsettling questions tend to be. What does it mean to live well? Not to live comfortably, not to live safely, but to live well. Solon does not consider himself a philosopher. He is a man who makes chairs and tables and chests, who works with his hands and earns his bread by the quality of what he produces. But the question has lodged in him like a splinter, and as he works the wood, he turns it over and over. What does it mean to live well? Is it possible that a man who has very little, a coin tester in the agora, for instance, a man who owns nothing, who is himself owned, might live better in some essential way than a man who has everything? He thinks of Timon. He thinks of the way Timon sits behind his table each morning with a kind of settled calm that Solon has seen in very few people. Not resignation. Timon is not resigned. There is a difference. Resignation is the absence of hope. What Timon has is more like the presence of something else, a self-possession that does not depend on circumstance. The next time Solon visits Timon's table in the agora, he mentions the question, not grandly, not as a philosophical proposition, just simply the way one friend mentions something to another. And Timon considers it for a moment, turning a coin slowly in his fingers, and then offers a thought that Solon will carry with him for a long time. He says that perhaps living well is not something you achieve, like building a house or winning a race. Perhaps it is something you practice, like tuning an instrument, something you do again each morning and again, and it is never finished, and that is the point. Solon sits with this. The agora moves around them, the fish sellers, the potters, the men arguing about politics near the Bouleuterion, the council house. A flock of pigeons lifts from the ground in a rush of wings and settles again. The ordinary day continues, and within it, between two men who occupy very different places in the world, something quiet and important has passed. Let us step now into a space that is central to Athenian life in a way that may surprise you, the gymnasium. Picture a large open area on the outskirts of the city, bordered by colonnades and shaded groves of plane trees and poplars. At the center, a wide exercise yard of packed earth. Around it, changing rooms, bathing chambers fed by a nearby spring, covered walkways where men can walk and talk even when it rains. This is one of Athens's three great gymnasia, perhaps the academy northwest of the city walls, where a grove sacred to the hero Academos gives the place its name. The gymnasium is, on its surface, a place for physical training. Men come here to run, to wrestle, to throw the discus and the javelin. They exercise nude. The word gymnasium itself comes from gymnos, meaning naked, and they oil their bodies with olive oil before training, scraping it off afterward with the strigil, that small, curved bronze blade. The ritual of it is intimate and unself-conscious, the oiling, the exertion, the scraping, the bathing in cool water afterward. The body is not hidden here. It is celebrated, tended, understood as something that deserves care. But the gymnasium is much more than a place for the body. It is where ideas live. Under the colonnades and in the shaded groves, philosophers hold informal discussions. Young men listen, old men argue. The line between physical training and intellectual cultivation barely exists. The Greeks see them as aspects of the same thing, the cultivation of a whole and excellent human being. To train the body without training the mind is as incomplete as the reverse. Solon comes here in the late afternoons, after his work is done. He is not an athlete. His body is strong from labor, not from sport. But he bathes, and he walks the colonnades, and he listens. It is here, in this place, that the quiet transformation in his life is taking root. He does not announce it. He does not argue philosophy in the street. But he carries something away with him each time, a question, a new way of seeing, and it changes the way he speaks to his neighbors, the way he treats his apprentice, the way he sits with uncertainty. People notice, though they might not be able to say exactly what has changed. There is a gentleness about him, a willingness to pause before speaking, a quality of attention that makes others feel in his presence that they are being truly heard. Lycon joins him sometimes. The two men know each other through the overlapping circles of the agora and the neighborhood, and Lycon, who is younger and more restless, finds something calming in Solon's company. They walk together under the plane trees, and Solon asks about the fishing, and Lycon talks about the sea, the way it changes color through the day, the feel of the net in his hands, the strange deep silence that exists just below the surface of the water. And Solon listens, and sometimes asks a question that makes Lycon think about his own life in a way he has not before. Not a grand question, just a small one, offered gently, like a seed placed in open ground. Winter comes to Athens not with snow. It rarely snows here, but with rain and wind and a chill that seeps through the mud brick walls and makes the hearth the center of every household. The fire is kept burning through the day and the night, fed with olive wood and charcoal, and the family gathers close to it in the evenings, eating lentil soup and bread, drinking warm wine mixed with honey and spices. The month of Gamaliel, roughly our January, is sacred to Hera, goddess of marriage. It is the traditional month for weddings, and all across Athens families are making preparations. Among them is the household of Nikos the baker. Lycon has spoken with Nikos. It happened quietly on a cool morning after the olive harvest was done, when the two men sat together in the courtyard behind the bakery. Lycon spoke plainly. He is not a man of elaborate words, and told Nikos of his feelings for Daphne, of his wish to marry her, of his ability to provide a home, modest but sound. Nikos listened with the careful attention of a father who loves his daughter and knows that the world is not always kind. And then he asked questions, practical questions, about income and prospects and where the couple would live. And Lycon answered them honestly, without pretending to be more than he is. The angisis took place a few weeks later in the presence of family and close friends. It was a simple ceremony, but it carried the weight of all the generations who had performed it before. Nikos took Lycon's hand and spoke the ancient words that he gave his daughter for the purpose of producing legitimate children, and Lycon accepted. A dowry was agreed upon, some household goods, a sum of money that Nikos had set aside over the years, a few pieces of modest jewelry. It was not a grand dowry, but it was given with love, and it was received with gratitude, and that made it more than enough. The wedding itself unfolds over 3 days, as is the custom. On the first day, the proaulia, Daphne spends the time with her mother and the women of the family, preparing. There are offerings to be made to Artemis, protector of young women. Daphne offers a lock of her hair, cut and laid upon a small altar. To Aphrodite, she offers a handful of flowers. These are gestures of farewell to her girlhood and welcome to the life that comes next. The women sing and talk, and there is laughter and some tears, and the house smells of baking bread and burning incense and the rose oil that has been rubbed into Daphne's hair. On the second day, the gamos, the wedding day itself, Daphne bathes in water carried from a sacred spring in a special vessel called a lutrophoros. She dresses in a white linen robe, and a veil is placed over her face. In the evening, a feast is held at Nikos's house. Men and women sit at separate tables, as is the custom, but the room is warm and full, and the food is plentiful. Roasted lamb from the sacrifice, bread, figs, cheese, honey cakes, and wine. And then, as the night deepens, comes the procession. Lycon leads Daphne from her father's house to his own, a small, clean home near the harbor road that he has prepared with care, whitewashing the walls and setting a new clay lamp in every niche. They travel by torchlight, followed by family and friends singing wedding hymns, and the flickering light throws their shadows long and dancing against the walls of the narrow streets. When they arrive, Lycon's mother greets them at the door, and Daphne steps across the threshold into her new life. Dried fruits and nuts are showered over them, symbols of fertility and prosperity, and the house, which was quiet an hour ago, is suddenly full of warmth and sound and the beginning of something new. Somewhere across the city, Myrrhine is tending to a woman in the last stages of labor. It is a long night, but a gentle one. The mother is strong, the birth progresses well, and by the time the first light of dawn touches the rooftops, a healthy child has arrived into the world. Myrrhine washes the infant carefully, wraps it in soft cloth, and places it in the mother's arms. She speaks quietly, words of reassurance, of practical advice. And then she gathers her things and steps out into the cool morning air, tired but satisfied, carrying with her the particular kind of peace that comes from having helped bring a life safely into the world. The family she has attended is not wealthy. They are neighbors of Daphne's, in fact, the wife of a sandal maker who lives near the agora. They would not normally have been able to afford a midwife's services, but Marine charges what people can pay, and sometimes she charges nothing at all. This is how she has built her place in this community, not through grand gestures, but through the steady, quiet accumulation of trust, one household at a time, one safe delivery at a time, one fever eased, one wound tended, one anxious mother calmed. The Lanaya arrives in the chill of Gamalion, a winter festival dedicated to Dionysus, god of wine and theater, more intimate than the great city Dionysia, but beloved in its own way. There are dramatic performances, mostly comedies during the Lanaya, and a procession through the streets, and the feeling of the city drawing inward around its fires, finding warmth in shared laughter and song. Callias attends the performances and watches carefully. The Dionysia is still months away, but the Lanaya gives him a taste of what theater can be, the way a story told by masked actors on a wooden stage can reach into the chest of every person watching and touch something there. He sees the audience laugh, sees them grow still, sees an old man wipe his eyes at something a character has said, and he begins to understand, in a way he has not before, what it is he has been asked to fund, not a spectacle, not a display of wealth, but a gift to the city offered in the name of Dionysus that has the power to make people feel less alone. This understanding does not arrive all at once. It comes slowly, over the course of many conversations with Fotis in the workshop, over shared cups of wine on cold evenings, over the experience of watching Fotis work, the care with which he mixes his colors, the way he steps back from a panel and tilts his head, studying it, then steps forward and makes a single decisive stroke that changes everything. Callias has never watched an artist work before. He has owned beautiful things, painted pottery, bronze figures, fine furniture, but he has never seen the making, and the making, he is discovering, is where the meaning lives. There is a moment, let us linger on it, when Callias arrives at the workshop on a particularly cold afternoon, carrying a flask of good wine and 2 cups. Fotis is working on a panel that will depict a rocky shoreline beneath a twilight sky. The blues and purples are extraordinary, deep and layered, as if the panel has actual depth, as if you could reach into it and feel the cool of the evening air. Callias pours the wine and hands a cup to Fotis, and for a while neither of them speaks. They simply stand together, looking at the painted shore, and the silence between them is the comfortable silence of 2 people who have stopped needing to perform for each other. It is Fotis who speaks first. He mentions quietly that he has been worried about money. The pigments are expensive. The azurite alone has cost more than he expected, and his other commissions have dried up while he devotes himself to the Dionysia production. He does not ask Callias for more. He simply states the fact, plainly, the way one friend mentions a difficulty to another. And Callias, without hesitation, offers to help, not as a patron dispensing charity, but as a collaborator invested in the work. He will cover the additional costs. He will make sure Fotis can devote himself fully to the production without worry, and in the way he says it, simply without ceremony, Fotis understands that something has changed between them. They are no longer patron and craftsman. They are 2 men building something together. The rains continue. The streets of Athens run with water, and the agora is quieter than usual. The merchants huddled under the covered stoas, the open square nearly empty. Smoke rises from chimneys across the city, and the air smells of burning olive wood and wet earth. Timon walks to his post each morning through the rain, wrapped in a rough wool cloak. His table has been moved under the shelter of the stoa for the winter, and he sits there, dry but cold, testing coins with the same careful attention he brings to everything. The work does not stop for weather. Commerce does not stop. People still need to know whether their money is real. During the quiet stretches, and there are more of them now in the winter, Timon thinks. He thinks about the city he has lived in for so many years, the people he has watched grow old, the children he has watched become men and women. He thinks about a conversation he had with Solon recently, about what it means to practice living well, and he thinks about his own life, its limitations, its unexpected freedoms, its small, enduring pleasures. The taste of warm bread in the morning, the sound of rain on the stoa roof, the satisfaction of holding a coin and knowing instantly whether it is true. He does not feel sorry for himself. This is important to understand. Timon's life is not defined in his own mind by what has been taken from him. It is defined by what he has made within the space he has been given, and what he has made is a kind of interior richness, a life of the mind, a capacity for observation and reflection, a gentleness with others that comes from understanding, deeply and without bitterness, that the world is not always fair and that kindness is the only sensible response. One afternoon, Marine comes to Timon's table. She needs change for a purchase, some dried herbs from a merchant who will not take anything larger than an obol, and Timon helps her, as he has before. They speak briefly. Marine mentions that the winter has been hard on the elderly in her neighborhood, and that she has been making rounds, checking on the old and the sick, bringing teas brewed from dried chamomile and thyme. Timon nods. He knows what it is to watch for others, to notice the ones who might be overlooked. He tells Marine about an old man who lives near the Keramikos, a retired potter who has been coughing badly. She thanks him. She will visit. And this small exchange, a coin tester and a midwife, a public slave and a foreign woman, two people who exist at the margins of Athenian society, is a moment of such quiet, ordinary humanity that it hardly seems worth remarking on. And yet it is, perhaps, the truest picture of what Athens is, not the marble and the speeches and the great processions, but these small acts of care passed between people who know what it is to be overlooked. And then, as it always does, the world turns. The rains ease, the days grow longer, the air warms, and across the hillsides of Attica, the wildflowers begin to bloom, anemones and poppies, and the pale blue of wild hyacinth spreading through the grass like spilled water. The olive trees put out new growth, silver green and tender. The sea changes color from winter gray to the deep, impossible blue that has given its name to 1,000 poems. Spring in Athens is not just a season, it is a feeling, a collective exhaling, a return to the outdoors, to the streets, to the agora, to the life of the city in all its noise and color and argument and beauty. And this spring, in the month of Elaphebolion, the city Dionysia is coming. The Dionysia is the great dramatic festival of Athens, 5 or 6 days of theatrical performances held in the theater of Dionysus, built into the southern slope of the Acropolis. It is open to all, citizens, metics, even visitors from other cities, and the entire population of Athens seems to pour into the theater, 15,000 people sitting on stone benches cut into the hillside, looking down at the circular orchestra where the chorus dances and the wooden stage building. The scheme stands behind it, painted and transformed. Fotis has been working for months, and the panels are finished. He has created something extraordinary, a world within the world, a painted landscape of such depth and beauty that when the panels are first raised into place behind the stage, even the stage hands pause to look. The sky in the painting seems to recede forever. The rocks seem solid enough to touch, and in the foreground a single gnarled olive tree, painted with such tenderness that it seems to tremble in an invisible wind. Callias sees the finished panels for the first time on the morning before the performances begin, and he stands very still for a long moment, and then he turns to Fotis and says something simple, just a few words spoken quietly, and Fotis nods, and there passes between them the understanding that what they have made together is good, not perfect, not the greatest thing ever created, but good and true and worthy of the occasion. And for Callias, who began this journey seeing the Chorgos appointment as a burden, an obligation of wealth, this is something like a revelation. He has discovered that generosity, when it is directed towards something meaningful, is not a sacrifice. It is a form of participation in the life of the city that goes deeper than politics or reputation or the accumulation of fine things. It is, perhaps, the closest a man of his position can come to making something with his own hands. The Dionysia begins with a procession, as so many things in Athens do, carrying a wooden statue of Dionysus through the streets, accompanied by song and the sound of flutes and the sweet, heavy smell of incense. The mood is festive, electric, different from the solemn grandeur of the Panathenaea. This is the festival of the god who dissolves boundaries, who transforms, who reminds human beings that beneath the orderly surface of civic life there is something wilder and more mysterious. And then the performances, 3 days of tragedies, a day of comedies. The poets have been chosen by the Archon months in advance, and each presents a sequence of plays performed by masked actors and a singing, dancing chorus. The audience sits in the open air, the Acropolis rising behind the stage, the city spread below, and for hours at a time, 15,000 people breathe together, laugh together, weep together, held in the grip of stories about gods and mortals and the beautiful, terrible fragility of human life. Let us find our characters in the crowd. Daphne and Lycon sit together, high on the stone benches, her shoulder touching his. Daphne has never attended the Dionysia before. It is not common for women of her status, though it is not forbidden either, and Lycon has saved for weeks to afford the small admission price. She watches with wide eyes as the chorus moves in precise, hypnotic patterns across the orchestra floor, their voices rising in unison, and she feels something she has no word for, a kind of expansion, as if the world has suddenly grown larger. Lycon watches her watching, and he understands that he has given her something more valuable than he knew. Solon is there, sitting with other craftsmen from his neighborhood. He listens to the words of the tragedy, a story of a man who must choose between two goods, knowing that either choice will cost him something precious, and he recognizes in it the shape of the questions he has been carrying all year. The play does not answer those questions. It does something better. It holds them up to the light and turns them slowly so that every facet catches the sun. Callias watches from a place of honor near the front, but his eyes keep moving to the painted panels behind the stage. His panels, Fotis's panels, and each time the audience gasps or sighs at a moment in the play, and the painted world behind the actors holds steady and beautiful. He feels a warmth in his chest that has nothing to do with pride and everything to do with belonging. Timon is not in the theater. Public slaves are not typically among the audience, but he can hear the music from his post in the agora, the distant sound of the chorus carried on the spring wind, and he pauses in his work, a coin held still in his fingers, and listens. And in the listening, he is part of it. The city's story reaches him as it reaches everyone, carried on the air like the smell of blossoms. Myrrhine sits near the back of the theater in the section where metics gather. She watches the play with the quiet attention of a woman who has seen both birth and suffering, who understands that the stories on the stage are not so different from the stories she witnesses every day in the houses of Athens, stories of hope and fear and the endurance of ordinary people in the face of what the gods send them. When the performance ends, she walks home through streets that are loud with conversation and laughter and the lingering energy of shared experience, and she feels, for this evening at least, that Athens is her home, fully and without qualification, her home. The festival ends. The prizes are awarded. A crown of ivy for the winning poet, honor for the choragos who supported him. Callias's production does not win the first prize. It places second, which is honorable, and Callias finds, to his surprise, that he does not mind. The winning was never the point. The making was the point. The discovery was the point. In the days that follow, the city settles back into its rhythms. The agora fills again with its daily commerce. The workshops resume their steady noise. The fishing boats go out before dawn, and the bread ovens glow in the dark, and the priests make their offerings at the temples, and the gods, in the minds of the people, continue their vast, inscrutable work above and below and all around. Solon is in his workshop, finishing the Klismos at last. It has taken him most of the year, longer than he intended, because he has been, in his own quiet way, learning a new kind of patience. The chair is beautiful. The curve of the back is smooth and true. The legs are strong. The wood has been oiled to a warm amber glow. He runs his hand along the crest rail and feels the rightness of it, the way the form and the material have come together into something that is more than either alone. And he thinks about what Timon said months ago about living well being something you practice like tuning an instrument. He thinks maybe building this chair was part of that practice. Maybe every day of careful work, every evening of listening, every small kindness offered to a neighbor has been part of it. He does not know this for certain, and that uncertainty, he has learned, is not a failure. It is the condition of being alive. And now, let us let the day end. Let us let the year end. Let us let Athens grow quiet in the warm spring darkness. The city settles. The lamps are lit in the houses, small clay dishes of olive oil with a single wick, giving off a soft, unsteady glow that makes every room look gentle. Families gather around their hearths for the evening meal: lentil stew, bread, a few olives, a cup of wine. Prayers are offered to Hestia, keeper of the flame. Children are put to bed. Conversations grow soft and slow. In their home near the harbor road, Daphne and Lycon sit together in the courtyard, watching the stars appear one by one above the roofline. The air is mild and sweet. Somewhere in the distance, a man is playing a lyre, the notes drifting faint and clear through the stillness. Daphne rests her head against Lycon's shoulder, and he tells her quietly about the sea, how it looks at night, how the moonlight makes a silver road across the water that seems to lead to the edge of the world. She closes her eyes and pictures it, and they sit like this, in the simple, profound contentment of two people who have chosen each other and are building a life, one ordinary day at a time. In his workshop, Solon banks the fire and covers his tools. He steps into the courtyard and looks up at the sky, the same sky that arched above the Acropolis this morning, that watched over the procession of the Panathenæa last summer, that has turned slowly through its great wheel of stars from season to season, while the small, meaningful lives below it carried on. He offers a quiet prayer. He goes inside. He sleeps. Marine is in her rented room near the port road, grinding dried herbs by lamplight, chamomile and valerian, which she will brew into a tea for a neighbor who cannot sleep. The work is repetitive, soothing. The mortar turns in the pestle. The fragrance rises. Outside, the rain has come again, a gentle spring rain that taps against the shutters and runs in thin streams down the street. She listens to it, and her hands slow, and her thoughts drift toward Miletus, toward the home she left years ago, toward the life she has built here in its place. She is not unhappy. She is not entirely at peace. She is somewhere in between, in that honest human space where most of us live most of the time. And that is enough. That is, she has come to believe what a life is. Timon walks home through the quiet streets. The agora is empty now, the stalls folded, the tables cleared. His footsteps echo faintly off the walls. He passes a small shrine at a crossroads, just a stone pillar with a carved face, a herm, dedicated to Hermes, protector of travelers and those who move between worlds. He pauses for a moment. He does not pray exactly. He simply stands and breathes and lets the night air settle around him. Then he walks on, and Callias is in his andron, the fine room where he entertains guests, sitting alone for once in the quiet. A lamp burns low on a stand beside him. The shadows of the room are deep and soft. He is thinking about something Fotis said to him weeks ago, when the panels were nearly finished and the paint was drying and the workshop smelled of linseed and cedar. Fotis said that the hardest part of painting is not making the image appear. It is knowing when to stop, when the thing you have made is complete and any further mark would diminish it. Callias turns this over in his mind. He thinks perhaps it applies to more than painting. He thinks perhaps it applies to evenings like this one, when the work is done and the festival is over and the city is quiet, and there is nothing left to do but sit in the stillness and let the year's meaning settle, like sediment in wine, until it becomes clear. And so the year turns and the city sleeps. And we have been here long enough. We have walked the dusty streets in the summer heat and felt the autumn rain and sat by winter fires and watched the spring flowers open on the hillsides. We have met a woodworker who is learning to ask better questions, and a fisherman who loves a baker's daughter, and a woman who heals with her hands, and a man who tests the truth of coins, and a painter who makes the invisible visible, and a wealthy man who discovered that the best use of his fortune was something he could not buy. Their lives will continue without us. Solon will keep building. Daphne and Lycon will make a home. Myrrhine will tend to the sick and bring new lives into the world. Timon will sit at his table and know the ring of true silver. Photis will paint. Callias will find, in the years to come, that the friendship and the meaning he discovered this year will outlast everything else he owns. And Athens will go on, for a time, brilliant and flawed and alive, a city of stone and light and human striving, where ordinary people rise each morning and pour their offerings and go about the extraordinary business of living. But all of that is for another day. For now the lamps are going out, the fires are banked, the stars turn slowly above the Acropolis, as they have turned for thousands of years and will turn for thousands more. The city is quiet, the night is deep and kind. You have been a guest here, a gentle observer, and now it is time to rest. Let the images soften, let the voices fade, let the warm, ancient darkness of Athens settle around you like a blanket and carry you, as it has carried so many, into a deep and peaceful sleep. The year is done, the stories are told, and you are exactly where you are meant to be, safe and still and drifting now gently into the quiet. This is a story about the ordinary lives and quiet connections of the people of Pompeii, in the summer before the world remembered their city forever. There is a street in the south of Italy, nestled between the mountains and the sea, where the stones have been worn smooth by 10,000 footsteps a day. It is a street called the Via dell'Abbondanza, the street of abundance, and if you were to walk it today, you would find it silent, open to the sky, its buildings standing like the pages of a book left open to the weather. But once, not so very long ago in the long memory of the world, this street was alive. Let us visit it now. Let us go back, not to the moment the world remembers, not to the fire and the ash, but to the months before, to a summer, to a city that did not know it was living its last season, and so lived it fully, the way all of us live when we believe tomorrow is certain. It is late June, in the year we now call 79 AD, and the city of Pompeii is waking up. The sky is still dark, but only just. There is a band of deep blue along the eastern horizon, behind the mountain, and the air carries that particular coolness that belongs only to the hour before dawn, the coolness that the stones have been holding all night and are just beginning to release. Somewhere to the south, beyond the city walls, the sea is a sound more than a sight, a slow and patient breathing. The smell of bread has already begun. It drifts from the bakeries on the side streets, the pistrina, where the great stone mills have been turning since the fourth watch of the night, grinding grain into flour by the labor of donkeys walking their endless circles. The bread of Pompeii is round and scored into 8 wedges, and it is baking now in domed ovens whose heat has not gone out in years. On the Via dell'Abbondanza, a woman named Lucia is already awake. She moves through the front room of her thermopolium, her food counter, her livelihood, her inheritance, with the sureness of someone who has performed these motions so many times they have become a kind of breathing. She kneels before the small brick hearth set into the floor behind the L-shaped counter and coaxes the embers from last night back to life, feeding them dried olive wood until a flame catches. The warmth reaches her face. She sets a pot of water over the heat and begins preparing the lentils, sorting them by touch in the low light, picking out the small stones, rinsing them in a clay bowl. The Thermopolium is a modest place as these establishments go. There are perhaps 80 of them in Pompeii, hot food counters where working people come to eat because their own small apartments have no kitchens or because the food here is better than what they might manage alone. Lucia's counter is made of brick, faced with fragments of colored marble, not expensive marble, but arranged with care, a pattern of terracotta and cream and the occasional chip of green. Set into the countertop are the dolia, the deep clay jars where she keeps the day's food warm, lentils with cumin and coriander in one, a stew of chickpeas and onion in another, sometimes fish in garum, the fermented fish sauce that is to Roman cooking what salt is to bread, present in nearly everything. On the wall behind the counter, faded but still visible, someone once painted a small figure of Mercury, the god of commerce, winged sandals and all. Lucia's husband commissioned that painting in the first year of their marriage. He has been gone for 7 years now, a fever one winter that did not break, and the painting remains, a quiet guardian over every transaction. She does not think of this every morning. Some mornings she does. This morning her hands are busy and her mind is on the day ahead. There is a jar of chickpeas that needs soaking. The vinegar is low. She will need to speak to the woman who sells cheese near the Forum about a delivery. These are the thoughts that carry her through the early hours, the small practical concerns that are, in their own way, a kind of comfort. A life made of solvable problems is a life that keeps moving forward. Above her, up a narrow wooden staircase, her daughter Petronia is still asleep. Petronia is 15, an age that in Pompeii is no longer quite childhood, though it is not yet fully anything else. In a few years, perhaps sooner, there will be conversations about marriage, about the future, about what kind of life Petronia will lead. But for now, in this last hour before dawn, she sleeps, and Lucia lets her sleep, and the Thermopolium fills slowly with the smell of lentils and wood smoke and the first pale light of a summer morning. Outside, the city is stirring. A cart rumbles over the stone ruts in the street, deep grooves worn by years of iron-rimmed wheels. A dog barks once, then quiets. Somewhere a shutter opens. The stepping stones that cross the street at intervals, raised blocks that allow pedestrians to cross without stepping in the water and waste that runs in the gutters, catch the first light and gleam faintly like teeth in a half-open mouth. Pompeii is a city of stone and water and noise, and even now, at this gentlest hour, it is beginning its daily argument with silence. And if you look carefully up and down the Via dell'Abbondanza, you can see the evidence of a city still remaking itself. Here, a building wears fresh plaster, brilliant white. There, scaffolding leans against a wall where masons will resume their work when the light is strong enough. 17 years ago, a great earthquake shook Pompeii to its foundations, cracked the temples, toppled columns, buckled the walls of homes and shops. Some wealthy families left and never came back, but others stayed. Others came, freedmen and merchants and craftspeople who saw in the broken city an opportunity to build something of their own. Pompeii in the summer of 79 is a city with dust on its hands and paint still drying on its walls. It is not a city in decline. It is a city in the middle of becoming. And in her Thermopolium on the Via dell'Abbondanza, Lucia stirs the lentils and waits for the sun to rise. A few streets away, in a rented room above a cloth merchant shop, a young man named Marcus is lying awake, staring at a ceiling he still does not recognize. He has been in Pompeii for 6 days. He came from a town to the north, a smaller place, quieter, where the loudest sound on any given morning was the braying of a neighbor's mule. Here, even before dawn, he can hear the city through the thin walls, voices, footsteps, the scrape of something heavy being dragged across stone. The room is small and sparsely furnished. A wooden bed frame with a straw mattress, a three-legged stool, a hook on the wall where he hangs his one spare tunic. There is a window, though window is generous. It is a narrow opening in the wall, covered with a wooden shutter that lets in a blade of gray light and the sounds of the street below. Marcus is 19, and this is the farthest he has ever been from the place where he was born. He rises, splashes water on his face from a clay basin, and pulls on his working tunic, a rough, undyed garment that will end the day considerably less clean than it begins. He eats a piece of bread and a handful of olives he bought yesterday from a vendor near the Forum, and then he steps out into the street. Pompeii, even in the early morning, is an assault on the senses of someone who is not yet used to it. The streets are narrow, 2 carts could not pass each other on most of them, and they are lined on both sides with the open fronts of shops and workshops, their wooden shutters folded back to reveal the commerce within. There is a bakery with its mill visible through the doorway, a donkey walking its patient circle. There is a kaupona, a tavern, its counter still being wiped down from last night. There are election notices painted directly onto the walls in red and black letters. Vote for Gaius Cuspius Pansa for Edile. The paint bright and fresh, the names of candidates and their supporters competing for space on every available surface. Marcus cannot read all of the words, but the effect is unmistakable. This is a city that has opinions. The stepping stones force him to pay attention to where he puts his feet. They are spaced for an adult stride, and he has learned already that if he steps too quickly, he will misjudge and land ankle deep in the runoff that flows down the center of the street. Rainwater, wastewater, the residue of 10,000 daily lives draining slowly toward the low points of the city. The stones are worn concave in the centers from the passage of feet, and Marcus thinks not for the first time about all the people who have walked here before him. How many steps does it take to wear a hollow in a stone? He reaches the Fulonica, the fuller's workshop where he has been working since the day after he arrived, and pauses for a moment at the entrance. The Fulonica of Aulus is not the largest in the city, but it is respected. It occupies what was once the ground floor of a private home, converted after the earthquake into a working laundry. The small atrium that once held a decorative pool now holds the treading vats, 3 basins set into the floor, divided by low walls that come up to about waist height. Beyond them, in what was once a peristyle garden, drying racks stand in rows, and the back of the building opens onto a smaller street where the light and air can reach the hanging cloth. Marcus takes a breath. The smell of the Fulonica is something one must prepare for, and steps inside. The work of a fuller is ancient and unglamorous. Cloth comes in dirty or freshly woven, and it must be cleaned, softened, and finished before it can be worn or sold. The cleaning agent is urine, collected from public jars set at street corners around the city, a fact that Marcus tries not to think about too carefully, mixed with water in the treading vats. The fuller steps into the vat and treads the cloth with his bare feet, working it the way a baker works dough, agitating the fibers until the dirt and oil release. It is hard, rhythmic, physical work. Marcus's legs ached fiercely for the first 3 days. Now, on the 6th, the ache has settled into something more like awareness, his body learning a new language. Aulus is already at work when Marcus arrives, not in the vats but at the drying racks, inspecting a length of white wool that was bleached yesterday over burning sulfur. Aulus is a man in his 50s, freedman, former fuller's apprentice himself, who built this business with the money he saved in the years after his manumission. He is not a man who wastes words. He looks up when Marcus enters, nods once, not warmly, not coldly, simply an acknowledgement that Marcus exists and is on time, and returns to his inspection. This, Marcus is beginning to understand, is a form of approval. Aulus does not nod at people who disappoint him. He simply stops seeing them. The morning passes in the rhythm of the work. Tread, rinse, wring, hang. The other workers, there are 4 besides Marcus, move through the process with the ease of long practice. Marcus watches them when he can, learning not just the motions, but the efficiency, the way an experienced fuller can feel through the soles of his feet whether the cloth is clean. He is not there yet, but he is closer than he was 6 days ago. When the sun is high enough that the heat becomes a presence in the room, Aulus calls a pause. The workers eat bread and cheese and drink water from a shared jug. Marcus steps outside into the street, blinking in the brightness, and he smells something. It is not the smell of the Fullenica. He has become half blind to that already. It is something else. Lentils, cumin, the warm, earthy smell of something slow-cooked and sustaining. He follows it without quite deciding to, around a corner, down a short stretch of the Via dell'Abbondanza, to the open front of a thermopolium where a woman with steady hands is ladling stew into a clay bowl for a man who appears to be a mason, still dusted with plaster. Lucia looks up as Marcus approaches. She sees what she always sees in a new face, someone hungry, someone uncertain, someone trying to decide if this is a place where they are welcome. She does not know his name yet. She will. She sets a bowl on the counter. Marcus eats his first meal at Lucia's thermopolium standing up, as most customers do, leaning against the counter, watching the street. The lentils are good, better than good. They taste like someone cared about them. He finishes the bowl and considers his purse and his hunger and orders a second. Lucia refills it without comment, but there is something in the way she does it, a slight nod, a half-smile, that makes him feel, for just a moment, less like a stranger. He will come back tomorrow, and the day after that. In a house on a quieter street, behind a heavy wooden door that opens onto an entrance hall painted to resemble columns of red and yellow marble, a man named Quintus is preparing to work. The house belongs to a family called the Pompeii, or rather, it belongs to a man named Numerius Popidius Ampliatus, a freedman who has spent the years since the earthquake transforming himself from a former slave into one of the more prosperous citizens of Pompeii. The house reflects this transformation. It is not the largest on the street, but it is ambitious. The atrium has been freshly replastered. New mosaics line the floor of the tablinum, the formal reception room, and the dining room, the triclinium, where guests will recline on couches and eat and drink and conduct the real business of Roman social life. This is where Quintus comes in. He has been hired to paint the walls, Quintus is a pictor, a painter, and he has been one for most of his life. He was born into slavery, the property of a workshop owner in Naples who recognized early that the boy had a talent for color and line and put him to work mixing pigments at the age of 8. By 12, he was painting backgrounds. By 16, he was trusted with figures. At 23, his owner freed him, not out of generosity alone, but because a freed painter who owed his former master a percentage of his commissions was more profitable than a slave who had to be housed and fed. Quintus understood the arithmetic. He accepted his freedom with clear eyes and has spent the 20 years since building a reputation, commission by commission, wall by wall. This morning he is working on the east wall of the triclinium. The design is a garden scene, one of the most popular subjects in Pompeii, where wealthy homeowners want their dining rooms to feel like outdoor pavilions surrounded by impossible greenery. There will be oleander and myrtle, songbirds perched on slender branches, a fountain at the center, the suggestion of open sky beyond. When it is finished, anyone dining in this room will feel as though the walls have dissolved and they are eating in a paradise garden shaded and cool with bird song in the air. But first, there is the plaster. Quintus's assistant, a young man named Philo, quiet and attentive, has been preparing the wall since yesterday. The process requires 3 layers: the rough base coat of lime and coarse sand, the smoother middle coat, and finally the intonaco, the fine surface layer made of lime and powdered marble dust that will receive the paint. Each layer must partially dry before the next is applied, and the timing is precise. Too dry, and the layers will not bond. Too wet, and the surface will sag and blur. This morning the intonaco is ready, smooth, white, and still damp. Quintus has perhaps 6 hours before it dries too much to accept the pigment, and in that time he must complete one section of the painting, one giornata, one day's work. The edges of the section have been carefully planned so that when tomorrow's fresh plaster is applied beside it, the seam will fall along a natural line in the composition, the edge of a branch, the curve of a fountain, and be invisible. He grinds his pigments on a flat stone. Each color is a small world of its own. The red ochre comes from iron-rich earth, and when ground fine it becomes a warm, russet tone that catches light the way a sunset does. The green earth, terra verde, is cooler, the color of shade under old trees. The Egyptian blue is the most precious, a manufactured pigment made by heating sand and copper and natron together, produced in workshops along the Nile and traded across the empire. When ground, it becomes a blue so deep and so vivid that it seems to carry its own light. And then there is carbon black, made from charcoal for the fine lines, the veins of a leaf, the eye of a bird, the thin shadow beneath a branch. He works standing, his pigments arranged on a low table beside him, a selection of brushes made from animal hair and reed. He begins with the background, the sky, the distant suggestion of trees, and works forward, layer by layer, toward the foreground. The brush moves with a confidence that comes from decades of practice, but also with a care that never quite becomes routine. Each stroke is final. Fresco does not allow for correction. What touches the wet plaster becomes part of the wall, and what is part of the wall will last, if the wall lasts, for centuries. He paints a bird, a small thing perched on a branch of myrtle, its head turned as if listening. He gives it a breast of warm ochre and wings tipped with green earth and an eye of pure carbon black, and for a moment, in the still air of the dining room, with the light falling through the doorway and the smell of lime and wet plaster all around him, the bird is alive. Quintus steps back and looks at it. He does not smile, exactly, but something in his posture eases just slightly, the way a held breath releases. The homeowner, Ampliatus, comes through once during the morning. He inspects the work from the doorway, asks a question about the shade of blue that will be used for the fountain, and leaves. The interaction is polite. Ampliatus is not unkind, but it carries the unmistakable weight of a man speaking to someone he has hired. Quintus answers clearly, deferentially, and returns to his work. It is a small moment, and it passes, but there is something in it, in the careful calibration of respect and distance, that sits in the room after Ampliatus leaves, like a scent that lingers. That evening, when the light is gone and the plaster is dried and the brushes have been cleaned, Quintus walks to the Via dell'Abbondanza and settles onto a stool at Lucia's thermopolium. Lucia does not ask him what he wants. She sets a bowl of stew in front of him and a cup of wine mixed with water and a piece of bread, and she goes back to wiping down the counter, and for a few minutes neither of them speaks. This is not silence born of awkwardness. It is the silence of two people who have used up enough words over enough years that they no longer need to fill every moment with sound. Then Lucia says something about Petronia, something small, an observation about her mood lately, the way she stares out the window when she should be serving. And Quintus listens. He does not interrupt. He does not offer advice. He lets the thought land, and then, after a moment, he says something back. Not a solution, but a reflection, a way of seeing the same thing from a slightly different angle. And Lucia considers it and nods and refills his cup. This is what their friendship looks like. It looks like two people at the end of a long day talking about the things that matter in voices that don't need to be loud. It looks like trust that has been built not in a single dramatic moment, but in hundreds of ordinary ones. Every evening at this counter, every honest word, every comfortable silence. They have known each other for nearly 5 years, long enough that Lucia cannot quite remember what the evenings felt like before he started coming. Long enough that Quintus, walking home afterward through the darkening streets, feels something he has rarely felt in his careful, self-contained life, the warmth of being expected somewhere. There is a woman named Serena who comes to the thermopolium every morning, and she has come every morning for longer than Lucia has owned the place. She is old. How old exactly she does not say, and no one asks, because in Pompeii a woman of a certain age earns the right to her mysteries. Her hair is white and thin and pinned close to her head. Her hands shake slightly when she lifts her cup, but her eyes are sharp and her memory is sharper, and when she speaks, people listen, not because she demands it, but because she remembers things that no one else in the neighborhood can. She remembers the earthquake, not the way a historian remembers it, as a date, a fact, a turning point in the city's fortunes. She remembers it the way a body remembers a fall. She was 35 years old when the ground shook on a February morning in the year 62, and she was standing in the Forum near the Temple of Jupiter, buying oil. She remembers the sound first, not the shaking itself, but the sound that came just before, a deep groan from somewhere underneath the world, as if the earth were drawing a breath it did not want to take. And then everything moved. She does not describe the destruction in detail. She does not need to. She describes instead what came after: the silence, the way the dust hung in the air for days, the way people walked through the streets looking at their own city as if they had never seen it before, because they hadn't, not like this, cracked open, its insides showing. Columns lay across the forum like felled trees. The temple of Jupiter lost its facade. Houses that had stood for generations were suddenly open to the sky. And then, slowly, the rebuilding. Serena tells this story the way she tells all her stories, in fragments over the course of many mornings, stirred into conversation the way spice is stirred into stew. She tells Lucia about the families who left. The old patrician households who looked at their cracked walls and broken mosaics and decided that Pompeii was finished, that the land itself was cursed, and loaded their belongings onto carts and went to Rome or to their country estates and did not come back. She speaks of them without bitterness, but with a kind of distance. They were people who could afford to leave, and so they left, and the city went on without them. Because others came, others stayed. The earthquake broke Pompeii open, and what rushed in was new life, new money, new ambition, new people. Freedmen like Ampliatus, like Aulus, like dozens of others, who saw in the rubble not ruin but opportunity. They bought damaged properties at low prices. They rebuilt. They opened businesses. They married, had children, ran for office, or at least supported those who did. The Pompeii that Serena lives in now is not the Pompeii she grew up in. It is louder, more various, less certain of its own hierarchies. She is not sure whether this is better or worse. She thinks, on most days, that it is simply different, and that different is the only direction time knows how to go. Petronia is working the counter when Serena tells one of these stories, a story about a garden that used to stand where a Phalonica now operates, a garden with a fig tree that produced the sweetest figs Serena had ever tasted. Petronia listens while she works, filling bowls, collecting coins, wiping the counter with a cloth. And Serena, watching her, sees something that Lucia perhaps cannot see because she is too close to it. She sees a girl who is listening not out of politeness but out of genuine hunger, not for figs, but for the idea that this city, this street, this life has layers, that things were different once and will be different again, that the world is not fixed. Serena says to Lucia later when Petronia has gone upstairs, something quiet, something like, she has her father's eyes, but she has her own way of looking. Lucia smiles, but the smile is complicated and she changes the subject. There are things she is not ready to see or not ready to name. The morning light moves across the counter, warming the chips of colored marble. Serena finishes her cup, leaves a coin, and begins the slow walk home. Behind her, the Thermopolium fills with the midday crowd, and Lucia moves through it the way she always does, steady, capable, present. And if there is something turning over in her mind, something Serena's words have stirred, she keeps it well beneath the surface, where the day's work cannot reach it. Every 8 days, the market comes alive. The Nundinae, the market cycle that governs the rhythm of Roman commercial life, brings Pompeii to its fullest and loudest, and on this particular morning in mid-July, the heat is already gathering by the time the vendors begin setting up their stalls in the open area near the forum. The awnings go up first, stretched canvas and linen, casting patchwork shadows over the stone. Then the goods appear, baskets of figs and plums and hard green pears, amphorae of olive oil and wine and garum, wheels of cheese wrapped in cloth, dried fish laid out in fans on wooden boards, bolts of undyed wool and linen, sandals and leather belts, clay lamps and bronze pins, and small glass bottles of perfume that catch the light like jewels. Petronia moves through all of it. She has been sent to buy supplies, olive oil, dried herbs, a particular kind of hard cheese that Lucia uses in one of her dishes, and she has a list in her head and coins in a leather pouch at her belt, and she should not be taking this long. She knows this. She will hear about it when she gets back. But the market is a world, and she is 15, and the world is very large this morning. She stops at the oil vendor's first because it is nearest, and because she is responsible enough to do the important things before she lets herself wander. The oil comes from an estate to the south, and the vendor pours it into the small amphora Petronia has brought, and the smell of it, green, faintly peppery, alive, is one of the smells that will always, for the rest of her life, mean home to her. But then she wanders. She passes a stall selling fabrics dyed in colors she has no names for, a blue like deep water, a red like the inside of a pomegranate, a yellow like late afternoon. She touches the edge of a piece of linen, and the vendor watches her without speaking, recognizing in her the look of someone who is touching, not because she intends to buy, but because she wants to know what the world feels like. She passes a man selling small bronze figurines, household gods mostly, Lares and Penates and tiny Venuses for bedroom shrines, and she picks one up and turns it in her hand and feels the weight of it, the smoothness, the craft. She passes the theater. It is closed this morning. There is no performance today, but the entrance is open, and she stops and looks in at the semicircle of stone seats rising in tiers, the stage still bearing the marks of the last production, and she imagines what it would be like to stand down there in the center and have every voice go quiet because you are about to speak. She does not want to be an actress. Women do not perform on the stage, and besides, that is not quite the shape of the wanting. It is something else, something about the idea of a space where people come to be moved, to feel things together, to have their ordinary lives interrupted by beauty. She does not have the words for this yet. She has the feeling. Near the edge of the market, she finds a stall she has not seen before, or perhaps she has seen it and never stopped. It is a pigment seller's stall, and the goods are arranged in small clay bowls, powdered ochre and reds and yellows, green earth, carbon black, and the thing that stops her, a bowl of blue so vivid it seems impossible. She stares at it. The vendor tells her it is Egyptian blue, that it comes from workshops near Alexandria, that it is ground from a glass-like substance made of sand and copper. She barely hears the explanation. She is looking at the color and thinking, without thinking it in words, that someone made this, that someone took sand and copper and fire and turned it into something that looks like the sky just after sunset, and that this is a kind of miracle that has nothing to do with the gods. She buys a small amount, just a pinch and a twist of cloth. She is not sure what she will do with it. She puts it in her pouch beside the coins, and it feels like a secret. On her way back through the market, moving faster now because the sun is higher and she is late, she passes a young man standing at a fruit vendor's stall, examining a plum with the careful attention of someone who is counting his money in his head before he spends it. She does not know him. He does not know her. but something makes her glance. Perhaps the way he is standing slightly apart from the crowd, watching everything with the alertness of someone for whom all of this is new. Their eyes meet for a moment. The moment passes. She walks on. Marcus buys the plum. By late July, Marcus's hands have changed. He does not notice it himself. It is Aulus who points it out in his way, which is to say that he does not point it out at all. What happens is this. A customer brings in a toga, a proper toga, heavy and white, the kind worn by a man of some standing. And Aulus, instead of handing it to one of the more experienced workers, hands it to Marcus. He says nothing. He simply holds it out, and Marcus takes it and understands. The work has entered his body. The treading, which once felt like nothing more than stomping, has become nuanced. He can feel through the soles of his feet the texture of the cloth, the places where dirt clings, the subtle difference between linen and wool beneath the water. His hands, when wringing and pressing, know how much force to use without being told. His forearms have thickened. The calluses on his palms have gone from raw to smooth. He is becoming a fuller, not because anyone has declared it, but because the work has been declaring it quietly for weeks. The Pholonica has its own rhythms, its own small society. There is Felix, who has worked here for 12 years and sings while he treads, not well, but persistently, folk songs from a region Marcus does not know. There is Titus, who is quiet and efficient and leaves the moment the day's work is done without lingering. There is old Appius, who supervises the drying racks and has opinions about the weather that he shares, whether or not anyone has asked. These are not friendships, exactly, not yet, but they are the daily familiarities that accumulate into something resembling kinship. Marcus knows how Felix takes his water. Titus knows that Marcus is always the first one at the vats in the morning. These small knowledges are the fabric of a shared life, and Marcus is being woven into it, thread by thread. The fuller's work follows the cloth from beginning to end. After the treading comes the rinsing, the cloth squeezed out by hand or through the wooden press, then beaten with a stick to loosen any remaining dirt, then rinsed in clean water piped in from the city system. Then the drying. Garments are spread on racks in the open garden at the back of the Pholonica, and, as they dry, they are brushed gently with teasel, the spiny head of a plant, to raise the nap and soften the surface. White garments are placed on wicker frames over a pot of burning sulfur, the fumes bleaching them to a brightness that almost hurts the eyes. Colored garments are rubbed with creta phellonia, fuller's earth, a fine clay that restores color and removes lingering stains. The smell of sulfur and wet wool and the faint mineral tang of fuller's earth. These are the smells that Marcus carries with him now, in his hair and in his skin, and that the other patrons at Lucia's Thermopolium have learned to associate with his arrival, because he goes to Lucia's every day now. It is the fixed point of his afternoon. The bowl of lentils or chickpea stew, the cup of watered wine, the place at the counter where he stands and watches the street and feels more and more like someone who belongs to it. Lucia calls him by name. She asks about his work, not with great interest, but with the steady, low-level attention she gives to all her regulars, the attention that says, "I know you are here. I know you are a person with a life. I see you." It is not dramatic. It is not even, in any obvious way, warm, but it is consistent And for Marcus, who is still building his world in this city brick by brick, consistency is a kind of warmth all on its own. One afternoon, Lucia asks him where he comes from. He tells her the name of his town, the fact of his father's small farm, the decision to leave. He does not tell it as a story with a moral. He tells it simply, the way one states a fact. He came here because there was nothing to become where he was. Lucia nods. She understands this. Her husband came to Pompeii from somewhere else too, a long time ago, for reasons that were probably not so different. She gives him an extra piece of bread. She does not explain why. The thermopolium closes when the light goes. In summer, this means Lucia has a long day. The sun does not set until the 9th or 10th hour. But it also means that the evenings, when they finally arrive, carry a particular sweetness. The city softens. The heat breaks, or at least relents. The streets empty of commerce and fill instead with the quieter traffic of people going home, going to the baths, going to visit a friend. On this evening in early August, Lucia has finished wiping down the counter and putting the lids on the dolia and sweeping the floor, and she is sitting on a stool behind the counter with a cup of wine when Quintus arrives. He does not always come this late. Sometimes he eats earlier when the counter is still busy, and they exchange only a few words between customers. But tonight he is late because the work held him. A tricky section of the fresco, a border of intertwined garlands that required his steadiest hand, and he arrives to find the thermopolium empty except for Lucia and the lingering smell of the day's cooking and the first oil lamp flickering in the bracket on the wall. He sits. She pours him wine. For a moment the only sound is the distant murmur of the city and the faint pop of the oil lamp's flame. Then Quintus tells her something. He tells her that he has begun painting in his room. Not the room where he works, not a client's house, not a wall that someone else will own, but his own small rented room near the amphitheater, where the light comes in through a high window in the mornings. He has taken a small piece of prepared plaster, a practice board, the kind apprentices use, and he has been painting on it in the early mornings before he goes to work. A scene, a small one, the view from the corner of the Via dell'Abbondanza at the hour when the light first touches the stepping stones and the street is empty, and the whole city seems to be holding its breath. He tells this to Lucia with a kind of hesitancy that does not suit a man who has painted hundreds of walls. It is not that he is embarrassed exactly, it is that this is different. Everything he has ever painted has been for someone else, designed to someone else's taste, placed in someone else's home, admired or ignored by someone else's guests. This small painting on a practice board is the first thing he has made that belongs only to him. It is the first time he has asked himself what he wants to see rather than what a client wants to see, and the answer, a quiet street in the early morning, empty of people, full of light, surprises him in a way he cannot quite explain. Lucia listens. She does not interrupt, and she does not make it into something larger than he has made it. She does not say you should sell it, or you should paint more, or you should have done this years ago. She says something simpler. She says she would like to see it when it is finished. And the way she says it, plainly without ceremony, is exactly right, because it treats the painting as real, not as a confession, not as a milestone, but as a thing that exists, that someone made, and that someone else would like to see. Quintus nods. Something in his shoulders releases. Then the conversation turns, the way conversations between old friends do, with a naturalness that leaves no seam. Lucia talks about Petronia. She talks about the way her daughter moves through the thermopolium now. Competently, yes, but with the air of someone whose mind is elsewhere. She talks about finding a small twist of cloth in Petronia's room containing a pinch of blue pigment and not knowing what to make of it. She talks about the feeling of watching your child become a person you don't entirely recognize and how this is supposed to be a good thing. She knows it is a good thing, but it doesn't feel good, not yet. It feels like losing something you didn't know you could lose. Quintus is quiet for a while after she finishes. The lamp flickers. Somewhere outside someone laughs. Then he speaks, and what he says is this, that he has spent his entire working life painting paradise gardens for other people's walls, gardens full of birds and flowers and open sky, gardens that make small rooms feel infinite, and that the people who live with those paintings eventually stop seeing them. They become part of the wall. They become background. And this is not a failure of the painting. It is simply what happens when something beautiful becomes familiar. You stop seeing it because it is always there. He pauses, and then he says that he thinks this might be what is happening with Lucia and Petronia. Not that Lucia has stopped seeing her daughter, but that Petronia has been part of the wall for so long that Lucia has forgotten to look at her the way she would look at something new. And what Petronia is doing, this restlessness, this reaching, is the painting stepping off the wall, becoming something you have to look at fresh. Lucia does not respond immediately. She turns her cup in her hands. The wine catches the lamplight. When she speaks, it is not to argue or to agree. It is to say something she has not said aloud before, that she is afraid, not of Petronia leaving, not exactly, but of the thermopolium without her, of the mornings without the sound of her footsteps on the stairs, of the quiet. She has built her life around this counter, and her daughter has been part of that life the way the dolia are part of the counter, essential, structural, load-bearing. If Petronia goes, will the counter hold? Quintus looks at her, and he says gently that the counter has held before, that it held when her husband died, and it held through the years she ran it alone, and it will hold again, not because Lucia is strong, although she is, but because the counter is not all she is, and she knows this. She has simply forgotten. They sit for a while longer. The lamp burns low. The city grows quieter. When Quintus finally rises to leave, Lucia walks with him to the doorway, and they stand for a moment looking out at the street, the stones pale in the moonlight, the shuttered fronts of the shops, the mountain a dark shape against the stars, and neither of them says anything, because there is nothing left to say, and because the silence between them is the most honest thing either of them has. He walks home through the empty streets. She climbs the stairs to her room above the thermopolium, and if both of them feel, as they settle into the quiet of their own spaces, a little less alone than they did this morning, well, this is what friendship does. It does not solve anything. It simply makes the unsolved things bearable. August has settled over Pompeii like a hand pressed flat. The heat is a physical thing now, not just warm air, but a weight, a presence that leans on the city from the moment the sun clears the mountain until long after it sinks behind the ridge to the west. The stones of the streets hold the heat and release it slowly through the night, so that even at dawn the air is warm, and by midday the city moves at half speed, its citizens retreating into the shade of colonnades and courtyards, fanning themselves with whatever is at hand. The grape harvest is approaching. You can see the signs of it in the countryside beyond the city walls, where the vineyards that climb the lower slopes of the mountain are heavy with fruit, the vines drooping under the weight of clusters that have been darkening for weeks. The wine of Vesuvius is famous, or rather, it is common, which in the Roman world amounts to the same thing. It is everywhere. It is in every thermopolium, every tavern, every home. And the harvest that will produce next year's vintage is now just weeks away, and the farmers are watching the sky and the grapes with equal attention, waiting for the moment when the sugar is right and the picking can begin. In the city there is a festival. The Vulcanalia falls on the 23rd of August, and it is observed with the seriousness that Romans bring to all matters involving the gods, which is to say, with a combination of genuine reverence and practical self-interest. Vulcan is the god of fire, of the forge, of the destructive flame that can consume a granary or a home in minutes. The festival exists to appease him, to ask that the fires of late summer, the accidental fires, the ones sparked by the dry heat and the wind, spare the city and its stores. Bonfires are lit, which has always seemed to Lucia a strange way to honor a god you are asking to withhold fire, but she is not a priest, and the gods have their own logic. Small offerings are thrown into the flames, fish, mostly live and wriggling, a sacrifice meant to substitute for human life. People hang their cloth and garments in the sun as if to show Vulcan that they have nothing to hide, that they offer their possessions openly to his gaze. There is food, of course. There is always food, and Lucia's thermopolium does brisk business on festival days. The counter crowded from mid-morning onward, with people who have come from the ceremonies at the temples and are hungry and sociable and full of opinions about the state of the city. Marcus is here. He has never observed a Vulcanalia before. His hometown was too small for a proper one, and he watches the bonfire in the small square near the thermopolium with the wide eyes of someone who is still collecting experiences, still filling the shelves of a life that is mostly empty rooms. The fire is large enough that he can feel its heat from 20 paces, and the light of it turns the faces of the crowd into something golden and strange. And for a moment the flames and the heat and the press of bodies around him, and the smell of smoke and cooking food and the sound of voices all blend into a single, overwhelming sensation that he does not have a word for, but that might, if he thought about it, be called belonging. He is standing near the edge of the crowd, eating a piece of bread, when Petronia appears beside him. She is not looking at the fire. She is looking at the sky above the fire, where the sparks rise and become indistinguishable from the stars, and her face has that expression Marcus has begun to recognize from his afternoons at the thermopolium, the expression of someone who is thinking about something far away. They do not speak much. She asks if he has seen a Vulcanalia before. He says no. She says they are always like this, the fire, the fish, the prayers. She says it with the easy authority of someone who has grown up with these rituals and has begun to see them from the outside, the way you begin to see your own home from the outside when you start imagining leaving it. He asks what the fire is for. She tells him, Vulcan, the god of fire, the petition for safety, and then she adds, almost as an afterthought, that her mother always says the best way to stay safe from fire is to keep a clean hearth and a bucket of water by the door, and that the gods help those who help themselves. Marcus laughs. It is the first time Petronia has made someone her own age laugh, and the sensation, the small power of it, the small connection, surprises her. They stand together for a while, watching the flames, and then Petronia goes back to the thermopolium to help her mother, and Marcus stays, and the fire burns lower, and the crowd thins. Quintus is here too, though he stands apart, nearer the edge of the square, his back against a column. He watches the fire the way he watches everything, with the quiet, absorbing attention of a man who is always, on some level, composing an image. The light, the color of the flames against the dark, the way the shadows move on the faces around him. He is thinking about his painting, the small one, the private one, and whether he could capture firelight on plaster, and what pigments he would use, and whether it matters. Near him, Serena sits on a low wall, her shawl pulled around her shoulders despite the heat. She has been watching the fire too, but now she is looking at the mountain. Vesuvius stands against the sky the way it always stands, massive, familiar, dark. The vineyards climb its lower slopes. Its summit is lost in the night. She says something to the woman beside her, not Lucia, just a neighbor, someone she has known for years. She says that the wells have been odd lately, lower than they should be for this time of year, and the ground has trembled a few times in the past weeks. Nothing serious, nothing like the earthquake, just small shudders that you might not notice if you weren't paying attention. But Serena pays attention. She has lived long enough to know that the ground does not always say what it means. The neighbor shrugs. The ground trembles sometimes. It always has. It is nothing. Serena nods and pulls her shawl tighter and looks at the mountain one more time, and then she looks away, and the festival goes on, and the fire burns, and the prayers rise with the smoke into a sky full of stars. The morning is 3 days later, and Petronia is standing in the thermopolium with a twist of blue pigment in her hand. She has been carrying it for weeks, this pinch of Egyptian blue she bought at the market, this small, impossible color, and she has not known what to do with it. She has looked at it in her room, in the light, turning the cloth open and closed. She has touched it with her fingertip and stared at the blue dust on her skin. She has thought about it in the way that you think about a door that you have found but not yet opened, with curiosity and hesitation and a growing certainty that the hesitation is the thing that must go. This morning, before the thermopolium opens, she tells her mother. She does not make a speech. She is not that kind of girl, and this is not that kind of moment. What she says is simpler and harder. She says that she has been thinking about what she wants, and that what she wants is to learn, not at the counter. She is grateful for the counter, she says, and she means it, and Lucia can hear that she means it. But somewhere else, she wants to learn a craft. She has been watching Quintus paint on the evenings when he describes his work to her mother. She has been looking at the frescoes on the walls of houses she passes, the way the colors become birds and gardens and skies. She wants to understand how that happens. She wants to be near it. She does not say she wants to be a painter. She does not yet know enough to say that. She says she wants to learn, and the word learn carries in it everything she cannot yet articulate. The blue pigment, the theater, the market, the feeling of the world being larger than the thermopolium, the feeling of her own self being larger than she knew. Lucia's hands are still. She is holding a cloth she was using to wipe the counter, and her hands have stopped moving, and she is looking at her daughter. There is a long moment. What Lucia feels is complicated, and the story does not pretend otherwise. She feels the pull of refusal, the instinct to say, "Not yet, you're too young, who will help me here?" She feels the old fear that has been sitting in her chest since the first time she noticed Petronia staring out the window instead of at the customers. The fear that her daughter's life is a rope slipping through her fingers, and that if she does not grip tighter, she will lose it entirely. She feels beneath all of this a grief that has nothing to do with Petronia and everything to do with time, with the fact that the girl who used to fall asleep on a blanket behind the counter, curled up like a cat, is gone and has been gone for years and is not coming back. But she also feels, and this is the thing that Quintus's words, spoken on that evening weeks ago, have made room for, she also feels a recognition, because she was young once, and she wanted things, and someone, her husband, her mother, she cannot remember who, let her want them. Lucia puts down the cloth. She reaches out and takes the twist of blue pigment from Petronia's hand and opens it and looks at it, this tiny amount of color, this impossible blue. And then she folds it back up and places it in Petronia's palm and closes her daughter's fingers around it. She says she will speak with Quintus. She says she does not know what is possible, but she will ask. She says that the thermopolium will manage. She does not say, "I am proud of you," or "I am scared," or "I am letting go." She says the thermopolium will manage, and it is enough. And Petronia hears everything that is underneath it. There is another moment, the two of them standing in the thermopolium in the early light, the counter between them, the dolia empty and waiting to be filled, the painted Mercury watching from the wall. And then Petronia moves around the counter and puts her arms around her mother, briefly, tightly, and steps back, and the day begins. That evening, Lucia tells Quintus. She tells him about the pigment, about the request, about the look on Petronia's face. She asks if he would be willing to teach the girl, not formally, not as a true apprenticeship, but enough to let her see if this is real, if the wanting has something solid underneath it. Quintus is quiet for a long time. He is thinking about what it means to show someone the thing you have spent your whole life learning, not as a service, not for payment, but because someone wants to see it the way you see it. He is thinking about the painting in his room, the one he has been making for no one but himself, and how it would feel to have someone look at it not as a product to be evaluated, but as a world to be entered. He says yes. Across the city, in the Phalanaka, the day ends, as it always does, with the wringing of the last cloth, the emptying of the last vat, the slow loosening of tired muscles. Marcus hangs his apron on the hook by the door and steps out into the street, and Aulus says from behind him, without turning around, without making it into a thing, "Same time tomorrow." It is what Aulus says to everyone. It is what he has said to Marcus every evening for weeks. But tonight, for the first time, it does not sound like an instruction. It sounds like a statement of fact. Marcus will be here tomorrow. This is known. This is certain. He is part of the rhythm now. He walks to Lucia's thermopolium for supper, and the streets are familiar, and the stepping stones meet his stride without thought, and the sounds of the city, the carts, the voices, the distant clang of a blacksmith's hammer, are not noise any more. They are texture, they are the sound of a place that is slowly becoming his. August 23rd. The Vulcanalia has come and gone. The bonfire has been swept away. The summer is beginning just barely to think about ending. The light shifts a few minutes earlier each evening, and the air, though still warm, carries occasionally a thread of something cooler, a rumor of autumn. Lucia closes the thermopolium as the light fades. She moves through the familiar motions, the lids on the dolia, the counter wiped, the floor swept, the fire banked for the morning. She pauses at the little painting of Mercury on the wall and touches the edge of it lightly with her fingertips. She does not do this every night, but tonight she does. It is not a prayer exactly. It is more like a greeting or a good night, offered to someone who is both gone and always here. Upstairs, Petronia is sitting by the window of her small room, the twist of blue pigment open on the sill beside her. Quintus has begun teaching her just the basics, the foundations, how to grind pigment, how to prepare plaster, how to hold a brush. She is clumsy at it still, and impatient with her own clumsiness, but there are moments, brief, startling moments, when the brush does what she wants, when the color lands where she intended, and the feeling that runs through her in those moments is unlike anything she has felt before. It is the feeling of making something exist that did not exist a moment ago. She is beginning to understand that this is what she wants. Not fame, not escape, not rebellion. Just this, the power to make something where there was nothing. She looks out the window at the city. The rooftops are dark against a sky still holding the last amber light of sunset. The mountain is there, as it is always there, huge and patient. She thinks about tomorrow. Quintus has promised to show her how he mixes Egyptian blue with lime to make it hold on wet plaster. And the thought of tomorrow is a bright thing, a small flame. Across the city, Quintus is in his room. The painting is nearly finished. The view of the Via dell'Abbondanza in the early morning light, the stepping stones, the empty street. He has been working on it for weeks, in small increments, adding a detail here and there. Tonight he has added the last thing, a thin line of gold along the edge of the stones where the first light touches them. It is a small detail. No one would notice it unless they looked carefully, but he knows it is there, and it is true. He has seen that light on that street at that hour, and knowing that he has captured it, that it exists now outside of his memory, on a surface he can hold in his hands, fills him with a feeling he does not try to name. He sets the painting on the table by the window where the morning light will find it. He thinks about Lucia, about the conversation they had last night, about the way she laughed at something he said, a real laugh, the kind that comes from somewhere deep. And the thought is warm, the way a room is warm when someone has been in it recently. He thinks about Petronia and the look on her face when she made her first clean line of pigment on plaster, the surprise, the delight, the hunger for more. And he thinks that teaching her might be the most important work he has ever done, though he is not yet sure why. He lies down. The city is quiet. The sounds that reach him are small and far away. A dog, a door, the murmur of voices through a wall. He closes his eyes. In his room above the cloth merchant's shop, Marcus lies on his bed and listens to Pompeii. The sounds have changed for him over the summer. They were once foreign and then familiar, and now they are simply his. The creak of a cartwheel, the distant laughter from a tavern, the sound of water running somewhere, always running, the city's small rivers of life flowing through their channels in the stone. He thinks about tomorrow, the work at the Folonica, the noon meal at Lucia's, the afternoon light on the drying racks, and the thoughts are comfortable, well worn, like a tunic that has been washed until it is soft. He thinks about the plum he bought at the market weeks ago on one of his first days, how carefully he had counted his coins, how new everything was. He cannot quite find that feeling anymore, the newness, the disorientation. It has been replaced by something else, something that does not have the sharp edges of novelty, but has a depth to it, a weight. He belongs here, not because anyone has told him so, but because the city has absorbed him, the way plaster absorbs pigment, and he is part of the wall now. He sleeps. In her room near the thermopolium, Serena sits in the dark. She is old, and sleep comes less easily than it once did, and she has taken to sitting by her window in the late evenings, looking out at the street. The air is still tonight. The stars are very bright. The mountain is a black shape against them, and she watches it the way she watches all familiar things, with love and with the quiet knowledge that nothing familiar is permanent. She does not know what is coming. None of them do. They are living the way people live, in the middle of things, with plans half made and bread rising and paint drying and a girl holding a pinch of blue pigment like a promise. They are living in the ordinary, which is to say, they are living in the only place where life actually happens. The night deepens, the lamps go out one by one across the city, the streets grow still, Pompeii sleeps. And now let us step back. Let us step gently away from these lives, from Lucia and her counter, from Quintus and his quiet painting, from Marcus and his new belonging, from Petronia and her handful of blue, and let us rise slowly, the way a bird rises from a branch, until we can see the whole city below us, its streets and courtyards and gardens, its red-tiled rooftops, its fountains still running in the dark. We know what comes next. We have always known. But this is not a story about what comes next. This is a story about what was here. And what was here was bread, baking in domed ovens. What was here was paint on wet plaster, becoming birds. What was here was lentil stew in clay jars, warming on a counter made of mismatched marble, served by a woman who remembered what you liked. What was here was a young man learning the weight of cloth, and an old woman remembering the sound the earth made before it shook, and a girl discovering that the color blue could be made from sand and copper and fire. What was here was ordinary life, and because it was ordinary, and because the world works in ways that no one could have predicted, it was preserved. 2,000 years from now they will find the bread, still in the oven, still scored into 8 wedges, as round and as real as the morning it was made. They will find the jars, still set in the counter, still holding traces of the food that filled them. They will find the paintings, the gardens, the birds, the impossible blues, still vivid on the walls, still carrying the light that a painter gave them on a summer afternoon. They will find the election notices still shouting the names of candidates who never took office. They will find a mosaic of a dog by a doorway with the words Cave Canem, beware of the dog, and they will understand that someone in this city had a sense of humor and a dog and a home they were proud of. They will find the stepping stones worn smooth. They will look at the hollows in their centers and know, without being told, that thousands upon thousands of footsteps made them, and that each of those footsteps belonged to someone who had somewhere to go. This is what Pompeii gave us, not a disaster, not a tragedy. Those things happened, and they were real, and they matter. But what the city gave us in the end was something rarer, a single ordinary day, a summer of ordinary days, preserved so completely that we can still smell the bread, still see the colors, still feel the smoothness of the stones beneath our feet. And so tonight, as the story comes to rest, let us carry that with us. The thought that ordinary life, your ordinary life, with its familiar rooms and daily rhythms and the people you love, is the most precious thing there is, not because it lasts forever, but because, while it lasts, it is everything. The city sleeps, the street is quiet, the stones hold the last warmth of the day, and the mountain stands against the stars, and somewhere a dog settles into its bed by a door, and somewhere bread is rising, and somewhere a painting dries slowly on a wall, and the colors in it are so vivid that in 2,000 years they will still look like morning. Let the warmth of that thought stay with you now. Let the voices of the city grow softer, the way they do at the end of an evening, one by one, until all that remains is the sound of your own breathing and the deep, patient quiet of a world at rest. The day is done, the story is told, and the city, that bright, noisy, beautiful, ordinary city, goes on in the way that all things go on that have been truly loved. Let us travel together to Central Asia, to the land between two rivers, where the ancient city of Samarkand rises from the fertile valley of the Zarafshan. It is the year 750 of the Common Era, and the Tang dynasty rules China with a golden hand. The Silk Road is at its peak, a web of trails and mountain passes stretching from the markets of Chang'an to the shores of the Mediterranean. And Samarkand sits at its heart, a jewel of turquoise and lapis lazuli gleaming beneath the endless Central Asian sky. Picture the city now, in the pale light before dawn. The great domes and minarets are silhouettes against a sky shifting from indigo to rose. The famous blue tiles of Samarkand, that particular shade of cerulean found nowhere else on earth, catch the first rays of sunlight and seem to glow from within. Gardens of apricot and mulberry trees line the canals that thread through the city, their leaves still dark and heavy with dew. The air smells of wood smoke and baking bread, of roses and the faint dusty sweetness of the desert beyond the valley. In a courtyard house in the merchant's quarter, an oil lamp flickers in a window. This is the home of Vahriz, a Sogdian trader who has walked the Silk Road for 30 years. He is a man in his late 50s now, his beard silvered, his face carved by sun and wind into a map of the journeys he has taken. His hands, though weathered, are gentle, the hands of a man who has learned that patience is worth more than haste, and that kindness opens doors that gold cannot. Vahriz rises before the household stirs. He moves quietly through the dim rooms, past the sleeping forms of servants and relatives, past the storerooms where bolts of silk and sacks of spices wait in fragrant darkness. He steps into the courtyard, where a fountain murmurs softly and he stands for a moment beneath the fading stars, breathing in the coolness of the morning. Today is the day of departure. In a room across the courtyard, his daughter Faranak is already awake. She sits cross-legged on her sleeping mat, a small chest open before her. Inside are the tools of her trade, ledgers bound in soft leather, bamboo brushes, and cakes of ink, a counting board of polished wood. For 5 years, since her mother passed from a fever that swept through the city, Faranak has kept the family's accounts. She knows the price of silk in a dozen currencies, the exchange rates between Byzantine gold and Chinese bronze, the cost of hiring camels and the tariffs at every checkpoint from here to the gates of Chang'an. But she has never seen these places herself. She has only imagined them, traced their names in her ledgers, listened to her father's stories by the fire. Until now. Faranak is 23 years old, with her mother's dark eyes and her father's stubborn chin. She wears her hair braided and coiled beneath a traveling scarf, and her clothes are practical. A long tunic of undyed wool over loose trousers, boots of supple leather. She is not beautiful in the way poets sing of, but there is something in her face that makes people trust her, a steadiness, an attention, as if she is truly listening when you speak. She closes the chest and ties it securely with cord. Through the window she can hear the sounds of the household waking, the clatter of pots in the kitchen, the voices of the grooms in the stable, the deep rumbling complaints of the camels being loaded in the courtyard below. Let us drift down to that courtyard now, where the real work of departure is underway. The camels stand in patient rows, their great heads swaying gently, their eyes half closed with ancient calm. These are Bactrian camels, the 2-humped breed of Central Asia, shaggy and immense, bred for 1,000 years to carry impossible loads across impossible distances. Their coats are thick and tawny, shedding now in ragged patches as spring turns toward summer. Each camel can carry 400 pounds of goods and walk for days without water, and they regard the bustling humans around them with the mild contempt of creatures who know they are indispensable. The camel master is a man named Bahram, quiet and sun-darkened, with hands that move over the animals with the sureness of long practice. He has worked for Variz's family for 20 years, and he knows these camels by name, by temperament, by the particular sound of each one's breathing. He speaks to them in a low murmur as he checks the loading of each pack, adjusting the balance of the heavy wooden frames that distribute the weight across the animals' backs. Watch now as the goods are loaded, and imagine the treasure that will travel east. First come the bolts of Sogdian silk, not the fine Chinese silk they will purchase at journey's end, but the heavier, patterned weaves that Samarkand is famous for, dyed in rich reds and golds. Then come sacks of dried apricots and raisins from the valley orchards, their sweetness concentrated by the desert sun. There are small clay jars of precious saffron, sealed with wax, each jar worth its weight in silver. There are blocks of sal ammoniac, used by metal workers and dyers across the world. There are bundles of fine wool, glass beads from Persia, small bottles of rose attar, and, carefully wrapped in layers of felt, a set of silver drinking vessels commissioned by a wealthy Chinese official who has been waiting 3 years for their arrival. Faranak watches the loading from the gallery above, checking each item against her ledger, making small marks with a brush. Her father appears beside her, and for a moment they stand together in comfortable silence, watching the organized chaos below. Vahriz speaks quietly, telling his daughter that they will travel with a caravan of 12 other merchants, joining together for safety and companionship. They will have 40 camels between them, plus horses for the riders and pack mules for the rougher mountain sections. By the time they reach Kashgar, the caravan will have grown to perhaps 100 animals, as more traders join from the smaller towns along the way. Faranak nods, her eyes still on the courtyard. She asks how long the journey will take, how many days until they see the gates of Chang'an. Her father smiles, the lines around his eyes deepening. He tells her that it will take many months. They will cross mountain passes still deep in snow. They will skirt the edge of the great Taklamakan desert, that sea of sand where even the wind loses its way. They will rest in caravanserais and oasis towns, and they will arrive in Chang'an when the autumn leaves are falling, if the road is kind, and then they will winter there and return home by the following spring. A year, then, a full turning of the seasons. Faranak feels something flutter in her chest, excitement and a thread of fear, and beneath it all, a deep and quiet readiness. She has waited her whole life for this. Before any journey, there must be a blessing. The Sogdians are followers of the prophet Zoroaster, and their faith is one of light and fire, of truth and righteous action. In every Sogdian city, a fire temple stands at the heart of the community, and the sacred flame within has been burning for generations, fed by the prayers of the faithful and the fragrant wood of sandalwood and juniper. Let us follow Vahriz and Faranak now, as they walk through the waking streets toward the fire temple of Samarkand. The streets are narrow here, paved with worn stones that have felt the footsteps of countless travelers. The houses rise close on either side, their upper stories leaning toward each other as if sharing secrets. Merchants are opening their shops, rolling back the wooden shutters to reveal the treasures within. Carpets in jeweled colors, copper pots that gleam like captured sunlight, trays of flatbread still warm from the oven. The smell of baking bread mingles with the sharper scent of spices, cumin, coriander, the warm bite of pepper. The fire temple stands at the end of a quiet square, its entrance marked by a simple arch carved with the winged symbol of Ahura Mazda, the Lord of Light. The building itself is modest, plastered walls, a domed roof, a small garden where roses bloom in terracotta pots. But there is something in the air here, a quality of stillness, that makes both Vahriz and Faranak slow their steps as they approach. They remove their shoes at the threshold and step inside. The interior is cool and dim, lit only by the glow of the sacred fire. The fire burns in a great bronze vessel at the center of the room, its flames dancing in shades of gold and amber, casting moving shadows on the whitewashed walls. The air is thick with the scent of sandalwood, sweet and woody and ancient. Around the fire, the priests in their white robes move slowly, their lips forming the words of prayers that have been spoken for 1,000 years. Vahriz and Faranak stand together at the back of the temple, their heads bowed. The fire crackles softly, and the smoke rises toward a small opening in the dome, carrying the prayers of the faithful up toward the heavens. Vahriz speaks quietly, his voice almost lost in the murmur of the flames. He offers a prayer for safe travels, for fair winds and honest dealing. He prays for his daughter, that she may see the wonders of the world and return home safely to tell of them. He prays for his late wife, whose spirit he believes watches over them still. Faranak does not speak, but she feels the warmth of the fire on her face, and something in her heart grows quiet. She thinks of her mother, who never traveled farther than the orchards outside the city walls, but who always listened with shining eyes to the tales of distant lands. She thinks of the journey ahead, the unknown roads and unfamiliar faces, and she feels for the first time that she is ready. The priests approach them with small offerings, a pinch of sandalwood to cast into the flames, a sip of consecrated water. Bahriz and Faranak accept these gifts with bowed heads, and when they turn to leave, the first true light of morning is streaming through the temple door. The day has begun. The road is waiting. The caravan gathers at the eastern gate of Samarkand, where the road runs straight and dusty toward the rising sun. The other merchants are already assembled, men and women from a dozen different families, some traveling with servants and guards, others with only a single camel and their own two hands. There are Sogdians like Vahris, but also Persians, Indians, a quiet Tibetan monk making his slow way home, and a Byzantine trader with pale eyes and a gift for languages. The camels grumble and shift, their bells chiming softly as they move. The horses stamp and toss their heads, eager to be gone. Children from the city have gathered to watch the departure, their faces bright with excitement, and the merchants' families stand in small clusters, offering final embraces and whispered blessings. Vahriz's brother clasps his arm firmly, speaking of safe roads and swift return. His sister-in-law presses a small bundle into Faranak's hands, dried fruit and sweet pastries for the first days of travel, wrapped in a cloth embroidered with protective symbols. Faranak tucks the bundle into her saddlebag and embraces her aunt tightly, breathing in the familiar scent of rose water and home. And then, with a call from the caravan master and a great creaking of harnesses and wooden frames, the caravan begins to move. The motion is slow at first, almost dreamlike. The camels sway like ships on a gentle sea, their long legs eating the distance with deceptive ease. The horses fall into line, their riders settling into the rhythm of the road. Behind them, Samarkand's blue domes grow smaller and smaller until at last they disappear beyond a rise in the land, and there is only the road ahead. Faranak rides beside her father, her horse a steady gray mare with a calm disposition. She turns in her saddle for one last look at the city of her birth, but it is already gone, hidden by the folds of the land. She faces forward again, and the wind catches her scarf, and she feels the vastness of the world opening before her like a great unwritten book. The road runs east through a landscape of rolling hills and scattered farms. Apricot orchards line the way, their branches heavy with unripe fruit. Shepherds watch from distant hillsides, their flocks like clouds of cream against the green grass. The sky is immense, a pale, washed blue that seems to go on forever, and the only sounds are the creak of the harnesses, the soft chime of the camel bells, and the murmur of conversation among the travelers. Let yourself settle into this rhythm now, the gentle sway of the journey. Feel the sun on your face and the wind at your back. The road is long, but there is no need to hurry. Each step brings new wonders, and the caravan moves as it has moved for centuries, patient, steady, trusting in the road. For 10 days, the caravan travels east through the foothills of the great mountains, climbing gradually as the land rises toward the roof of the world. The air grows thinner and cooler, and the orchards give way to forests of juniper and wild walnut, then to high meadows carpeted with wildflowers, purple vetch, yellow buttercups, the delicate white stars of edelweiss. The nights grow cold. The travelers make camp in sheltered valleys, pitching their felt tents in circles around the fires. They share food and stories, the flames casting long shadows as the stars emerge in their thousands overhead. Varanak has never seen stars like this, so bright, so close, as if she could reach up and gather them in her hands. She sits beside her father, wrapped in a thick wool blanket, listening to the other travelers speak of their homelands and their hopes. The Byzantine merchant tells of Constantinople, the great city on the water, where the emperor's palace shimmers with gold and the markets overflow with goods from every corner of the earth. The Tibetan monk speaks softly of the high plateau where he was born, the thin air and the prayer flags snapping in the wind, the monasteries perched on mountainsides like eagles' nests. Bahram, the camel master, sits apart, checking the animals' feet for stones, speaking to them in his low murmur. The camels are well suited to this terrain. Their broad, padded feet grip the rocky trails with ease, and their shaggy coats protect them from the cold. But the horses require more care, and Bahram walks among them each evening, running his hands along their legs, checking for swelling or strain. The passes are the most difficult part of the journey. The trails narrow to single file, winding along cliff edges, where a single misstep could send rider and mount tumbling into the abyss. The caravan slows to a crawl, each traveler focused on the path beneath their feet, trusting in the sure-footedness of their animals and the guidance of those who have walked this way before. But there is beauty here, too, a wild, fierce beauty that takes the breath away. Snow-capped peaks rise on every side, their glaciers gleaming blue and white in the sunlight. Waterfalls cascade from hidden heights, their spray catching rainbows in the thin air. Eagles circle overhead, riding the thermals with effortless grace. Faranak pauses at a high overlook, her mare breathing hard from the climb. Below her, the valley falls away in a tumble of green and gray, and in the distance she can see the road they have traveled winding back toward the west like a pale ribbon. Above her, the peaks pierce the sky, ancient and unmoved by the small procession of humans and animals passing at their feet. She thinks of all the travelers who have passed this way before her, the merchants and monks, the soldiers and scholars, the dreamers and wanderers who have looked upon these same mountains and felt this same awe. She is part of a great river of humanity flowing endlessly between east and west, carrying goods and ideas and stories across the barriers of stone and snow. Her father appears beside her, his own horse steaming in the cold air. He says nothing, only looks out at the view, and Faranak knows that he is thinking of all the times he has stood in this very place, watching the world spread out beneath him. After a long moment, he turns to her and smiles, and they ride on together, descending toward the gentler lands below. After 3 weeks of travel, the caravan descends from the mountains into the Tarim Basin, and the landscape transforms. The green meadows and forested slopes give way to dry scrubland, then to true desert. a sea of tawny sand and gravel stretching to every horizon. The air is hot and still, heavy with dust, and the sun beats down with an intensity that Faranac has never experienced. But there, shimmering in the distance like a dream, is the great oasis of Kashgar. Kashgar is the crossroads of the Silk Road, the place where the northern and southern routes around the terrible Taklamakan converge. Caravans from China, India, Persia, and beyond all pass through its gates, and the city has grown rich on the trade. Its markets are legendary, a labyrinth of covered bazaars where anything and everything can be bought or sold, from Chinese silk to Indian spices to the famed Khotanese jade. The caravan enters the city through the western gate, and Faranac finds herself surrounded by a chaos of sound and color and smell. The streets are narrow and winding, shaded by awnings of bright fabric that ripple in the hot breeze. Vendors call out their wares in a babel of languages: Sogdian, Chinese, Turkic, Persian, Sanskrit. The air smells of roasting meat and fresh bread, of incense and animal dung, of ripe melons and the sharp tang of leather. They make their way to a large caravanserai near the central bazaar, a fortified inn built around a central courtyard where travelers can stable their animals and store their goods in safety. The building is ancient, its mud brick walls thick and cool, its wooden galleries shading the rooms that open onto the courtyard below. A fountain splashes in the center, and the sound of the water is like music after the dry silence of the road. Faranac helps Bahram settle the camels in the stable, pouring water into the troughs and checking the animals for sores or injuries. The camels drink deeply, their great lips rippling, their eyes half closed with contentment. She strokes the neck of her favorite, an old female named Dust, and Dust turns her head and huffs warm breath against Faranac's cheek. That evening, Vahriz takes his daughter to the night market. The bazaar is transformed after dark. Oil lamps and candles flicker from every stall, casting pools of golden light across the heaped goods. Musicians play on corners, their instruments strange and beautiful, long-necked lutes, drums stretched with animal skin, flutes that seem to weep. Acrobats tumble in small, cleared spaces, their bodies impossibly flexible, and storytellers gather crowds with tales of heroes and demons and the magical lands beyond the edge of the world. Faranac walks beside her father, her eyes wide, trying to take it all in. She sees bolts of silk in every color imaginable: crimson and saffron, jade green and deep indigo. She sees carpets so finely woven they seem to shimmer like water. She sees trays of jewelry, gold and silver, turquoise and coral, pearls the size of grapes. She sees spices heaped in pyramids, their colors rich as autumn leaves: the warm orange of turmeric, the deep red of chili, the pale gold of cumin. Vahriz guides her through the maze, pointing out the different sections of the market. Here are the silk merchants, there the dealers in jade. This alley is for spices, that one for metalwork. The animal market is beyond the eastern wall, where horses and camels and even elephants are bought and sold. The slave market, which Faranac has no wish to see, is in a separate quarter, hidden from the main thoroughfares. They stop at a tea stall, and Vahriz orders cups of fragrant green tea, pale and steaming. They sit on low cushions, watching the flow of humanity pass by, and Vahriz speaks softly of the work that lies ahead: the negotiations, the assessments of quality, the delicate dance of price and counterprice that is the merchant's art. Faranac listens, but her eyes keep drifting back to the market, to the endless variety of faces and goods and sounds. She has read about these things in her ledgers, calculated their prices and weights, but she has never truly understood until now. The Silk Road is not just a road. It is a river of human longing, flowing between the worlds, carrying the dreams of 1,000 different peoples toward shores they will never see. The caravan rests in Kashgar for 5 days, taking on supplies and new companions for the next leg of the journey. When they depart, their numbers have swelled. There are now nearly 100 camels, plus horses and mules, and a small flock of sheep that a Tibetan trader is driving to market in China. The road runs southeast now, skirting the edge of the Taklamakan Desert. The Taklamakan is one of the most forbidding places on earth, a vast expanse of shifting sand dunes where temperatures soar by day and plummet by night, where water is so scarce that even the hardiest travelers can die of thirst within days. Its name, in the old Turkic tongue, means, "You go in, you do not come out." The caravan will not enter the Taklamakan directly. Instead, they will follow the southern route, hopping from oasis to oasis along the foothills of the great mountains that rim the basin. These oases are islands of green in a sea of brown and gold, fed by rivers that flow down from the glaciers above. Each one is a miracle, a small garden of life clinging to existence at the edge of the void. The first oasis they reach is the ancient town of Yarkand. It is smaller than Kashgar, but no less vital, a cluster of mud brick buildings surrounded by fields of wheat and orchards of apricot. The people here are farmers and traders, their lives shaped by the rhythm of the seasons and the demands of the road. They welcome the caravan with quiet hospitality, offering food and water and a place to rest. The days take on a new rhythm now. The caravan rises before dawn, when the air is still cool and the stars are fading in the west. They travel through the morning, covering as much distance as possible before the heat of midday becomes unbearable. Then they rest in whatever shade they can find, the shadow of a cliff, the shelter of a crumbling watchtower, the cool interior of a caravanserai, waiting for the worst of the heat to pass. In the late afternoon, they travel again, continuing until darkness falls and the stars emerge. Faranak learns to read the desert as Bahram does. She learns to watch for the subtle signs of water, the way the sand changes color, the presence of certain plants, the behavior of the birds. She learns to wrap her face against the dust storms that blow without warning, filling the air with grit so thick you cannot see your hand before your face. She learns to trust the camels who can smell water from miles away and whose instincts have been honed by generations of desert crossing. The landscape is stark but beautiful. The dunes rise in great waves of gold and amber, their crests sharpened by the wind into knife edges that seem to glow at sunset. The sky is enormous, a bowl of blue by day, a tapestry of stars by night, and the silence is so profound that Faranak can hear her own heartbeat in her ears. At night, around the fires, the travelers share stories to pass the time. Vahriz speaks of the history of the road, of the Han Dynasty ambassadors who first forged these paths 2,000 years ago, of the Buddhist monks who carried their faith from India to China and back again. He speaks of the goods that have flowed along these routes, not just silk and spices, but ideas and inventions, religions and philosophies, music and art. The Silk Road is a thread that binds the world together, he says, and every traveler who walks it adds a new strand to the weave. After many days of travel, the caravan reaches Khotan, the legendary city of jade. Khotan sits at the foot of the Kunlun Mountains, where two rivers flow down from the glaciers to create a lush oasis in the midst of the desert. The city has been famous for its jade for over 2,000 years. The pale green and creamy white stones prized by the emperors of China, carved into ornaments and ritual objects and symbols of power. The caravan enters through gates of weathered wood, and the streets within are cool and shaded, lined with channels of clear water that feed the gardens and orchards. The sound of flowing water is everywhere, a gentle music that seems to wash away the dust and heat of the road. Faranak walks with her father through the jade market, where craftsmen sit in open workshops, their hands moving with practiced precision over blocks of raw stone. The jade comes in many colors, white as mutton fat, green as new leaves, gray as river mist, and the artisans shape it into beads and bangles, figurines and pendants, intricate belt hooks and hairpins. The work is slow and painstaking, requiring years of training, and the finished pieces glow with a warmth that seems to come from within the stone itself. Vahriz pauses at one workshop, exchanging words with the master craftsman in a mixture of Sogdian and the local tongue. The man is old, his fingers gnarled but sure, and he shows them a piece he has been working on for 6 months. A small horse, no larger than a child's fist, every muscle and tendon rendered with breathtaking realism. Faranak looks at the horse and sees the animals she has traveled with, their strength and patience and quiet dignity captured forever in pale green stone. They spend 2 nights in Khotan, resting and restocking supplies. Faranak wanders the markets, practicing her bargaining in broken Turkic, tasting unfamiliar foods, dumplings filled with lamb and onion, flatbread baked on the walls of clay ovens, sweet dried mulberries that melt on the tongue. She buys a small jade pendant for herself, a simple disc carved with a lotus flower, and strings it on a leather cord around her neck. The lotus, her father tells her, is a symbol of purity and enlightenment. It grows from the mud at the bottom of the pond, rising through the murky water to bloom in the sunlight above. It reminds us that beauty can emerge from darkness, that the soul can rise above the circumstances of its birth. Faranak holds the cool stone in her hand and thinks of the journey she is on, the rising from the familiar into the unknown, the slow climb towards something she cannot yet name. She tucks the pendant beneath her collar, close to her heart, and feels its weight like a promise. The road continues east, and the landscape grows ever more dramatic. The mountains to the north rise higher and more jagged, their peaks lost in clouds of snow. The desert to the south shimmers with heat, mirage pools appearing and vanishing on the horizon like restless spirits. And then, one afternoon, the flaming mountains appear. They rise abruptly from the desert floor, a wall of red sandstone that stretches for nearly 100 kilometers from east to west. The stone is ancient, laid down in layers over millions of years, and erosion has carved it into a fantasy of ridges and gullies, towers and canyons, but it is the color that takes the breath away. In the light of late afternoon, the mountains seem to burn. The red sandstone glows with an inner fire, shifting through shades of copper and rust, vermilion and gold. The gullies catch the shadows, deepening to purple and black, while the ridges blaze with light. It is as if the earth itself has caught flame, frozen forever in the moment of combustion. The caravan halts, and the travelers stand in silence, gazing at the spectacle before them. Even the camels seem affected, their great heads turning toward the mountains as if sensing something beyond the ordinary. Faranak has heard stories of this place. The Chinese call them Huoyan Shan, the Flaming Mountains, and they feature in the ancient tales of the monk Xuanzang, who traveled to India to bring back the Buddhist scriptures. In the stories, the mountains were created by a demon's fire, and only the magic of a heavenly general could extinguish them long enough for the pilgrims to pass. But standing here now, Faranak does not think of demons or magic. She thinks only of the beauty, terrible and wonderful, indifferent to human meaning, existing for its own sake alone. The mountains do not care that she is watching. They have burned like this for millions of years, and they will burn for millions more, long after she and everyone she knows has turned to dust. There is something comforting in this thought. The world is so much larger than any single life, so much older, so much stranger, and yet here she is, a small woman on a small horse, witnessing this wonder. Her presence does not diminish the mountains, and the mountains do not diminish her. They simply exist together in this moment. The caravan makes camp that evening in the shadow of the flaming mountains, and the travelers watch as the light fades and the colors shift through their final transformations from gold to copper to deep purple to black. The stars emerge, and the mountains become silhouettes against the sky, their fire extinguished until the sun returns. Faranak lies in her tent, listening to the wind move over the rocks, and she falls asleep to the sound of distant camel bells, dreaming of flames that do not burn and journeys that never end. Beyond the flaming mountains, the road winds through the oasis towns of Turpan and Hami, each one a small miracle of water and green in the vast brown expanse. The days blur together in a rhythm of travel and rest, of sun and stars, of the endless swaying of the caravan, and then, after many weeks, they reach Dunhuang. Dunhuang is the gateway to China proper, the last oasis before the road passes through the Jade Gate and enters the heartland of the Tang Empire. It has been a vital stop on the Silk Road for 1,000 years, and it is home to one of the greatest wonders of the ancient world, the Mogao Caves, the caves of 1,000 Buddhas. But first, there is the desert itself. The dunes near Dunhuang are called Mingsha Shan, the Singing Sands. They rise in great golden waves, smooth as water, their crests razor-sharp against the sky, and when the wind blows, they sing. Faranak hears it first at dusk as the caravan approaches the oasis. A low humming rises from the dunes, a sound like distant thunder or the drone of a great bell. The sound swells and fades, rises and falls, as if the desert itself is breathing. The camel's ears prick forward, and the travelers fall silent, listening. The singing is caused by the movement of the sand, the grains sliding over one another in the wind, creating vibrations that resonate through the dunes. But knowing the cause does not diminish the wonder. There is something ancient in that sound, something that predates human language, human music, human thought. The caravan makes camp at the edge of the oasis, where palm trees and willows mark the presence of water. In the morning, Faranak rises before the others and walks out into the dunes alone. The sand is cool beneath her feet, still holding the chill of the night. She climbs the nearest dune, her feet sinking with each step, the sand whispering beneath her weight. At the crest, she pauses and looks out. The dunes roll away to the horizon, wave after wave of gold and amber, their surfaces rippled by the wind into patterns that seem almost deliberately beautiful. The sun is just rising, and the light catches the tops of the dunes, turning them to fire while the valleys remain in shadow. And there, nestled among the dunes like a jewel in a setting of gold, is Crescent Moon Lake. The lake is shaped exactly like a crescent moon, a curve of water so blue it hurts to look at. Willows and poplars ring its shores, their leaves reflected perfectly in the still surface. A small pagoda stands at one end, its roof curving upward toward the sky. Faranak stands at the top of the dune, looking down at this impossible beauty, and she feels tears prick at her eyes. She does not know why she is crying. Perhaps it is the exhaustion of the journey. Perhaps it is the strangeness of being so far from home. Perhaps it is simply the overwhelming loveliness of this place, this moment, this life. She descends the dune and walks to the edge of the lake. The water is clear and cool, fed by a spring deep beneath the sand. She kneels and cups her hands, lifting the water to her lips. It tastes of minerals and earth, of the deep places of the world. She sits by the lake until the sun is fully risen and the heat of the day begins to build. Then she rises, brushes the sand from her clothes, and returns to the caravan. There is still far to go. The Mogao Caves lie a few miles south of Dunhuang, carved into a cliff face that rises above a dry riverbed. As the caravan approaches, Faranak sees the cliff for the first time, a wall of tan and gray rock, pocked with hundreds of dark openings like the cells of a great honeycomb. These are the cave temples, and they are one of the wonders of the world. For over 300 years, monks and patrons have been carving caves into this cliff, filling them with statues and paintings dedicated to the Buddha and his teachings. There are now nearly 500 caves, ranging from small meditation cells to vast temple halls, and they contain some of the most beautiful art ever created by human hands. Vahris has been here many times before, and he serves as Faranak's guide. They leave their animals with Bahram and climb the wooden walkways that zigzag up the cliff face, leading from cave to cave. The first cave they enter is small, lit only by the daylight filtering through the door. But as Faranak's eyes adjust, she gasps. The walls are covered with paintings, figures of Buddhas and Bodhisattvas, celestial musicians and dancing spirits, scenes from the scriptures and the lives of the saints. The colors are rich and vivid, even after centuries. Lapis lazuli blue, malachite green, cinnabar red, gold leaf that still gleams in the dim light. The figures seem to move in the flickering shadows, their faces serene, their hands raised in gestures of blessing and teaching. At the back of the cave, a great Buddha sits in meditation, carved from the living rock and covered in gold. His eyes are half closed, his lips curved in a gentle smile, his hands resting in his lap in the gesture of perfect peace. He is enormous, 20 feet tall, perhaps more, and yet there is something intimate about him, something tender. He seems to be looking directly at Faranak, seeing her completely, accepting her exactly as she is. She stands before the statue for a long time, not praying exactly, but simply being. The silence of the cave wraps around her like a blanket. The scent of old incense lingers in the air, and for a moment the endless chatter of her mind falls quiet, and there is only this: the golden Buddha, the painted walls, the cool, dim stillness of this sacred place. They visit other caves throughout the day. Some are vast, with ceilings that soar overhead covered with thousands of tiny Buddhas painted in rows. Some are small and jewel-like, every surface decorated with exquisite detail. In one cave, a reclining Buddha stretches for nearly 100 feet, his eyes closed in the peace of final nirvana. In another, a great wheel of life depicts the endless cycle of birth and death, suffering and liberation. Vahris tells her that monks from across Asia have traveled here, from India and Tibet, from Korea and Japan, from distant lands she has never heard of. They have brought their own traditions, their own artistic styles, their own understanding of the Buddha's teachings, and all of it has been preserved here in this unlikely place at the edge of the desert, protected by the dry air and the isolation of the road. As the sun begins to set, Faranak climbs to a high walkway and looks out over the valley. The cliff glows golden in the evening light, and the dark mouths of the caves seem to breathe with ancient wisdom. Somewhere below, a monk is chanting, his voice rising and falling in the gathering dusk. She thinks of all the travelers who have stopped here over the centuries, merchants like her father, pilgrims seeking enlightenment, soldiers and scholars, and wanderers of every kind. They have come from everywhere and nowhere, and they have left a piece of themselves in these caves, in the paintings and statues, in the prayers and the silence. She is part of that great river now. Her footsteps have joined the countless others, and when she leaves this place, she will carry something of it with her, a gift of beauty and peace that will remain long after the journey is done. Beyond Dunhuang, the road passes through the Jade Gate, Yumenguan, the ancient frontier of the Chinese Empire. The gate itself is a crumbling watchtower of rammed earth, weathered by centuries of wind and sun. In the time of the Han Dynasty, this was the edge of the known world, the point beyond which China's power did not extend. Soldiers were stationed here to guard the border, and travelers were required to present their documents before being allowed to pass. Now, in the Tang Dynasty, the empire has expanded far beyond this old frontier. The watchtower is unmanned, its walls slowly dissolving back into the desert from which they came. But there is still something powerful about passing through this gate, about crossing the invisible line that separates the world of the steppes from the world of China. Faranak rides through the gate in silence, her eyes on the horizon ahead. The landscape is changing again, the pure desert giving way to dry grassland, then to cultivated fields fed by irrigation canals. Villages appear, each one larger than the last, their houses made of fired brick instead of mud, their inhabitants speaking in the liquid tones of Chinese. The road itself improves, widening and smoothing as they approach the heartland of the empire. Way stations appear at regular intervals, offering food and fresh horses to official messengers and wealthy travelers. The caravan moves faster now, covering more distance each day, drawn onward by the promise of journey's end. The days grow shorter and cooler. The trees along the road blaze with autumn color, red and gold and orange, like the flaming mountains made into leaves. The air smells of wood smoke and fallen fruit, of harvest and the coming cold. And then, one morning, rising from the plain ahead, the walls of Chang'an appear. Chang'an is the largest city in the world. More than 1 million people live within its walls: Chinese and Sogdians, Persians and Indians, Koreans and Japanese, Turks and Tibetans, and travelers from every corner of the known world. It is the capital of the Tang Empire, the seat of the Son of Heaven, the center of a civilization that considers itself the heart of all creation. The city is laid out in a perfect grid, its streets running straight and wide from gate to gate. The walls are 40 feet high and 20 feet thick, pierced by a dozen massive gates that are closed each night and opened each dawn with the beating of great drums. Within the walls, the city is divided into wards, residential quarters, market districts, government precincts, each one a city unto itself with its own walls and gates. The caravan enters through the western gate, joining a stream of travelers that flows into the city like a river. Faranak stares at everything, her head turning constantly, trying to take it all in. The streets are crowded with people of every description: officials in flowing silk robes, monks in saffron and gray, soldiers in leather armor, merchants and craftsmen, and beggars and thieves. Sedan chairs jostle with ox carts and loaded camels. The noise is tremendous, a roar of voices and hooves and wheels, of vendors crying their wares and musicians playing for coins, of dogs barking and children laughing, and the endless bustle of a city that never sleeps. They make their way to the Western Market, the great trading district where foreign merchants are permitted to do business. The market covers an enormous area divided into hundreds of specialized lanes and alleys. Here are the silk dealers, there the spice merchants. Here are the dealers in horses and camels, there the sellers of tea and porcelain. Every conceivable good is for sale: jade and ivory, gold and silver, furs and feathers, medicines and musical instruments, books and paintings and curiosities from every land. Bahriz has contacts here, fellow Sogdians who have settled in Chang'an and established themselves as middlemen between the Chinese and the merchants of the West. They welcome him warmly, embracing him as a brother, exclaiming over Faranak and praising Bahriz for bringing his daughter at last. They are given quarters in a compound near the market, a comfortable house built around a central courtyard, with rooms for the family and storage for the goods. The camels are stabled nearby, where they can rest and recover from the long journey. That first night in Chang'an, Faranak cannot sleep. She lies on her bed, listening to the sounds of the city, so different from the silence of the desert, the quiet of the oases. She hears music drifting from a nearby tavern, laughter and the clink of cups. She hears the night watchman calling the hour, his voice echoing through the empty streets. She hears the distant rumble of the city gates closing, sealing Chang'an into its nighttime quiet. She thinks of all the miles she has traveled to reach this place, the mountains and deserts, the oases and caravanserais, the wonders and hardships of the road. She thinks of her father, asleep in the next room, his breath slow and even. She thinks of her mother, who never saw these things, who only heard the stories. And she thinks of all the travelers who have made this journey before her, century after century, carrying their hopes and fears and dreams across the roof of the world. Sleep comes at last, soft and deep, and Faranak dreams of nothing at all. The weeks that follow are filled with work. Bahriz and Faranak spend their days in the market, meeting with buyers and negotiating prices. The silver vessels they have carried from Samarkand are delivered to the Chinese official who commissioned them, and he pays handsomely, praising the craftsmanship and ordering more for the following year. The Sogdian silk is sold to a dealer who will resell it to the textile workshops of the imperial court. The spices and dried fruits find ready buyers among the city's wealthy households. In exchange, they purchase goods to carry back west. Chinese silk is the most valuable, the fine, lustrous fabric that has given the road its name. They buy bolts of plain silk and embroidered silk, damask and brocade, gauze so fine it seems woven from spider threads. They buy tea, carefully packed in sealed containers to preserve its freshness. They buy paper, that miraculous Chinese invention, lighter and smoother than parchment. They buy lacquerware and porcelain, bronze mirrors and jade ornaments. Faranak keeps careful records of every transaction, her brushes moving quickly over the paper. She learns to read the Chinese characters that mark the bales and boxes, to recognize the seals of the merchants and the stamps of the customs officials. She learns to tell good silk from poor by the way it catches the light, to judge tea by its color and fragrance, to estimate the weight of a bolt by the way it sits in her hands. But there is time for more than work. In the evenings they explore the city, wandering through its many districts. They visit temples and gardens, markets and tea houses. They watch performances of Chinese opera, the singers' voices rising in strange and beautiful melodies. They eat foods Faranak has never tasted, delicate dumplings, noodles in savory broth, roasted duck with crisp skin and tender flesh. One afternoon, Varis takes Faranak to see the Wild Goose Pagoda, a great tower of brick and stone that rises above the rooftops like a beacon. It was built to house the scriptures that the monk Xuanzang brought back from India, the same monk whose journey inspired the legends of the Flaming Mountains. They climb the narrow stairs to the top, and from there they can see the entire city spread out before them. The grid of streets, the tiled roofs, the green patches of gardens and parks. Beyond the walls, the yellow plains stretch away to the mountains on the horizon. Vahriz speaks quietly, telling his daughter that he came here for the first time when he was young, not much older than she is now. He was traveling with his own father, learning the trade just as she is learning it now. And when he stood in this very spot and looked out at the city, he felt something shift inside him, an understanding that the world was vast beyond imagining, and that a lifetime would not be enough to see it all. Faranak nods, understanding. She feels the same thing now, standing here beside him, a hunger and a humility, a longing and a peace. The world is so much larger than she ever knew, and she is so small within it. But that smallness is not a burden. It is a gift. Autumn deepens into winter, and the caravan remains in Chang'an. The weather turns cold, and snow falls on the city, transforming it into a world of white and silence. The markets grow quieter, the streets less crowded. The travelers who filled the roads in summer have settled in their winter quarters, waiting for the spring thaw that will open the passes again. Variz and Faranak spend the long evenings by the fire, talking and reading and planning for the journey home. They have done well this season. Their goods have sold for good prices, and their purchases will fetch even better prices in the markets of the West. But more than the profit, Faranak values what she has learned, what she has seen, what she has become. She is not the same person who left Samarkand in the spring. The road has changed her, as it changes everyone who walks it. She has seen wonders she could never have imagined, mountains of fire and seas of sand, caves full of golden Buddhas and cities full of strangers. She has learned to read the desert and the market, to bargain and to listen, to trust her instincts and her animals and the kindness of strangers. And she has come to understand something about her father, about the life he has led, the journeys he has taken, the wisdom he has gathered along the way. He is not just a merchant buying and selling goods. He is a thread in the great tapestry of the Silk Road, connecting peoples and cultures, carrying ideas and inventions across the barriers of language and distance. His work matters, not because of the profit it brings, but because of the bridges it builds. The winter solstice passes, and the days begin to lengthen again. The snow melts, and the first green shoots appear in the gardens. The caravanserais begin to fill with travelers preparing for the spring journey, checking their animals and loading their goods. It is time to go home. The journey west is different from the journey east. The landscapes are familiar now, the challenges known. The caravan retraces its steps through the Jade Gate, past Dunhuang and its singing sands, along the edge of the terrible Taklamakan. They pass through Khotan and Kashgar, over the mountain passes, down into the green valleys of Sogdiana. But familiarity does not diminish the wonder. If anything, Faranak sees the land more clearly now, noticing details she missed before. She sees how the oases depend on the delicate network of irrigation channels, how a single blocked canal can mean the death of a village. She sees how the caravanserais are placed at precise intervals, a day's journey apart, creating a lifeline across the empty lands. She sees the tracks of other caravans in the sand, the evidence of the countless travelers who have walked this way before. She also sees how the road has changed her relationship with her father. They talk more easily now, sharing observations and memories, planning for future journeys. He asks her opinion on business matters, listens to her assessments of quality and price. She is no longer just his daughter, his assistant, his student. She is his partner. The winter was long, but the spring comes early, and the road is gentle. The passes are clear of snow by the time the caravan reaches them, and the rivers are full of meltwater singing in their beds. The meadows are carpeted with wildflowers, and the air smells of new grass and warming earth. They travel through landscapes of breathtaking beauty, high valleys ringed with snow-capped peaks, forests of juniper and wild fruit, villages where children run out to watch the caravan pass. Faranak stores up these images in her memory, knowing that she will carry them with her forever, the colors and sounds, the tastes and smells, the feeling of the road beneath her feet. On a morning in late spring, the caravan crests a final rise, and there below them lies the valley of the Zeravshan, green and golden in the early light, and there, at the heart of the valley, is Samarkand. The blue domes shine in the sunlight, just as Faranak remembers. The orchards are in bloom, clouds of white and pink blossom trembling in the breeze. The air smells of flowers and water and home. The caravan descends into the valley, and the road becomes familiar. There is the orchard where she played as a child. There is the canal where she learned to swim. There is the village where her grandmother was born. There is the hill where the fire temple stands against the sky. They enter the city through the eastern gate, and the streets are full of people who know them, neighbors and friends, relatives and business partners. Word of their arrival has preceded them, and the family compound is crowded with well-wishers, eager to hear the stories, to see the goods, to welcome the travelers home. Farinak's aunt embraces her fiercely, tears streaming down her cheeks. Her young cousins cling to her legs, demanding presents and stories. The servants bustle about, preparing food and drink, unloading the animals, making everything ready. And in the midst of it all, Vahri stands quietly, watching his daughter with pride. She moves through the crowd with new confidence, greeting each person, answering questions, distributing small gifts she has brought from Chang'an. She is changed, grown, become somehow more herself. The journey has done its work. That evening, when the visitors have gone and the household is quiet, father and daughter sit together in the courtyard under the stars. The fountain murmurs softly, and the scent of jasmine drifts in from the garden. Vahariz asks his daughter if she is glad to be home. Farinak considers the question. She is glad, glad to see her family, to sleep in her own bed, to eat the food she grew up with. But she is also something else, something harder to name. Restless, perhaps, or hungry. She has tasted the vastness of the world, and she cannot untaste it. She tells her father that she is glad, but that she is also already thinking of the next journey. There are routes she has not traveled, cities she has not seen. There is still so much to learn. Vahriz smiles in the darkness. He tells her that this is the way of the road. Once you have walked it, it never lets you go. It lives inside you, calling you back, drawing you forward. And that is not a curse. It is a blessing. They sit in silence for a while, listening to the fountain and the night birds and the distant sounds of the city settling into sleep. The stars wheel slowly overhead, the same stars that shine over Chang'an and Dunhuang, over the flaming mountains and the Taklamakan, over all the countless miles they have traveled together. And somewhere in the darkness, a camel bell chimes once and falls silent. And so we come to the end of our journey, though the road itself has no end. Let yourself drift now, following the thread of the Silk Road as it winds across the map of the world. See the caravans moving in their slow procession, carrying silk and spices, paper and porcelain, ideas and dreams. See the oasis towns glittering like jewels in the vast brown desert, their gardens fed by water from the distant mountains. See the caravanserais with their welcoming fires, their courtyards full of travelers from every land. The Silk Road was never just a road. It was a web of connections, a river of exchange, a bridge between worlds. For over 1,000 years, it carried the treasures of East and West back and forth across the most forbidding landscapes on earth, connecting peoples who would otherwise never have known of each other's existence. The merchants who walked it were not just traders, they were carriers of civilization, seeds of change scattered on the winds of commerce. The ideas they carried, religions and philosophies, technologies and arts, shaped the world as surely as the goods they sold, and the journeys they made, repeated year after year, generation after generation, created bonds of understanding that outlasted empires. Vahriz will make many more journeys before his traveling days are done. He will see Faranak grow into a master trader in her own right, respected in the markets of Kashgar and Chang'an. He will watch her children and grandchildren take up the family business, carrying the Sogdian name along the ancient roads. And Faranak, she will remember this first journey all her life. She will remember the flaming mountains burning in the sunset, the golden Buddhas smiling in their caves, the crescent moon of water lying blue among the golden dunes. She will remember the feel of the road beneath her feet, the sound of the camel bells in the distance, the vast silence of the desert night. But most of all, she will remember the feeling of connection, the sense that she was part of something larger than herself, a great river of human movement flowing between the worlds. She was a thread in the tapestry, a note in the song, a single traveler among countless millions who have walked these roads in search of profit and wisdom, adventure and home. And now let the journey end. Let the caravan rest. Picture yourself in a caravanserai somewhere on the Silk Road. It doesn't matter where. Perhaps you are in the mountains, and the air is cool and thin. Perhaps you are in the desert, and the stars are blazing overhead. Perhaps you are in an oasis, and you can hear the sound of water flowing nearby. The fire has burned low, and the other travelers have gone to their rooms. The camels are settled in the courtyard, their great bodies dark shapes against the darkness. The only sound is the wind moving gently over the land, carrying the scent of distant places. You are tired from the road, and your bed is soft. The blankets are warm around you, and your body is heavy with the good weariness of travel. You have seen wonders today, and you will see wonders tomorrow. But for now, there is only rest. Let your eyes close. Let your breath slow. Let the thoughts that move through your mind drift away like caravans disappearing over the horizon. The road will be there in the morning. The journey will continue. But tonight, you rest. Tonight, you sleep. The Silk Road stretches on, endless and patient, carrying its treasures through the darkness. Somewhere a camel bell chimes, somewhere a traveler dreams of home, and the stars wheel slowly overhead, keeping their ancient watch. Sleep now. Sleep. The road will keep.